Strange Tales from Liaozhai. Volume 1. Pu Songling. Table of Contents. Introduction. The mystery of the disappearing artist, Pu Songling's voice and persona in the stories. 2. Pu Songling's exercise of the fox tradition, moral allegory and social critique. Preface, Liaozhai's own account. The tales. 1. Taking the examination to become town god. 2. The man in the ear. 3. The restless corpse. 4. Squirting. 5. The people in the pupils communicate. 6. The frescoed wall. 7. The mountain spirit. 8. Biting the ghost. 9. Catching a fox. 10. Something strange in the buckwheat. 11. Goblins in the house. 12. Sixth brother Wang. 13. Stealing peaches. 14. Sowing pears. 15. The Daoist of Lishan. 16. The Chongqing monk. 17. The snake man. 18. Chopping the python. 19. The adulterous dog. 20. The hail god. 21. The fox marries off his daughter. 22. Jiaona. 23. The Buddhist monk's sin. 24. Sorcery. 25. The feral dog. 26. 3 lives. 27. The fox hides in a jug. 28. The weeping ghosts. 29. The Zhending girl. 30. Jiaoming. 31. Scholar Yet. 32. 40,000. 33. Cheng the immortal. 34. The bridegroom. 35. The magistrate of the heavenly and mortal worlds. 36. Wang Lan. 37. The eagle and tiger gods. 38. Wang Cheng. 39. Qing Feng. 40. Painted skin. 41. The merchant's son. 42. A craving for snake. 43. Jin Shishan. 44. Scholar Dong. 45. Chomping on stones. 46. The temple demon. 47. Official Lu. 48. Ying Ning. 49. Nai Xiao Qian. 50. The faithful mouse. 51. An earthquake. 52. The Lord of the Sea. 53. Ding Kyungzi. 54. The whale's surface. 55. Old Master Zhang. 56. The Shuimang herb. 57. Creating livestock. 58. The scholar from Feng Yang. 59. Geng Shiba. 60. Zhuer. 61. The tiny gentleman. 62. Fourth sister Hu. 63. Old man Zhu. 64. The alligator. 65. A certain gentleman. 66. The sharp sword. 67. The swordswoman. 68. The drinking buddy. 69. Lian Xiang. 70. A Bao. 71. King of the Nine Mountains. 72. The foxes in the Zunhua office. 73. Zhang Cheng. 74. The Fenzhou fox. 75. Jiaoniang. 76. The Wu official. 77. Ventriloquism. 78. The fox duo. 79. The Wei County fox. 80. Hongyu. 81. Dragons. 82. Fourth Lady Lin. 83. In the river. Introduction. The mystery of the disappearing artist, Pu Songling's voice and persona in the stories. In 2004, I was visiting a small town in southwest Henan province called Xinyi, because of its importance to the epic narrative of the Three Kingdoms, Sangguo Yanyi, when my 2 students and I were invited to the local office of the Ministry of Culture. There I was asked what Chinese literary works I had been teaching or researching, so I included a description of my project to translate all of Pu Songling's stories into English. One woman took me aside and confidentially told me, with no little pride, that her family had hidden their copy of Strange Tales from Liaozhai, Liaozhai Zhiyi, during the Cultural Revolution and refused to give it up when the call came around for subversive literature to be surrendered and destroyed. Since then, I've heard several similar testimonies. The Chinese people have a powerful affection for this collection of tales of the supernatural, the folkloric, and the simply odd, an affection due in part to the belief that Pu Songling, 1640–1715, was acting as a moralist. As an early modern Aesop, Pu offered his readers entertainment, edification, and perhaps most attractive of all, a heartfelt critique of the bureaucratic structure of early Qing dynasty China. Although the imperial civil service retained its own idealistic mythology of maintaining a scholarly meritocracy and Confucian social philosophy through a system of advancement by examination, the reality was that it was deeply flawed by a tradition of corruption and abuses of power already centuries old by the time Pu composed his weird short fiction. At the heart of this collection of 494 short stories is a mystery that in some ways is as fascinating as the magic performed by Daoist priests or shape-shifting foxes, the author's depiction of himself as a mere editor rather than as the story's creator, or at very least as the craftsman who gives them their literary shape. In the idiosyncratically personal postscripts or addenda that accompany many of his tales, Pu refers to himself as Yi Shi Shi, adapting the model of historiographer Sima Qian to identify himself as the archivist, or historian, of the strange tales. I've chosen to translate Shi as collector to honor the traditions surrounding the manuscript's compilation. Pu pointedly notes in his preface to the collection that individuals from all over China who share my enthusiasm for the unusual have sent me stories by post, and he modestly claims that I have written down what I have heard, and this collection is the result. This assertion was reiterated by the author's grandson, Pu Lied, 1683–1751, and later authors such as Zhou Tao, Fluid ca 1884, have also perpetuated the story of Pu's solicitation of stories from travelers who would stop when offered some tea and relate their unusual stories and experiences to him. Hammond 206–7. At the Pu Songling theme park outside Zibo City, near Pu's home village of Zishuan, in Shandong Province, visitors are shown the Liaoquan, Willow Spring, well, the very well from which Master Pu, then in his 30s, drew the water to make the tea that he served his storytelling visitors from a thatched shed nearby. Pu's self-deprecation, his deemphasis of himself as author, is further exhibited in the nickname that he gave to his writing studio and incorporated into the title of his story collection, Liaozhai, the Studio of Chit-Chat or Studio of Leisure. I've also seen this translated as Studio of Idleness. This is the place where he crafted the narratives for his story collection, where he constructed the descriptions of visitations, manifestations, and possessions that characterize the majority of his tales. But to credit the stories to his studio, although Liaozhai was also a nickname Pu took for himself, is another way for him to resist taking credit for their existence. There are two tensions, then, at the heart of the mystery of Pu's reluctant authorship. The first consists of a compulsion to retreat from making any claims for himself to fame or to literary talent, while simultaneously desiring to demonstrate his knowledge of literary tradition and his aptitude for narrative prose by presenting his collection as a literary work rather than as a compendium of interviews or field reports. Point 1. As you'll see, many of the stories open with assertions of the impressive reputations of their scholar protagonists or of their main characters' extraordinary talents. The second tension involves his adopting a persona in the often moralistic addenda to his stories that is at times reminiscent of the philosophical commentaries by other great Shandong thinkers like Kongzi, Confucius, and Mencius. Of the 83 stories included here, Pu writes formal postscripts in his own voice for 26 of them, though he often intrudes in first-person narrative voice, as when he speculates about whether the magician in Stealing Peaches, Tou Tao, was actually a practicing descendant of the Song dynasty's mystic White Lotus cult, or offers a stoic reflection on life and death at the end of 40,000 Si Shi Qian. At the same time that he takes the opportunity of telling the tales in order to offer explicit and implicit object lessons, Pu also embraces the irrationality of the magical world for its own sake, empathizing with troubled spirits and supporting the punishment of those who compromise principles of social justice for personal gain, arguing that encounters with the inexplicable may help to reorient or to guide an individual positively. The preface to the collection, entitled Liaozhai's Own Account, Liaozhai Ziji, clearly reveals Pu Songling's ambivalence about his role as author. While he's a self-professed fan of strange tales, who sees himself as a literary inheritor of writers like Song dynasty poet Su Shi, enthusiastically asserting that I, too, delight in hearing ghost stories. He also feels so undervalued that he fears the only ones who truly know me are those spirits of the green woods and of the dark places we cannot pass. With typical self-effacement, he attributes the authorship of the tales to fellow aficionados who have sent them to him, since things tend to gravitate to those who appreciate them, yet he also acknowledges that he's learned from experience that the cultivation of my pen and ink yields me as little as a monk's begging bowl, which makes it all the more lamentable that I have so many hopes riding on it. Nevertheless, his brief preface is sprinkled self-consciously with literary allusions to 8 different writers, betraying a desire to display his knowledge of the tradition that he wishes his collection to extend, and implying that he wishes his anthology to be considered a literary work rather than a mere accumulation of others' words. Perhaps the authorial presence that he's surrendering here is simply replaced by a different investment of emotion in his seeming identification with the undervalued scholars of his stories, from Zhou, a man framed by enemies and removed from a list of successful civil service examinees, Cheng the immortal Cheng Xian, to Xing Zhou, a successful candidate in the highest level of the imperial civil service examination, who is rewarded for having once saved another person's life by being reborn as an official, thanks to the support of the Hell King, a certain gentleman Mao Gong. Point 2. Though he fails to acknowledge his own artistry when doing so, Pu uses the composition of poetry by characters in the stories as a means of paying tribute to authorial integrity and veneration, to literature's power to confer immortality through memorial verse, as 4th Lady Lin Lin Si Niang does when she writes a poem for Chen, her beloved, just prior to being reincarnated, and even to poetry serving as a vehicle to instill humility by measuring the limits of one's talents, as the fox duo. Hulian demonstrates when a pair of female foxes unsuccessfully attempt to seduce a scholar by tricking him into competing in a poetry contest that will end up with them all in bed together. Recognizing the impossibility of beating them at their game, the scholar simply refuses to participate. The hand behind the verse in the stories, of course, is Pu's own, additional evidence of his craft as an author. Moreover, his specific commitment to poetry was confirmed as early as 1660, when at the age of 20 he helped friends organize the Yingzhou Poem Society. The addenda which Pu appends to his tales place him in the position of social critic, yet they also seem to function for him as self-justification, self-authorization, and even self-admonition, as he explicitly praises the deeds of worthy characters and warns of the consequences of misjudging others. The individuals whom Pu lauds most effusively are generally underappreciated in some manner, like the title character of such stories as Yu Zhang, who's praised for his exemplary bravery despite his impoverished background. He also includes a number of stories that warn of the negative consequences of judging by appearance, like Ying Ning, where the quasi-hebephrenic laughter of the female protagonist is nearly allowed to obscure the fact of her compassion and filial devotion, or like Painted Skin, Huapai, in which superficial attraction to a woman's beauty is not only deceiving, it almost kills scholar Wang. Point 3. Joined with the respect his stories frequently show for undervalued scholars, these emphases call to mind the writer's own adventures and misadventures in his attempts to secure preferment through the imperial civil service examination system. At the age of 18, Pu passed the county-level examination, Xianji, and later the 2 examinations at the prefectural level, Fuxi and Yuanji, receiving his licentiate, Zaihoki, certification. He failed his subsequent attempts at the provincial level examination, Xiangxi, which was offered every 3 years, Hucker 233, and he seems to have made his final official attempt at the age of 50 in 1690. He was disqualified in the 1687 examination under the pretext that he had submitted inappropriate content, that is, he skipped a page in his essay book. He didn't complete the 1690 examination. We don't know why he failed in 1660, 1663, 1666, 1672, and 1678. Frustration over his repeated attempts helps to suggest why some of his stories explicitly celebrate successful circumvention of the entire examination system. Even the very first story, taking the examination to become town god, Cao Cheng Huang, opens with the success story of the grandfather of my elder sister's husband, Song Tao, whose talents qualify him to be directly summoned to a markedly higher level examination by immortals, superseding the conventional process before the civil examiner even arrives. The notion of reading personal resonance in Pu's stories is nothing new. One 19th century commentator, for example, explicitly reads scholar Ye Sheng, as Pu's own covered autobiography, Zeitlin 51, which hardly seems surprising, given that Pu laments that scholar Ye is someone whose talents go unappreciated despite his being a resourceful person who is serious and clear-minded all the time. Candidates who succeeded in the provincial examinations were certified as Juren and became eligible to take the metropolitan exam, Huishi, in the capital. Even if one failed this latter exam, it remained possible to become an official, hence Pu's failure to pass the provincial exam, even after showing so much early promise, effectively denied him access to a government position. This must have proven exasperating for him, particularly as scholars like Pu Songling were prevented by personal morals and financial constraints. Poverty, for example, kept Pu out of school when he was a child, from participating in the practice of purchasing the support of corrupt examiners through ample funds or influential connections, bar 1986:99, the means by which many men far less talented than Pu received access to official appointments. Pu's stories often punish those who abuse authority or who obtain power under false pretenses, for from the Juren Zhu in the frescoed wall, Huabai, who sucked into a painting because his intentions towards a young woman in it are improper, to the foolish scholar Wang in the Daoist of Lishan Daoshi, who abuses the Daoist magic that enables him to pass through walls and as a result is punished by a wall that resists him, to the title character of the Buddhist monk Sin, Seng Nai, who is saved from hellish punishment for his misdeeds when his brother sees a vision of the torments awaiting him, and Pu delivers an explicit warning in the story's postscript that punishment in the underworld comes as a result of wicked behavior in the mortal world. Though the suprahuman and human realms were considered in Pu's era to be coterminous and equally real, many storytellers engaged in the composition of zhigwai, or strange stories, were more concerned with presenting the supernatural realm than with illustrating truths in the human world through their stories. Chan 197. Pu's treatment of problem solvers in his stories often seems to acknowledge his authorial awareness of the appeal of heroic engagement with supernatural enemies by mortal intellectuals. Old Master Zhang Liaoxiang Gong, resolves the horrible problem of a monster river turtle that demands animal sacrifices, and depletes the people's resources, by offering it a lump of hot iron. Subsequently, the locals revere him as a water deity. Even when the perceived enemy isn't supernatural, as in the Wu official, Wuling, where a city engaging in over-elaborate worship of its local patron god is corrected in a no-nonsense manner by the title official and is established in the people's heart as a second city god, the reward for agility of mind is proportionate to the efficacy and ingeniousness of the problem solver. This is perhaps another vicarious compensation for the undervalued Pu, who believes himself capable of precisely such intellectual acuity and unfairly denied the opportunity to demonstrate it in an official capacity. Since Pu feels that anger and vindictiveness are ultimately self-destructive, his stories involving the humiliation and/or destruction of corrupt individuals may be functioning as harmless outlets for him to vent his frustrations at being denied what others less worthy had been granted. In King of the Nine Mountains, Zhu Shanwang, for example, the Li family is destroyed in retaliation for its patriarch having ruthlessly wiped out a fox clan. The author's use of the stories as an innocuous compensation for professional slights and the frustration of personal ambition likely also explains two patterns of tales involving overvalued scholars in the collection. One involves scholars who are betrayed or destroyed when their lust entangles them with supernatural creatures, like the title character of scholar Dong Dong Sheng, who ignores his suspicions about a woman's fox nature and dies from his sexual relationship with her, or Wang Qiu in the temple demon Miao Gui, who fails to discern that an apparent woman is really a demon and falls ill as consequence, or the scholar in The Lord of the Sea Hai Gongzi, who recklessly makes love with a woman who turns out to be a serpent spirit. Other tales punish characters for not being more vigilant and seeing through the meanness of their own deeds or the trickery of others. In The Man in the Ear, Zhongren, Tan Jingxuan goes mad after deluding himself about the efficacy of his Daoist meditative exercises. In Ventriloquism, Caoji, a group of practicing spiritualists and diviners prove to be nothing more than scam artists. In Scholar Huo Sheng, the title character receives lip sores as rebuke for his practical joking. Pu calls the Shankers a kind of divine practical joke. Like Ning in Nai Xiaoqian, who suffers for years before passing the metropolitan level of the civil service examination to become a jinshi, a success that proves largely due to his compassion for others. Pu's empathy with unsuccessful examinees, or with individuals who are undervalued despite being intellectually adept, leads him to feature a number of stories that glorify individuals who demonstrate the wisdom and resourcefulness to solve problems others cannot or dare not address. Frequently the problems involve fox spirits, who were very popular in the Qing-era folklore of northern China provinces like Shandong, Wang 241-5, and Pu demonstrates the need for a flexible intellect when encountering them, a response perhaps to the inflexibility of intellect he perceived in the examiners who repeatedly rejected his examination responses. Daoist priest Jiaoming outwits a pesky, irrepressible fox, while the similarly irrepressible scholar Geng Qubing, Qingfeng, exercises his bold cleverness to make Qingfeng the fox his secret love. The resourceful son of a merchant, the merchant's son Gu manages to solve several fox problems despite seeming to be a pretty peculiar individual himself. In Fourth Sister Hu Sija, Shang releases a fox sister who becomes trapped by the magics of a man from Shangzi. In gratitude, she rewards him by assisting him in becoming an immortal spirit after death. These situations, of course, offer considerable opportunity for their author to display his own cleverness in crafting them, and hence further beg the question of the fictionality of Pu's serving merely as their collector. An important facet of Pu Songling's resonance as an artist is displayed in his passion for presenting the fantastic to the reader as something that should be accepted at face value. The soul can separate from the body and subsequently reunite with it, e.g., the Chongqing Seng and scholar Ye Sheng. Animals may, by nature, act more compassionately towards each other than humans do, e.g., the snake man Shiren and the faithful mouse Yishu. Magic is real and only the abuse of it should be condemned, e.g., sorcery Yeshu and old man Zhu Weng. Demons and ghosts still manifest human qualities, meaning that they may be as prone to love and devotion as to evil and deception, e.g., Lian Xiang and the weeping ghosts Gui Ku. Perhaps due to his own self-image as an outsider, he commiserates with spirits rather than simply treating them as others, and suggests that encounters with what is strange or otherworldly may help to redirect or otherwise to influence the individual positively. Indeed, Pu reveals in official Lu Pan, that he would be excited rather than frightened to serve the fierce underworld judge even in a menial capacity, knowing that in the end he would be equitably, justly assessed. Given his study of the Confucian canon in preparation for the civil service examinations, it seems quite possible that Pu's modesty as a writer/artist and his insistence upon justice as a commentator are informed by the same source text, the Book of Rites. Li Ji. In dealing with important matters, the scholar is cautious and careful as though he were fearful. In dealing with trivial matters, he is also cautious and careful as though ashamed of his own incompetence. Lao 373. The word landscape of these strange tales, then, becomes for Pu a place to exhibit and to condemn foibles, even when the author chooses not to intrude explicitly into his narration of them. The long-standing tradition of employing supernatural elements in Chinese folklore to function as signifiers and social allegories, see, e.g., von Glan 78-97, helps to shape Pu's tales, as does a possible reaction against the prevailing attitude in the Confucian texts, where the absence of discussion of the world of foxes, ghosts, and demons, indicates an attitude not of indifference but rather of studied avoidance, since they represent a problem for the this-worldly Confucian philosophy of civic harmony and reciprocity. Campany 127. Hence, in celebrating the talent and resourcefulness of writers who encounter the strange in the Liaozhai stories, Pu can reinforce his belief in the essential value of his own work, and in so doing he can surreptitiously protest the Confucian canon's resistance to consideration of a world beyond the mundane. The most valued scholars in Liaozhai Yi are those who acknowledge the reality and power of the strange, Yi, without being frightened of it or intimidated by it. An official who is respectful but not overawed by the Hail God, Base Hen, is named by the deity to become the overseer of burial mounds. Zhu, who performed meritorious deeds for others while alive and gained a reputation for forthright action, is named a magistrate to the 4 dragon lords after being destroyed by the poison of the shuimang plant, shuimang cao. Yin, the fox marries off his daughter, Hu Jianu, proves himself bold enough while just a young man to sleep in a haunted house, and after living a life both brave and gracious is in time named a magistrate. Pu, the author who also serves as redactor and social commentator, using his addenda to personalize the narratives he crafts for his collection even when he disappears from his manuscript by identifying himself as a collector or editor rather than as a creative artist, identifies with the undervalued or unsuccessful scholar, an individual singled out for strange validation, in a metaphor for what he wishes his collection of stories, the anthology on which he admits to having so many hopes. Writing, to demonstrate. Further personalizing the anthology, his authorial voice in the addenda, that of a chronicler/historian/archivist, is as distinctive and intriguingly idiosyncratic as that of any of the other great figures from Shandong literary history. While the magical world described by Pu's stories is rewarding in its own right, the modern English language reader can also learn a great deal from the stories about the Confucian values inculcated within the Chinese family, from the filial duty of children to parents, to the importance of public rituals and festivals that unite the country, like Qingming, or Tomb Sweeping Day, the time each year when families go to care for the burial sites of their relatives and to revere the memory of their ancestors. It's also intriguing to discover the rather different aesthetic focus of Pu's strange tales, which tend to be more episodic and centered upon the personal values of their protagonists than the weird fiction of Westerners like Edgar Allan Poe or H.P. Lovecraft, where plotting is central to their stories' shape and flow. Pu's stories also include descriptions of purely natural phenomena, e.g., the alligator Zupalong, the whale's surface Haida, or an earthquake Dijon, and treat the subject of sexuality with immediacy and frankness, suggesting that an assessment of strangeness must ultimately be measured against the routines of daily life. What occurs only in other places, or in the imagination, qualifies as strange. Commonplace emotions and desires are simply what make us human and fallible. But it's the juxtaposition of the two, the supernatural and the mundane, that makes them uniquely the creations of their modest author, Pu Songling. Notes. 1. There are, however, some rare exceptions like the purportedly verbatim report at the end of Dragons, Long. 2. For discussion of Pu's allusions to other figures from literature and history in order to connote unappreciated talent, see Bar, 1986:89. Janet Zeitlin has noted that although it would appear that by comparing himself unfavorably in his preface with literary luminaries like Li He, Chu Yuan, Gan Bao, and Su Shi, Pu is rhetorically belittling himself. In effect, he is actually casting himself in exalted company. 46. 3. On these stories as well as others in which Pu employs alien women as challenges to social norms or customary perceptions, see Bar, 1989, 501-17. 4. On the other hand, in a few cases Pu curiously intervenes through his addenda to pardon someone who likely seems unambiguously guilty to the reader. Pu offers a wry posthumous pardon, for example, to the body title character of the adulterous dog, Chuanjian, blaming the dog's owner for training her pet to copulate with her in her husband's absence and hence concluding that the dog shouldn't have been tortured, as the wife was, before being executed. On the erotic themes in the Liaozhai Yi, see Lanciotti, 75-6. 2. Pu Songling's exercise of the fox tradition, moral allegory and social critique. For over 2 millennia, Chinese writers have been recording accounts of strange phenomena, encounters of individuals with denizens of the spirit world, company acts, demonstrations of magic by spiritual masters, descriptions of exotic plants and animals, and accounts of meteorological or geological anomalies. All of these appear in Pu Songling's stories, along with familiar characters associated with China's spiritual traditions, from Yama, the gruff Hell King, to Guanyin, the Bodhisattva who functions as goddess of mercy, a figure whose empathy for individual sufferers parallels that of the Christian tradition's Virgin Mary. Pu's short stories are also part of a broad literary tradition of zhigui, or strange tales, and while their ghosts and demons may be familiar to Western readers of weird fiction, the most familiar context for the prominent presence of fox spirits in them is perhaps the European folkloric tradition of Reynard the Fox, of the fox as a trickster figure. In the work of Pu's literary successor, Ji Yun, whose own strange tales appeared in collections dated 1789 and 1791, at a time when zhigui were experiencing tremendous 18th-century popularity, as testified by the reissue of Pu's Liaozhai Volume in 1766, fox spirits are described as seeking the ultimate goal, shared by Daoist alchemy, of immortality, and those who cultivate their spiritual essence in pursuit of this goal are like scholars who seek advancement by dedicating themselves to the acquisition of knowledge. Those, however, who seduce men in order to drain them of their jing, or sexual essence, do so in an attempt to find a shortcut to becoming one of the celestial immortals, an attempt doomed to failure, according to G, for the harm that they bring to such men directly conflicts with the laws and mandates of the celestial realm. Thus the actions of fox spirits are subjected to the verdicts of underworld judges, including the Hell King. In addition, foxes operate according to specific codes in terms of their interaction with humans. Fox spirits may give birth to human babies but not vice versa. Licentiousness among fox spirits is excusable, and fox spirits on a low level of spiritual cultivation live in the wilderness while others who have attained the way mix freely with mankind. Chan 121-22. The seductive, shape-shifting fox, then, can take on a predatory or a beneficent role, destroying or rewarding human mortals as a means to their ends. The 29 stories in this volume that feature fox escapades have a figurative function for Pu Songling that becomes apparent upon recognition of his two primary settings for fox activity, the lonely studies/studios of scholars, and the offices of government officials, those individuals who successfully used the imperial civil service examinations as a springboard for professional and social advancement. Although Pu was denied the opportunity to advance through governmental positions, he spent the majority of his life in the presence of young scholars and would-be officials, serving as a highly regarded teacher for 30 years at the home of Bai Jiu in Zipui Village, Sichuan County, from 1680 to 1711. From his observations in that capacity, he derived a unique perspective on the life of the scholar and completed the majority of his tales in the early years of his teaching career. In addition to their function as descriptions of intersections between the mundane and the spirit worlds, his fox tales also function allegorically to express the author's own frustration at the problems of corruption and deprivation associated with single-minded pursuit of public advancement. Hence Pu's strange tales seem particularly pointed in their critique of officials who are unworthy of their government appointments, and who consequently prove susceptible to fox attacks, or who make inappropriate decisions involving foxes, and of the conditions that force young men to become isolated from the rest of the world as they devote all of their time and energy to preparing for the examinations that can offer them the only significant opportunities for social advancement within their culture. In making his tales implicitly didactic, employing his fox characters to impart ethical lessons, Pu follows the principles established by the 4th century BCE philosopher, Mozi, in his defense of the existence of spirits. Mozi presents argument and proof that spirits can return to the mortal realm to punish individuals responsible for the deaths of innocents, priests who have been negligent in their duties, and individuals who have perjured themselves. Bonnefoy 255. The 10th century monk, Yunming Yunshao, argued that the changeling powers of fox spirits could be employed for good or for evil, and that only the accomplished adept can discern truth from falsehood. Thus most lay persons fall prey to the deceptions of demonic spirits, Von Glan 184. Pu exposes the moral lapses associated with the political advancement of undeserving individuals, which result from a distorted sense of personal entitlement, by placing such individuals in situations that force them to interact with foxes. These scenarios offer the people in power opportunities to demonstrate diplomacy, beneficent leadership, and personal resourcefulness, and failures on their part to demonstrate these talents function collectively as an indictment of the very system that empowers them. Li, a low-level imperial examination candidate from a wealthy family, eschews negotiation for genocide after darkly entertaining thoughts of killing a fox clan which offers him money to lease his unused garden in King of the Nine Mountains, Jushan Wang. The surviving member of the clan recognizes Li's overweening ambition and manipulates him to believe that he will achieve his destiny to become emperor through conquest, by becoming the leader of a powerful bandit enclave. Li is just successful enough to become a danger to the existing government, which then retaliates by showing his family no more mercy than he showed the foxes. Pu's postscript to the story defends the fox's revenge by asserting that he merely exploited the corruption already present in Li. The man who killed the foxes was savage, and that shows that his heart already possessed evil roots, so the fox encouraged those roots to sprout and then conducted his plan of revenge. A similar vendetta, also fox-initiated, though in response to criminal acts performed against humans rather than foxes, results in the murder of the brutal official Song in Hongyu. The lessons directed at corrupt officials by foxes are not always fatal, often they are simply punishment in kind or public humiliation. The attraction of malicious foxes to government buildings is an ongoing motif in Pu's stories, identifying the public offices as natural magnets of corruption. The foxes in the Zunhua office, Zunhua Shuhu, may be maleficent characters, but Pu's commentary appended to the end of the story reveals what he sees the moral imperative here to be: foxes that plague people deserve to be severely punished. However, if they obey and abandon their wickedness, we should also treat them humanely. Official Chu rejects an offer from one of the foxes to bring the others into line. Instead of negotiating, he chooses to annihilate the nuisances and brings cannons to bear on the tower where the foxes are congregated. When Chu is caught in a bribery scandal involving misappropriation of military funds later, he realizes it as retribution by the foxes. One of the characters in the Wei County Fox, Wei Shuihu, a loutish magistrate who was an ass in a previous incarnation and who attempts to solicit a fox's magical patronage by ingratiating himself insincerely, is eventually denounced for passing judgment on civil offenders impersonally and for being so greedy that even helping himself to somebody's rice soup makes him drunk with power. Pu's postscript advises the reader to emulate the fox, not the ass, in the story. But in addition to feeling the acute frustration of having witnessed men undeservedly advanced into official positions, privileged men who subsequently proved unworthy of their authority, Pu's experience as scholar and teacher also led him to empathize with the lonely path of the individual who becomes fixated on achieving political advancement, namely, devoting years of one's life solely to the study of the Confucian classics and the works of other revered thinkers in hopes of being able to distill their wisdom into successful essays written for the imperial civil service examinations. While the fact is that marriage with influential families and emphatic recommendations from already successful officials were the only guarantees a scholar might have of advancing from low-level government appointments, the poor scholar without such advantages had to accept that single-minded commitment to preparation for the civil service examinations would likely mean both limited social interactions with women and delayed marriage. Pu sees the vulnerability of such men to the seductions of foxes who disguise themselves as beautiful women, a traditional element in Zhigwai for centuries before Pu was writing, as an opportunity to test their mettle, to propose what a truly virtuous individual can do when faced with unexpected opportunities and temptations. Point 2. This also becomes his tool for insinuating that moral integrity is perhaps the most important consideration when determining whether an individual is truly fit to become a public servant. Kong Xiaofei has noted that the fox figure in Chinese folklore and Zhigwai has served the function of allowing people to draw boundaries between symbolic oppositions at multiple levels, be it personal, familial, social, or cultural, since the 8th and 9th centuries of the Tang dynasty, thereby using the fox tales to order the world they lived in. 37. Human interaction with foxes in Pu's collection of stories provides precisely this kind of ordering, as the author offers models of positive and negative behavior from foxes to serve as catalysts for human reactions. There are lessons moral, philosophical, spiritual implicit in the fox stories, then, even when Pu offers no explicit commentary on them. The concept of Ren, of empathetic benevolence towards others, for example, is central to the lessons in Confucius Analects and is proposed as being essential to the behavior of an exemplary individual. In Pu's stories, the individual whose first impulse towards others, whether human or fox, is some kind of friendly gesture of Ren, is someone worthy of trust and authority. Scholar Che comes from a poor family in the drinking buddy, Juyu, but when he discovers a drunken fox, he thinks of it as a kindred spirit rather than as a magical benefactor to be exploited, and the fox, who proves himself a kindred spirit indeed, by adopting the appearance of a Confucian scholar, subsequently rewards him for his joyful generosity, making him a rich man. Spontaneous, empathetic friendship is similarly rewarded in The Magistrate of the Heavenly and Mortal Worlds, Ling Guan, when a Daoist priest escapes danger thanks to the warning of an old man he'd befriended, in actuality a fox in disguise. A character who exhibits Ren will ultimately be either resistant to, or rescued from, the seductions of malevolent, or potentially malevolent, fox spirits. Magistrate Zhu, for example, falls for the Fenzhou fox, Fenzhou who, once his office is overrun by them, but the relationship is a benevolent one because Zhu treats the fox with the respect afforded a wife, inviting her to accompany him to his hometown to mourn his deceased mother. Pu doesn't unilaterally condemn the scholars and other individuals in his tales who succumb to the seductions of foxes, for the real issue seems to be whether lust or loneliness is driving their desire. If the latter, there's hope that the character will recognize and value the beloved for herself, rather than simply for her sexual allure. Sang Xiao, in Lian Xiang, becomes intimate with both Lian Xiang, who identifies herself as a prostitute, and Li, who claims to be the daughter of a good family, simply for sexual gratification, and consequently becomes life-threateningly ill. But his feelings turn to genuine love, and though his sickness proves to be the result of his beloved's being, respectively, a fox and a ghost, the female spirits curb their mutual jealousy in favor of sisterly harmony and make personal sacrifices in order to heal Sang. In Ying Ning, on the other hand, when a neighbor's son arranges to climb over the dividing wall to Xiaokai Wang Zifu's house for an assignation with Wang's beloved, the giggly fox girl Ying Ning, she tricks the lustful young man into thrusting himself into a log that he believes to be her, where a scorpion stings him and he dies. Tales that initially seem to focus exclusively on the malicious nature of certain foxes present the reader with harmful acts that can range from simple vandalism, as in Jiaoming, to causing physical illness, as in The Merchant's Son, Gu Er, to actual murder, as in Scholar Dong Dong Sheng. However, these negative portraits themselves often function as vehicles for cautionary lessons. In The Swordswoman, Xianu, Gu, a poor but talented scholar, sells calligraphy and paintings to support his aged mother, and hence is unable to afford a wife. A young neighbor woman begins caring for the mother, but seems quite indifferent to Gu himself. He then becomes infatuated with a pretty young man, who in time proves to be a wicked fox. The neighbor proves to be a skilled swordswoman who dispatches the fox and bears Gu a son. That son eventually qualifies as a jinshi and outlives his father to care for his grandmother. The implication is that Gu's initial impulse to be a filial son and care for his mother was subverted by his lustful infatuation with the fox. 3. Adding to the moral complexity of the stories is a parallel emotional complexity, for the stories can follow distinctly tragic or comic directions, celebrating or condemning the foxes and the responses they provoke in the humans who encounter them. 4. There is frequently a sad undertone to many of the successful relationships between foxes and mortals, concluding in the female fox having to leave her mortal beloved in order to move forward in the progression towards immortality. It is a commonplace of Zhigwai generally, and of Pu's tales specifically, that a fox can surpass all mortal women in virtue, but still she does not become quite human. Huntington 1993:63. This creates an essentially tragic romantic dynamic, the fox wife or concubine works hard to prove herself human, though her ultimate spiritual goal must be to become something considerably more than human. Because the title character of Jiaona, a relative of scholar Kong Swili's own fox wife, Song, had once allowed him the temporary use of the red pellet, immortality pill, she'd been cultivating for many years in order to cure a necrotic wound he'd suffered, Kong later sacrifices his life to save the lives of Jiaona and Song's fox family. Jiaona is so distraught by his death that she forfeits her immortality pill permanently in order to bring him back to life, and learns that her own mortal husband, Wu, and his household have been wiped out by the same evil spirit, with sharp beak and long talons. While she is welcomed into Kong's household along with other members of the extended fox family, her loss is irrevocable and the reader is encouraged to empathize with her because of it. Her sacrifice is noble, but she isn't spared from suffering simply because of it. Nor, Pu suggests, are any of us. Not all of the moral didacticism implicit in the stories is expressed seriously, however. Pu also employs humor and ridiculous situations to entertain the reader while his fox catalysts are being used to test human characters. In Qiaoniang, Fu Lian, son of a government official and extremely bright, is denied promotion and any hope of future happiness associated with marriage simply because he was born with extremely small genitals. But because he unselfishly agrees to deliver a message, a crafty fox named Anti-Hua, who recognizes his positive attributes, applies a magical medicine that enlarges his modest endowment, with the result that he eventually marries both of her beautiful charges, the ghost, Qiaoniang, and the fox, Sunyang. Scholar Jiao wins a moral victory by resisting the seductions of the fox duo, Hulian, beauties, but their body poetry is so full of clever double entendre that it's also hard not to admire their bravado. Pu even enters into the narrative with his own comic voice at times, to defend foxes against anti-supernatural prejudice. Not only does this kind of moralizing require no special exegesis, it also helps to explain why Pu Songling remains one of China's most beloved creators of natural and supernatural tales. Preface. Liaozhai's own account. A cape of cotton rose and a belt of usnea, Chu Yuan was inspired and so he created his sorrow, ox demons and snake gods. Li He was addicted to chanting their names even though they were imaginary creatures. These poets' works come from expressing what they truly felt, regardless of social approval. Chu Yuan and Li He both had their reasons for expressing themselves as they did. I am the failing light of an autumn firefly and evil spirits fight over my fading glow, I chased after vanity while drawing the derisive laughter of demons and monsters. Though my talent is nothing like Gan Bao's, I also love searching for spirits, and like Su Shi in Huangzhou, I, too, delight in hearing ghost stories. Underscore 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 un. Cotton rose. Usnea, the cotton rose, Hibiscus mutabilis, a Chinese shrub, has the magical quality of its white or pink flowers turning a deep red at night. It is cultivated in the United States as the Confederate rose. Usnea, also known as old man's beard, is a lichen that has been used in traditional Chinese medicine both externally as a dressing thanks to its antiseptic qualities and internally to stimulate the immune system. Chu Yuan, Chu, c. 373–278 BCE, was a courtier and poet who initiated the paradigm of the virtuous man of genius, who, misprized during his lifetime, expresses his alienation in strange and intensely personal images. Zeitlin 45, since he was slandered while holding a high position at court and was banished. Ensuing political chaos between the states of Chu and Qin led him to despair and he drowned himself. The Sorrow is his poem Encountering Sorrow or The Sorrows of Departing, Li Sao, a poetic milestone in Chinese literary tradition. Li He, a major poet of the Tang dynasty, the reference to Li, 790–816, continues the motif of the undervalued scholar here. Having passed the first-level civil service examination, he traveled to Chang'an, now Xi'an, to take the exam to qualify as a jinchi, but was denied the opportunity on a technicality. A deist, Li employs mystical imagery in his poetry, drawing on deist, shamanic, and mythological traditions for imagery, while his verses contain many allusions to the restrictions suffered by the literati, whom the government often neglected in preference to those with a military or money-making orientation. Perkins 276. I have written down what I have heard, and this collection is the result. For some time now, men from all four corners of China who share my enthusiasm for the unusual have sent me stories by post, and so, since things tend to gravitate to those who appreciate them, I've accumulated more and more of these stories. And here's the thing, for those of us who dwell in the mortal world, there may be stranger things among us than what occurs in the land of those who chop off their hair. If we just look around us, we may witness stranger sights than what people can see in the land of the flying heads. My enthusiasm quickly gets away from me and sometimes my comments are out of control. Basically, I just can't restrain these remarks. I always express my feelings, since I feel no need to hide them. Won't I simply provoke outbursts of laughter from circumspect individuals? However that may be, at the crossroads of the Five Fathers I definitely heard some considerable exaggerations, and those stories carved on the stone of past lives certainly make one realize some things. But just because a person speaks fervently is no reason to ignore him utterly. Underscore 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 un. Ganbao, historian of the Jin dynasty and editor of the collection, Searching for Spirits. Su Shi, also known as Su Dongbo, 1036–1101, a statesman, poet, and scholar. An outspoken critic of the popular courtier and poet Wang Anshi, who gained power by comparing Emperor Yingzong favorably with the wise monarchs of antiquity and was given unprecedented power in extending the duties of governmental administration, Su was dismissed in 1079 from his position as a minister and degraded to the governorship of Huangzhou, where he lived until he was restored to favor under a new emperor in 1086, Mayors 204–5. The land of those who chop off their hair, the land of the flying heads. Zeitlin notes that historian Sima Qian describes barbarian tribes with tattooed bodies and short cropped hair, while Duan Qinshi records an account of a legendary tribe of people whose heads could sprout wings and fly away at night, before returning and reintegrating with their bodies at dawn. 44. When I was born, my late father dreamt of a sickly, frail Buddhist, his upper torso left bare by his robe, who entered the room with salve spread over a coin-shaped circle in the middle of his chest. By the time father awoke, I'd been born with a black mark like the Buddhists in his dream. Furthermore, when I was young, I, too, was frail and constantly ill, and as I grew, I realized that my fate would be not unlike that monk's. The dreary quiet of my front entrance and courtyard make them seem as desolate as a monk's cell. The cultivation of my pen and ink yields me as little as a monk's begging bowl. Often I've scratched my head and wondered, mustn't it be the case that the monk was my previous incarnation? Yet there must have been something inadequate about my karma, hence I couldn't attain to Buddha nature, and so I was tossed around by the wind, till I ended up a flower blown into a latrine. The six paths may seem boundless and inscrutable, but no one can say they're arbitrary. All alone here at midnight, my dimming lamp flickers as I'm about to trim the wick, the wind whistles outside my dreary study while the table inside is icy cold. Patching small pieces of story together into a large collection, I presumptuously create here my sequel to the records of the underworld, emptying my cup of wine and filling my brush with ink. I've almost finished this book with its cynicism about the ways of the world. How lamentable that I have so many hopes riding on it. What a shame! Underscore 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 un. Crossroads of the Five Fathers. Stone of Past Lives, references to the burial place of Confucius near Khufu in Shandong Province, drawn from the Book of Rites. Siju, 4n15. 6 paths, these are the paths that can be taken by beings during transmigration in the cycle of existence, including, in ascending order, the realms of hell/hatred, animals/ignorance, hungry spirits/greediness, asuras/good intentions, but with failings that negatively affect others, human beings/desire, and heavenly beings/enlightenment. Frightened by the frost, the shivering sparrow huddles close to a tree that has no warmth to offer. Hanging in the moonlight, an autumn insect nestles against the railing to keep itself warm. The only ones who truly know me are those spirits of the green woods and of the dark spaces we cannot pass. Springtime 1679, in the reign of Kangxi. Underscore 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 un. The Tales. 1. Taking the examination to become town god. The grandfather of my elder sister's husband was named Song Tao, a scholarship student in his county. One day, while he was ill and lying in bed, an official leading a white-blazed horse brought him a formal document and told him, "You are requested to attend an examination." Song replied, "The civil examiner hasn't arrived yet, so why has an examination been set so hastily?" The officer didn't answer him, but just urged him to go. Though weakened by his illness, Song rode out after him on his horse. The route was very unfamiliar. Finally they reached a city which looked like a king's capital. After a while they entered a palatial building. Seated there were over 10 officials, all unknown to him except for Guandi, patron god of war. Underscore 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 un. Town god. Each town has a guardian deity who appoints local deities for each area, and many of these town deities are former officials who ruled a city or area well. Palmer 205. Scholarship student. Song is a Linzheng, a scholar who lived on government grants during the Ming and Qing dynasties. Guandi, patron god of war, Guan Yu, d. 219 CE, one of the 3 Peach Garden Oath brothers from the epic Sangguoyanyi, Romance of the Three Kingdoms, a valiant warlord for the Shu kingdom's attempts to restore the Han dynasty to power. Variously deified as the god of war, particularly to deists, Guandi, an imperial aspect associated with Cai Shen, god of cash, and as the Qilan Bodhisattva, Sanarama, to Buddhists. Underneath the eaves of the house, 2 tables had been set up with a seat at each, and as I had already been seated at the one on the right, so Song sat by him at the other. On each table was a pen and a writing tablet. Suddenly the topic, on a piece of paper, fluttered down from above. Upon looking at it, they found 8 words, 1 man, 2 men, intentionally or unintentionally. When the 2 men finished their compositions they submitted them to the examiner. Song's essay included the words, "He who does good deeds intentionally should not be rewarded for it, he who does evil, but without malicious intent, should not be punished." The deities passed it around, and gasped with praise for it. They called Song forward and told him, "Henan is in need of a town god, and you would suit the position." The significance of this dawned just then on Song, and bowing his head, sobbing, he said, "It's a great honor to me, so I shouldn't have any excuses, should I? Yet my old mother is in her 70s and since there's no one else to wait upon her, please let me stay with her until she finishes her natural span of years. Then I will obey your bidding." One of the deities, resembling an emperor, at once commanded that the mother's longevity record be examined. An official with a long beard held a volume and leafed through it, then stated, "She has 9 years of life left in the mortal world." When all of the deities hesitated about what should be done, Guandi replied, "Why not just let Scholar Zhang take the seal and hold the position for 9 years then, later on, Song can take his place once he's ready." Guandi told Song, "You ought to attend to your appointment at once, but for now, due to the benevolence and filial piety in your heart, will grant you a leave of absence for 9 years. When that period is through, we'll summon you again. He also gave some words of encouragement to Zhang. Underscore 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 un. Zaiho the lowest degree conferred on successful candidates under the old civil service examination system, see Hooker 248-9. Henan, one of the provinces bordering on the western portion of Pu's home province of Shandong. The two scholars kowtowed and left together. Zaiho Zhang took hold of Song's hand, accompanied him to the outskirts of the city, and introduced himself as Zhang from Chongshan. He offered a poem as a parting gift, and though Song subsequently forgot most of the words, part of it went, "When there's wine and flowers, spring is always here, even without candle or lantern, the night itself is bright." Song then rode away, leaving his fellow behind. When he returned to his own neighborhood, it was as if he'd just awakened from a dream. In reality, he'd been dead for 3 days. His mother heard a groan from inside his coffin, helped him out, and after half a day had elapsed, he was finally able to speak. He inquired about Chongshan and found that there really was a Zhang there who died the very day he had. After 9 years, his mother did, indeed, die. Once her funeral service had been concluded, he washed himself, went into his room, and quietly died. The family of his father-in-law, who lived in the city by the western gate, suddenly saw Song among a multitude of carriages and horses with engraved belts and red trappings enter their main hall, make an obeisance, and then leave. In their mutual surprise and bewilderment, they didn't realize that he had become a god. They hurried to his neighborhood for news about him and discovered that he had died. Song had recorded a brief autobiography, but, regrettably, in the chaos that followed his death, it did not survive, and this is merely a summary of it. Underscore 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 un. In the chaos that followed his death, an allusion to the privations associated with the violent treachery of the Manchu overthrow of the Ming dynasty in 1644. To the man in the ear. Tan Jingxuan was a county scholar. He was a practicing enthusiast of Daoist breathing exercises, ceasing neither in cold or heat, and carried on like this for several months as though sure he would gain some special advantage through it. One day he was just meditating cross-legged when he heard a tiny voice like a fly's, saying, "Okay, it can be revealed now." As soon as he opened his eyes, he could no longer hear anything. Closing them and calming his breathing, again he could hear the voice as before. He figured that he had achieved this by focusing his vital energy and was secretly overjoyed. From then on, every time he sat in meditation he would listen for it. He figured he'd just wait until the voice came back again and spoke, then he could open his eyes and have a look at it. One day, it started to talk again. So Tan said in a tiny voice, "Okay, it can be revealed now." Immediately he felt something flying around in his ear, and then it seemed to come out. Looking sideways at him was a little man about 3 kun long, with a fierce and terrifying appearance like that of a yaksha, whirling around and around on the ground. Tan, surprised at it, fixed his attention on watching to see what it would turn into. Underscore 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 un. Kun, a measure equal to 1/3 decimeter. Yaksha, creatures sometimes appearing as demonic figures, sometimes as pot-bellied dwarfs, guardians of treasures and secrets, who live in caves. Bonnefoy 124. Unexpectedly a neighbor came to borrow something, knocking upon his door and shouting. The little man heard this, became alarmed, and circled the room like a mouse that's gotten lost from its hole. Tan felt himself lose consciousness, and when he came to, he had no idea where the little man had gone. Thereupon he went mad, howling ceaselessly, and after taking medicine for half a year only then began to recover. 3. The restless corpse. An old man once resided in the village of Kaidian, in Yangzhen County. About 5 or 6 li from the village, the man and his son established a roadside inn to lodge traveling merchants. There were a number of cart drivers carrying goods, coming and going, who often stayed there. One evening at dusk a group of 4 men came up to the door wanting to put up for the night, but the old man's lodge was already filled up with guests. The 4 men considered there were no other options and strongly requested to stay. The old man muttered to himself and thought of one place, but worried that it might not meet the approval of the guests. Provided there's a single space even in your halls or under your eaves, the visitors said, we wouldn't ask for anything more. At that time, the wife of the old man's son had just died. Her corpse lay in a room, his son having gone out to purchase a coffin and not yet having returned. Because the mourning area was quiet, the old man guided them there through a passageway. In the room with the corpse, a dim lamp was set on a table, behind the table hung a curtain, and there was a paper bedspread covering the deceased. They looked over the place where they were to sleep on a big bed in the adjoining room. The 4 visitors were exhausted from their day's busy travels, so as soon as they laid down on their pillows, their breathing turned to snores. One of the men, however, was still only half asleep. Underscore 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 un. Yangzhen County, located in northern Shandong Province. Li, a measure of distance approximately equal to 1/3 mile. Suddenly he heard a swishing sound coming from the bed of the deceased. Anxiously opening his eyes, he found that the lamplight shining before the bier revealed everything clearly. The woman's corpse tore off the coverlet and sat up. Soon she left the bier and crept over to where the men were lying. Her face was a slightly jaundiced color and she wore a strip of thin silk tied around her forehead. Lowering herself near the head of the bed, she exhaled 3 times on the 3 guests laying there. The man was terrified, fearing she was about to reach him. He stealthily covered his head with the bedspread and held his breath to listen for what would happen. Soon the woman took her place and exhaled at him as she had done to the others. Becoming aware that she had left their room, he then heard the sound of the paper coverlet again. He stuck his head out a bit to spy, and saw her stretched out stiff, as she had been originally. Horribly frightened, the guest dared not make a sound. He covertly prodded the other men with his leg, but they didn't move a bit. Though lacking a plan, he figured there was no alternative but to throw on his clothes and flee. No sooner had he jumped up to pull on his clothes than he noticed that sound again. In terror, the visitor laid down and pulled his head back under the bedspread. He became aware of the woman returning, repeatedly exhaling at him several times, then leaving again. After a while, he heard the noise from the bed, so he knew she was lying down again. Then he inched his hand out from under the bedspread to get his pants, hastily yanked them on, and ran outside barefooted. The corpse also rose up to chase him. By the time it started to move away from the curtain, the guest had unlatched the door and gone outside. The corpse sped after him in pursuit. The man ran screaming through the village, but not a person was awakened. He wanted to pound on his host's door, but he was also fearful of being caught from staying too long in that place. Thereupon he ran as fast as he could go along the road leading away from the village. Once he'd made it to the countryside east of town, he spied a monastery, and hearing the sound of a wooden fish, he was quick to rattle the gate. This surprised the monks as something totally unexpected, so they didn't admit him right away. The corpse, right on his heels, was soon within a chi of him. The man became even more frantic. Outside the gate was a white poplar, its trunk 4 or 5 chi around, so he used the tree as defense. When she went to the left, he'd go to the right, and when she went right, he'd go left. The corpse grew more and more frustrated, but both were now feeling exhausted. The corpse paused while the guest, sweating and out of breath, hid behind the tree. Suddenly she pounced, stretching both arms around the tree to find and attack him. Terrified, he fell down. The corpse proved unable to seize him and stiffened up while hugging the tree. The monks listened for a good long time, and upon hearing no further sound, ventured out to see the man lying on the ground. They saw he was near death, like a candle burning out, but his heart was still beating slightly. They carried him in and it wasn't until the night had passed that he revived. They got him to drink some broth and asked him about himself, giving the visitor time to compose his answers. By that time the morning bell had finished ringing, and as the dawn's colors spread everywhere, the monks were able to sneak a peek at the tree outside and as a result saw the stiffened corpse of the woman. Greatly astonished, they reported it to the county magistrate. Underscore 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 un. The sound of a wooden fish, actually a rhythmic instrument used to accompany the chanting of scriptures. Within a chi of him, a unit of measure approximately equal to 1/3 of a meter. The magistrate personally paid a visit to determine the facts. He sent his men to pry off the woman's arms, but they were so rigid they couldn't be moved. Examining the corpse carefully, he noticed that 4 fingers of each hand were curled like hooks and sunk up to the nails into the tree. They tried again with all their strength to pull them loose. Upon succeeding, they found finger holes that looked like they'd been dug in. The magistrate dispatched some servants to the old man's household, which was in an uproar since the corpse had disappeared and guests had been killed. The servants reported what had happened. The old man then followed them to retrieve his daughter-in-law's corpse. The guest wept as he wondered aloud to the magistrate, "We 4 men went out together, and now only I return. What will the people in our home village believe about this?" The magistrate gave the man an official document and bestowed on him sufficient means to pay for his return home. Force courting. When Mr. Songwan, whose hometown was Liang, worked as a ministry official, the house he rented was very desolate and isolated. One evening, while 2 maids were looking after his mother as she went to sleep in the main hall, they heard a squirting sound in the courtyard, just like when a tailor sprays water from his mouth onto a cloth before ironing it. The mother urged the maids to get up, and when they poked a hole in the window paper they saw an old woman, short and hunchbacked, with broom bristly, snow-white hair coiled up on top of her head, about 2 chi in length, walking around the courtyard in a circle, taking long, quick steps like a crane, spouting water endlessly as she walked. Stunned, the servant girls returned and described it all. Song's mother was also startled and got up, the 2 maidservants helping her to the window where they watched together. The old woman suddenly rushed close to the window, spraying directly inside through the frame, splitting the window paper, and the 3 women fell down as though dead, though the family members knew nothing of this. Underscore 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 un. Songwan, a famous poet, 1614 to 1673, of the early Qing dynasty. Liang, city in Shandong province. Qi, a Chinese unit of measure approximately equal to a foot, about 14 inches. When the sun had already been up for a while in the east, the family members gathered together and knocked at the door, but to their surprise they received no answer. Prying open the door to enter, they saw the mistress and the 2 maidservants, lying side by side in the room, apparently dead. One of the servant girls was still warm under the breast. When they helped her up and got her to drink something, she came to her senses and began to give an account of what she had seen. After a while Song arrived, filled with sorrow and anger. They checked carefully around the spot where the hag disappeared, while digging more than 3 chi deep, till some white hair was gradually revealed. They dug further till they found a woman's corpse that matched what the servant girl had seen, the face as fat and puffy as if she was alive. When they were ordered to strike it, the flesh and bones became all pulpy, as everything inside the skin turned to clear water. 5. The people in the pupils communicate. In the capital, Chang'an, there lived a scholar named Fang Dong with a reputation for being quite talented, although his behavior was inappropriately frivolous and discourteous. Every time he caught sight of a woman wandering the streets, he'd follow behind her, without regard to manners. On the day before the Qingming festival, he was walking outside the city by chance when he spotted a small carriage with bright red curtains and an embroidered canopy. A number of servant girls followed at a fairly slow pace. Among them, one servant girl, riding a small horse, was radiantly beautiful. Approaching slightly for a better look, Fang found the carriage curtains open, and inside sat a 16-year-old lady in stunning red attire, more exquisite than anyone he had ever seen. His eyes were dazzled, his heart ravished, and he was unable to look away from her, so sometimes from in front and sometimes from behind, he followed at a gallop for quite a number of li. Underscore 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 un. The capital, Chang'an, a city just south of Xi'an in Shaanxi province, constructed during the Han Dynasty, in the 3rd century BCE. In older literature, it is used generically to signify capital. Qingming, the day of pure brightness on April 5 to 6 is when one pays respect to dead relatives at the site of that individual's tomb or grave. Li, a measure of distance equal to about 1/3 of a mile. Suddenly he heard the lady ask a servant girl to come near the carriage, saying, "Let down the curtain for me. Where does this crazy young man who keeps peeping at me come from?" So the servant girl drew down the curtain and looked at him angrily, saying, "This is the recent bride of the 7th Lord of the Hibiscus, making a visit to her parents, not some female country bumpkin that Liaozhai can outrageously stare at." With these words, she grabbed some loose dirt from a wheel rut and threw it at him. It got in his eyes, so he couldn't open them. Fang rubbed them in order to take another look, but found the carriage and horses nowhere to be seen. Surprised and bewildered, he returned home. He became aware that his eyes weren't getting any better. He sent for someone who opened his eyelids, poking and examining them, and found a small, cloudy spot growing over each eyeball. Through the night it became more severe, causing his eyes to water continually. The spot gradually built up and in a few days had become as thick as a coin. A kind of spiral pattern developed on the right eyeball, and no medicine proved effective for it. Annoyed and depressed, he wanted to put an end to himself until he began thinking about repenting his misdeeds. He'd heard that the Guangming Sutra would be able to resolve his distress. He got hold of a copy and asked a man to teach him to recite it. Underscore 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 un. 7th Lord of the Hibiscus, as subsequent action will indicate, the Lord and his bride are Xian, or immortals/fairies, and Hibiscus City is one of the fairylands in Chinese tales. In terms of consequences, Fang's sighting of the lady is analogous to Tiresias's sighting of the goddess Athena and his mother, Chariclo, bathing for which he was blinded. Liaozhai, C. taking the examination to become town god. Guangming, this shining golden light, Jin Guangming, sutra was translated into Chinese during the Sui dynasty, 581 to 618 CE. At first Fang had trouble because he was too impatient, but in time he became more calm. From dawn to dusk he did nothing but work at it, sitting cross-legged while fingering his beads. After having done this for a year, he achieved a state of absolute clarity. Suddenly from his left eye, Fang heard words as tiny as a fly's, "It's so black here it's unbearable, enough to kill a person." From the right eye came the reply, "Let's get out and take a little stroll together since it's stifling in here." Soon he began to feel a wriggling on both sides of his nose that made it itch, as if something was coming out of his nostrils, and then went away. After a long time had passed, he felt them come back, returning up his nostrils and entering his eye sockets. Again a voice spoke, it's been a long time since I had a peek at the garden. The pearl orchids are all dried up and dead. Fang had been very fond of these particular orchids, having planted many of them in his garden and often watering them himself. Following his sight loss, however, he hadn't even inquired about them. Suddenly, upon hearing these words, he anxiously asked his wife, "How is it that my orchids have withered and died?" The wife inquired how he knew this, and he proceeded to inform her about the incident. She hastened away to test this information and found the flowers withered indeed. This seemed very strange to her. Quietly concealing herself in the room to wait, she saw tiny people, no bigger than beans, appear from inside the scholar's nose and zip right out the door. They moved further and further away, then vanished from sight. Instantly they linked arms and returned, flying up to his face like bees or ants whizzing into their nests. This went on for 2 or 3 days. Once again Fang heard a voice from his left side, "It isn't very convenient coming and going in this winding tunnel, not as good as if we'd open a door." The right side answered, "My wall's pretty thick, so it's not going to be easy." "I'll try to open up mine so we can both get through," said the left. Thereupon Fang felt something like a scratching and ripping in his left eye. Instantly upon opening his eyes to look, he was able to see a table and other things. Full of joy, he informed his wife. She examined him and found a little hole torn in the thick cloudiness, through which the dark eye gleamed like a split peppercorn. By the next morning, the opaqueness had disappeared entirely. Upon careful inspection, the pupil could be seen again in one eye, while the old spiral remained over the right eye, so they knew that the people in the 2 pupils had made their home in the same eye. Fang was blind in one eye now, but comparatively speaking, he could see more clearly than other people using both eyes. Because of this advantage, he became more reflective about his behavior and in his homeland was widely praised for his virtue. The collector of these strange tales remarks, "In a rural area there was a scholar who, along with 2 friends, was out on the road when in the distance he saw a young woman riding a donkey in front of them, so he jokingly taunted, 'That's a beauty there.' He turned back and said to his 2 friends, 'Let's catch up with her.' They laughed with each other and rode on, soon catching up with the lady. When they did, the scholar saw that she was his own daughter-in-law. Feeling himself blushing and ashamed, he fell silent and had no more to say. The scholar's friends pretended not to know her and commented on the woman in very vulgar terms. The seemingly bashful scholar stammered as he spoke these words, "She's my eldest son's wife." Each of the other men concealed a snicker and dropped the matter. Being flippant usually turns into an act of self-insult that's really self-ridicule. In terms of the dirt that got into Fang's eyes and caused him to lose his sight, that's just the vindictiveness of ghosts and supernatural beings. We don't know which god the Lord of the Hibiscus may be. Is it another physical appearance of a bodhisattva? Yet even if ghosts and supernatural beings are sometimes wicked, they still give people a chance to correct their errors and to make a fresh start. 6. The frescoed wall. Meng Longtan, from Jiangxi province, was visiting the capital with a Juran named Zhu. By chance they found themselves at a Buddhist monastery, where neither the hall nor the meditation chambers were particularly spacious or grand, and which was occupied only by a single aged monk. Seeing the visitors, he made his robe look respectable and came out to greet them, then showed them around. In the midst of the hall was a statue of Zhigong, a magic monk of the Han dynasty. On either side were murals painted in intricate detail, vividly depicting lifelike human figures. The east mural was of the heavenly maiden scattering flowers, in which a teenage girl picks a flower with a wistful smile, her cherry lips on the verge of opening and the waves in her eyes about to flow. Zhu stared at her for a long time, unaware of how his mind was wandering, until he fell into a trance. Underscore 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 Juran, a successful candidate in the provincial examination under the former civil service examination system. The text actually reads Xiaolian, the term for Juran used during the Ming and Qing dynasties. Zhigong, Common name, the Just Ji, for the Zen Master, Beiji, c. 417–514, founder of the Pilua line of Chan Buddhism. Heavenly maidens scattering flowers, a common motif of offering in Buddhist art. The heavenly maidens, known as Devatas in India and as Tenya or Tenon in Japan, are frequently pictured in illustrations of the sutras, strewing lotus flowers that become the seats for pious Buddhists. For more body lotus symbolism, see Eberhard, 169–70. His body suddenly began floating and fluttering as though sailing on a cloud, till he found himself entering the mural. There he saw countless halls and pavilions totally unlike those in the world of mortals. An aged Buddhist monk sitting on a dais preached the Dharma while a considerable crowd of monks, wearing robes that bared one shoulder, watched. Zhu mixed in and stood amongst them. Soon, he seemed to feel someone covertly yanking at the front of his garment. He turned to find the mural's teenage girl. She smiled and walked away. Following her along a winding railing until she entered a small chamber, Zhu then held back, hesitantly, rather than venturing any further. The girl turned her head, raising the flower in her hand in a beckoning motion, so he hurried to her. Since there was no one else inside the quiet chamber, he hastily embraced her, and meeting very little resistance from her, they proceeded to make love. When they were finished, she locked the door and left, advising him not even to cough. Then she returned that evening. This went on for 2 days. The girl's companions perceived that something was up and searched together until they found him, then made fun of the girl by teasing, "A little guy's already getting big inside your belly, yet you still wear your hair loose like a virgin." They held out hairpins and earrings, urgently insisting that she put her hair up. The girl, feeling ashamed, did not speak. One of the other girls said, "Sisters all, we mustn't hang around any longer, otherwise they'll be unhappy." Laughing, then, the group went away. Underscore 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 un. Insisting that she put her hair up, children under 15 wore their hair loose. When a girl was married, there was an elaborate ceremony for changing her hairstyle, often to a coil-like fashion. Zhu took a good look at the girl. Her hair coiled up high while her phoenix earrings dangled low, and with the contrast he found her even more lovely than when she wore her hair down. Checking to be sure no one else was around, he began taking more indecent liberties with her orchid and musky fragrance suffusing his senses. He indulged his pleasures without ceasing. Suddenly they heard the heavy clomping of boots and something like the clanging of chains. Soon there was the vague clamor of arguing. Alarmed, the girl got up and they secretly peered out. They saw an emissary in soldier's golden armor, his face black as lacquer, holding up chains in one hand and a hammer in the other, with the girls surrounding him. He demanded of them, "Is that everyone yet?" "That's everyone," they replied. Then the emissary said, "If you're hiding someone from the world of mortals, you'd better make it known or you'll be sorry about the consequences." Again their voices insisted, "We're not." The emissary turned his mighty body around and scanned like a hawk hunting for something hidden. It seemed that he intended to conduct a search. The girl was terrified, her face pale as ashes, and in her fright she said to Zhu, "Hurry, you must hide under the bed." Then she opened a tiny door in the wall and abruptly escaped through it. Zhu lay hidden, hardly daring to breathe. Presently he heard the sound of boots entering the room, then turning to walk back out. Not much later the noise receded into the distance and he began to feel more secure. However, there were still voices speaking as somebody came and went outside the door. After Zhu had been trapped like this for quite a while, his ears began to feel like a cicada was chirping in them, while his eyes felt inflamed. Though the situation was in danger of becoming unendurable, he tried to calm himself while listening and waiting for the girl to return. Besides, in addition, he could no longer recollect how he'd come to be there. About that time, Meng Longtan, still standing in the hall, in the twinkling of an eye suddenly could no longer see Zhu, so he asked the old monk what was going on. The monk, smiling, said, "He's gone away to hear the law explained." "In what place?" inquired Meng. The monk answered, "Not far away." Not long thereafter, the old man tapped the wall with his finger and called out, "Patron Zhu, after taking a stroll for such a long time, why not come back?" Soon they witnessed an image of Zhu appear on the wall, inclining his ear towards them as he stood there, as if listening for more from them. The monk again cried out, "Your associate has been waiting a long time for you." Thereupon Zhu floated down out of the mural and stood there like a block of wood, his eyes staring wide open and his legs turning weak. Meng, though extremely shocked, slowly proceeded to question him. Zhu said that while he'd been hiding under the bed, he'd heard some knocks like thunderclaps, so he'd left the room to spy on the cause. Together the men searched the mural for the girl holding the flower and they noticed that her hair was coiled up in a spiral, not long and loose like a child's. Zhu, astounded, bowed down before the old monk and asked him the reasons for this. Smiling, the monk replied, "The individual creates his own illusions. How can I hope to explain them?" Zhu was demoralized and downcast, while Meng was shaken to his very core and confused. They stood up, then walked down the steps and away from the monastery. The collector of these strange tales remarks, "The individual composes his own illusions." These sound like the words of one who profoundly understands the philosophy and wisdom of Buddhism. When one has indecent thoughts, one will experience an obscene illusion. When one has obscene thoughts, one will experience a horrific illusion. The Bodhisattva enlightens the ignorant and uncultured through numerous transformative illusions. Everything comes from a person's own change of heart. The old monk spoke earnestly, but the young man heard no enlightenment in his words, nor did he give up his mundane life to seek the wisdom of Buddhism without pretension. 7. The Mountain Spirit. Sun Taibei has said that his paternal great-grandfather studied in Nanshan at the Willow Ravine Monastery. At harvest time he returned to his village, spent about 10 days there, and then went back. As he opened the door to his study, he found that dust had collected upon his table and the window to the room was full of spider webs. He asked a servant to clean it up and by evening the room was clean enough for him to have a seat. He swept off the bed and shook out his old bedding, bolted the door, and went to bed as the moon rose and its light filled his window. He tossed about in bed for a little while until everything finally became still. Suddenly he heard the rumbling of the wind and the creaking of one of the Buddhist monastery's doors. He figured it must be because one of the monks had failed to shut a gate. Engrossed in his thoughts, Sun's great-grandfather wandered toward the sound, which was coming nearer to his hut, till abruptly the outside door of his dwelling came open. He became quite suspicious. Underscore 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 un. Mountain spirit, more precisely, a xiao is a trouble-making, single-footed spirit that lives in the mountains. Schaeffer finds a trace of puckish humor in accounts of these beings, variously described as a kind of mountain troll, as shape-shifting birdmen, or even as arsonists, prone to burning houses and huts. 112. Those from Lingnan were compounded of ghosts, gibbons, and pile-dwelling pygmies. 113. Kun, a measurement equal to 1/3 decimeter. His thoughts were further unsettled as the noise drifted into his study. There was also a sound like that of boots tromping, gradually drawing near his doorstep. In his heart, he began to be afraid. Suddenly the inner door opened up. As he stared at it anxiously, a huge spirit bowed and squeezed in to enter. It leapt forward to stand before his bed, its head nearly touching the roof beam. Its face was the color of an old gourd, its eyes flashing. It looked around the room and then opened up its gigantic, tub-like mouth to reveal sparse teeth over 3 kun long. Moving the tongue in its throat, it uttered a cry in a scolding, chattering voice, so the walls rang with the sound. The great-grandfather's dread reached its limit, but he thought about the fact that the space in the room was so limited that there was no place to flee from its power, so he'd have to strike out at it instead. He drew out a knife that he'd hidden under his pillow, hastily raised it and cut right into its belly, making a sound like he was smashing a stone crock. The spirit was greatly enraged and extended its enormous talons, lashing out to seize Sun's great-grandfather. He managed to draw back just a bit. The spirit instead snatched at and grabbed his quilt, dragged it off the bed, then left angrily. The great-grandfather fell to the ground with the quilt and lay there, wailing in terror. His family's servants arrived with torches and found his door closed as it had been originally, so they pushed through his window and entered, for upon seeing the ravaged state of the room, they'd been utterly terrified. They helped Sun's grandfather up onto the bed and he began to talk about what had happened. Together they checked around, finding the end of the large quilt squeezed into the crevice where the door closed. Opening the door and holding some lights up to examine it, they found that the quilt had been pockmarked like a sieve, and wherever the spirit's 5 fingers had touched it, they'd slashed holes into it. After waiting until daybreak, they didn't dare delay any longer, but carried the great-grandfather's bookcase and left together. Later on, they asked a monk about it and he said that they'd encountered no other strange things there. 8. Biting the ghost. Shen Linzheng says his friend, a certain old man who was sleeping in the daytime during the summer months, in his drowsiness saw a woman lift the door curtain and enter, wearing a white cloth to cover her head and a morning skirt of rough sackcloth, then head toward the inner rooms. He suspected that the woman was from the neighborhood and had come to visit his wife, but then he had second thoughts. For what urgent reason would someone hastily put on such ominous clothing and then walk into someone's household? While he lay uneasy and puzzled, the woman stepped out from the inner rooms. He carefully examined her and found her age something beyond 30, her face a swollen yellow, and her features wrinkled in an expression of fear. She hesitated and didn't leave, then gradually came near the bed where he was resting. He pretended to fall asleep in order to observe what she would do. After a while, the woman lifted up her clothes, stepped up on the bed and pressed down on his stomach, making it feel like she weighed a ton. Though his mind was as clear as usual, when he attempted to raise his hand, it was as if it was tied up. When he tried to lift his leg, it was as if the leg was paralyzed. In his panic he tried to howl for rescue and bitterly discovered that he was unable to utter a sound. The woman used her nose and mouth to sniff the old man's face. All over his cheekbones, nose, eyebrows, and forehead he felt the mouth that was cold as ice, and her breath was so cold that it penetrated to the bone. In this urgent predicament, the old man worked out a suitable scheme. He'd wait until she sniffed up to his jaw or cheek, then at once he'd bite her. Underscore 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 un. Weighed a ton, literally, she weighs 100 Jun, an ancient weight equal to approximately 30 Jin, itself equal to about 1/2 kilogram, for a total of about 1,500 kilograms. Not a minute later, she arrived at his jaw as expected. He used all of his might to bite her cheek and his teeth sank into her flesh. In her suffering and pain the woman tried to pull away, both struggling to get free and weeping aloud. The old man increased the force of his bite. He felt her blood run down his cheek, soaking the side of his pillow. They had hardly arrived at this deadlock when suddenly from an outside yard he heard his wife's voice, so he shouted at once that there was a ghost. In that moment, as he relaxed his mouth to speak, the woman seized the chance to float away. His wife rushed over and came inside, didn't see anything there and laughed that it must have been just a nightmare. The old man related the strange details to her and in addition reported that there was blood, proving that it had all happened. She helped him inspect the premises and they discovered that something like water had leaked in from the roof, flowing down the pillow and soaking into the bed. They bent over to sniff it and it had a bizarre, disgusting, fishy smell. The old man then began vomiting violently. After a few days, it was said that he still had the disgusting stink in his mouth. 9. Catching a fox. Old man Sun was an uncle on my wife's side. It was widely known that Sun was a brave man. One day when he was taking a nap in the daytime, it seemed to him like something had climbed up on his bed, and he began to feel a sensation of his body rising as if it was sailing on a cloud. Is this some fox spirit teasing me? He wondered. He spied something as big as a cat, with yellow fur and a blue-green mouth, crawling towards him from near his feet. It crept slowly, being afraid of waking Sunday. It wavered close to his body, one touch paralyzed his foot and leg, while the next made his thigh and hip go flaccid. Just as it reached for his stomach, Sun suddenly rose up, put his hands on it and caught it, grasping it by the nape of the neck. The thing made nervous yelps since it was unable to escape. Sun urgently shouted for his wife to strap her belt around its waist. Then as he held the belt by its two ends, Sun laughed, "I've heard about your skills at transformation. Now I'll keep my eyes on you to see how your changes work." Within seconds of his speaking, the fox suddenly drew in its stomach till it was as thin as a tube and almost managed to slip away. Sun was greatly stunned and with anxious strength bound it tighter till the fox puffed up its stomach round as a bowl, so firm that the belt couldn't be tightened any further. As soon as Sun relaxed his force a bit, the fox drew in its stomach again. Sun, still worried about it escaping, quickly ordered his wife to kill it. His wife panicked, looking high and low, not knowing where his knife was. Sun jerked his head to indicate its location. When he looked back, the belt in his hands was just an empty loop and the fox had disappeared. 10. Something strange in the buckwheat. In Chongshan, there was an old man named An who enjoyed farm work very much. When the buckwheat ripened in autumn, he'd cut it down and heap it into mounds on the boundaries between fields. At that time there were grain thieves in the neighboring village, so old An advised the tenant farmers to bring their buckwheat to the threshing ground in wheelbarrows by moonlight. Once they left, An stayed behind on guard duty. Resting his head on a spear, he lay down in an open area. He had just closed his eyes a bit when suddenly he heard someone trampling the buckwheat, then making the sound of biting and gnawing, so he suspected it must be a thief. Swiftly he raised his head and there was a huge ghost, well over 3 meters tall, with red hair and an ominous mustache and beard, already close to An. Terribly afraid and too mortified to think, he jumped up and poked the thing forcefully. The ghost made a sound like thunder and then vanished. Terrified that it might return, he took his spear and got away. He met with the tenant farmers on his way home, telling them what he had seen and warning them that no one should go there again. The people, however, didn't really believe what he was telling them. Underscore 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 un. Chongshan, former prefecture now part of Zuping County, Shandong Province. The following day, while the wheat was drying in the sun at the threshing ground, they suddenly heard a sound from the sky. An, startled, cried, "The evil ghost is coming." Then he ran away, and the other people also fled. More than 2 hours later, they turned back around and assembled, with Old An commanding them to set up with bows or crossbows and then to wait for it. The next day, the ghost came around once again. They fired many arrows simultaneously and the thing was scared away. 2 or 3 days passed without it returning. The buckwheat had already been stacked up in the storehouse, leaving behind copious amounts of wheat straw, so Old An asked the others to collect the straw and pile it up neatly, then he would personally climb up and stamp it down, until the pile accumulated to a certain height. Suddenly he looked off in the distance and shouted in fright, "The evil ghost is here!" While the people anxiously sought for their bows and arrows, the thing itself rushed at An. As he fell down, it gnawed at his forehead, then left. The others went up together to look at him and there was a section of bone the size of a hand missing from the unconscious old man's forehead. Carrying him on their backs, they took him back inside his home, where he died. No one ever saw the ghost again. Indeed, nobody knows what kind of ghost it was. 11 Goblins in the house. In Chongshan lived a Master Li, the nephew of an important Ming dynasty minister of justice. His house there was full of weird goblins. One day he spotted a long, narrow wooden bench of a meaty red color that looked curiously decorated and smooth. Since Li knew that the thing hadn't been there before, he approached to touch and prod it, but immediately knew something was wrong, for it felt horribly like soft flesh. Shocked and repelled, he turned away from it. As soon as he turned back to look at it, its four legs began moving and gradually it disappeared inside the wall. In addition, he saw a white stick standing up against the wall, an immaculate luster adorning it. Coming closer, as he leaned upon the stick wearily, it collapsed, then slowly began to penetrate the wall like a snake and disappeared into it. In the 17th year of Kangxi's reign, a young man named Wang Junzheng lived and worked in a household as tutor for the family's children. Late one day, when the lamps had just been lit, Wang was still wearing his shoes as he lay down on his bed. Underscore 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 un. Kangxi, the 17th year of Kangxi's reign would have been 1678, for he succeeded his father Shunzi in 1661. Born in 1654 as Xianyat, he became known for his studies, his wisdom, and his humanitarian policies within China. Suddenly he saw a tiny person, maybe 10 centimeters tall, enter from the outside, walk around a bit, then at once turn and leave. In less than an instant, the tiny person carried in 2 small benches, looking like the kind made from plant stalks by children, and put in them in the middle of the room. Again in just an instant, 2 tiny people entered, carrying a coffin perhaps 4 inches long, then stopped and set it upon the benches. They hadn't had time to get everything secured when a woman arrived, following some male and female servants, all as small as the first little fellow. The woman wore mourning clothes, with hemp threads around her waist and a cloth wrapped around her head. She used her sleeve to cover her mouth, wheezing and weeping, making a buzzing sound like a giant fly. Wang watched her for a very long time, so frightened that his hair was standing on end and he felt as though he was frozen in place. He burst out with a loud cry and tried to run away, suddenly tripping over the bed, shaking and shuddering so much that he was unable to get up. Hearing these sounds, his family members huddled together while the tiny people in the hall all disappeared. 12 Sixth brother Wang. A man named Su, whose family lived near the northern edge of Sichuan, was a fisherman by trade. Each night he went down to the river, carrying some wine, and drank while he was fishing. As he drank, he'd pour a libation on the ground and kindly say, "May the spirits of those who drowned in the river have this to drink." He did this so often that it became part of his routine. Other people who fished there came away without catching anything. Only Su filled his baskets. One evening, just as he was drinking by himself, a young man showed up, casually wandering near him on the bank. Su offered him a drink and he gratefully accepted a share of the wine. Then for the rest of the night, Su didn't catch a single fish, so he felt quite disappointed. The young man got up and said, "I'll head downstream for you and drive them here." Thereupon he breezily drifted away. A little later he returned to report, "The fish are arriving." As a result, Su heard sounds like a school of fish on a feeding frenzy. He raised his net and caught quite a few of them, each one of them over a foot long. Overjoyed, he expressed his gratitude. Since he was about to return home, Su offered the young man some of the fish as a present, but he wouldn't accept them, explaining, "Time and again I've enjoyed the favors of your good wine, so this trifling thing isn't worth talking about. If you wouldn't reject such an offer, I'd like to do this for you more often." Underscore 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 un. Sichuan, near modern Zibo, located in Shandong province. Su replied, "We've only shared drinks for a single night, so why do you say time and again? If you're willing just to hang around with me that would be great, but I'm embarrassed that I have nothing to give you to show my feelings." When Su asked him his name, he answered, "My family name is Wang, but I don't have a courtesy name, so when you see me, you can just call me sixth brother Wang." Thereupon they went their separate ways. The next day, Su sold the fish and bought more wine. Later, when he returned to the river bank, the young man was already there, so he cheerfully gave him some of the wine. They drank several cups, then Wang drove the fish for Su again. It was like that for half a year. Then, suddenly, Wang announced to Su, "It's been an honor to have known you, and my feelings for you surpass even those for a blood relative. However, the day has come when we must part from each other." His words were profoundly sad and sorrowful. Alarmed, Su asked him for a reason. Wang tried to speak but then faltered and kept on trying until finally he said, "Since we two are so fond of each other, perhaps I can explain without startling you. Now that we're about to part, there's no harm in telling you the truth, I'm really a ghost. I've always had a taste for the wine, and once several years ago, when I was really drunk, I drowned. You've been able to catch more fish than anyone else because I've been driving them to you secretly in gratitude for the libations of wine you've made for the dead. Underscore 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 un. Courtesy name, also known as a style name. In pre-modern China, after reaching the age of 20 and adulthood, one either selected or was given a courtesy name, composed from 2 characters. As an alternative to one's given first name, it was considered impolite for anyone but oneself and elders to use the given name, hence the courtesy name was employed in public exchanges and correspondences. Tomorrow my time will expire, and someone else will die so I can be reincarnated. We won't be able to meet together after this evening, and that's why I can't help feeling sentimental now." At first, Su was very shocked upon hearing this, but since they'd been close for such a long time, his fears went away. He sighed and sobbed, pouring them both some wine as he spoke these words, "Sixth brother, drink this and don't be sad. To have met each other and to have to separate so soon is certainly cause for grief, but you've already completed your sufferings and now you can escape them, so it's appropriate that we should celebrate. Being melancholy just doesn't make sense." Thereupon the two began drinking freely. "What person will take your place?" Su asked. Wang answered, "Elder brother, if you watch from the river bank tomorrow, at high noon a woman will try to cross the river but will drown, she's the one." Since they could hear the rooster in the village already crowing, they let their tears fall and parted. The next day, Su respectfully waited beside the river in order to witness the strange event. A woman did indeed arrive, holding a baby in her arms, and as she walked close to the river, she fell in. She managed to cast the baby up on the bank, where it flailed its arms and legs, bawling. Time and again she would sink and then resurface until suddenly she climbed out on the bank, dripping wet, and rested on the ground there briefly to catch her breath before gathering up her baby and leaving. While he was witnessing the woman's drowning, Su initially didn't have the heart to watch without hurrying to her rescue, but then realized that she was to be the substitute for sixth brother. He determined not to intervene. Then the woman pulled herself out, leading him to wonder why sixth brother's words hadn't come true. That night, Su went to fish at their old spot. Sixth brother, who was there once again, turned to him and said, "We're back together now, so for the time being there'll be no words of farewell." Su asked him what was going on. He explained, "That woman had come to be my replacement, but when she fell in, I took pity on the babe in her arms. Though that one person might have been substituted for me, it wouldn't be right to ruin 2 lives for one. For that reason, I couldn't let it happen. There's no telling when another substitute may happen by the river. Perhaps it's because the 2 of us haven't come to the end of our friendship yet." Su was moved by this and declared in praise, "The compassion in your heart may touch even the Emperor of Heaven." From then on, they were able to continue meeting there as they had originally. After several days, sixth brother came again to take his leave. Su figured that another substitute must have turned up. Not at all, Wang said. My deed of compassion has been recognized by the Emperor of Heaven. Now he's appointed me to become the Earth God for Wuhan, in Zhaoyuan County, and I leave in the morning to take up my position. If you don't wish to forget our friendship, you must come and visit me. Don't be afraid of any obstructions posed by the long distance. Su congratulated him. Your forthright honesty has made you a god, which comforts my heart greatly. Nevertheless, the paths of men and gods are quite different. Even if there's no worry about the long distance, how could I find you? Wang urged him, just come, don't give it another thought. He reiterated this over and over and then left. Su returned home and began at once to prepare for a trip to the east. His wife, laughing, said, "That's a trip of several hundred li, and even if there was such a place, I'm afraid you'd only find a dirt idol there that you couldn't engage in much conversation." Underscore 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 un. Earth God, an oracular figure, as depicted in the ancient Chinese almanac, the Tongsu, see Palmer 119-21. This city/town god, given the charge of a particular region or district, is also called the Sheshan. Zhaoyuan, located in the eastern portion of Shandong province. Su refused to listen and eventually reached Zhaoyuan County. He made inquiries of some of the locals and found that there really was a place called Wuhan. After having arrived there, he stopped at an inn where he could rest from his travels and asked about the location of the town's temple. The host seemed rather shaken by this and asked, "You wouldn't be a visitor named Su, would you?" "That's correct," Su replied. "How'd you know?" The host asked again, "Your hometown isn't Sichuan, is it?" Su answered, "That's right." "But how'd you know?" The owner hastily rushed out without answering. Presently, husbands carrying children in their arms, along with married and unmarried women, were peering inside, with many more arriving, crammed together surrounding the wall outside. Su was even more surprised. People in the crowd then explained to him, "Several nights ago, a dream sent by the Earth God told us that his friend, Su, would be arriving soon from Sichuan and that we should offer him assistance with expenses and supplies. We've been looking forward to your arrival for a long time." Su found this strange as well. Then he went to make an offering at the Earth God's temple. Su prayed, "Since we parted, brother, awake or asleep, I haven't been able to get you out of my mind, so I've traveled a long way to honor the appointment we made. The dream you made known to the townspeople about treating me generously touches me deeply in my heart. I'm ashamed I have no more handsome gift to offer than this goblet of wine. If you don't find it too undignified, please drink it as we used to do beside the river." Once he'd finished paying his respects, Su burned some paper money. Immediately he saw the wind rise up behind the pedestal of the god's statue, whirl around for a long time, and then disperse. Underscore 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 un. Li, a measure equal to about 1/3 mile, so Su does indeed have a long journey by foot ahead of him. Burn some paper money, also known as ghost money, or Bank of Hell notes, or joss paper, burned at funerals and festivals. That night he dreamt of sixth brother coming to see him, dressed neatly, a considerable change from the ordinary. In gratitude, Wang said, "You've journeyed from far away to visit me, and I'm so happy that I can't hold back my tears. But since I'm in this official position, insignificant though it is, I can no longer meet with you face to face, so even though we're so close to each other now, it feels like the distance between rivers and mountains. This saddens me to the very heart. The townspeople have some modest presents to offer you, to acknowledge our long-standing friendship. When it's time for you to return home, I'll come to see you off properly." After staying for several days, Su decided to take his leave. The crowd of residents courteously asked him to stay, presenting him with invitations in the morning and requests to entertain him in the evening, throughout the day bringing offers from an increasing number of potential hosts. Su graciously declined, reiterating his need to be on his way. The crowd then brought armloads of offerings, all vying to present him with their farewell gifts. In less than a morning, the gifts filled an enormous sack. Old and young alike gathered together then to wish him a safe trip and to see him off as he left the village. All of a sudden a cyclone of wind rose up, and followed for more than 10 li as he went. Su repeatedly bowed to it, saying, "Sixth brother, take good care of yourself. Don't bother keeping up with me. Your benevolent and loving soul will certainly bring good fortune to your people, so you don't need your old friend to say anything more." The wind whirled around then for quite some time before moving on. Some of the townspeople who'd been traveling with him, marveling at all of this, also turned back. Su returned home and became modestly wealthy, so he didn't have to fish any more. Ever after, whenever he ran into someone from Zhaoyuan, he asked about sixth brother Wang, and they reported that his spirit granted whatever his people requested. Others say that he's actually in Shikeng village, in Zhangqiu County. It's hard to know which it actually is. The collector of these strange tales remarks, to occupy the position of a high official but not to forget about old friends in humble and destitute circumstances, that's why Wang could become a god. Today a noble travels in a coach, but will that person still remember old friends he made back when he was a nobody? There is a man without social rank in my village whose family is extremely poor. One of his childhood friends became an official with high rank and salary. The poor man thought, if I trust to his generosity, surely he'll take good care of me. So the poor man packed his belongings and made the arduous journey across 1,000 li, only to be disappointed. After spending all of his money and selling his horse, he returned home. His joker of a brother wrote a yelling that mocked him, "This month, my brother returned, his fur cap lost, his umbrella no longer working, his horse exchanged for a donkey, and he won't be traveling again until his boots stop squeaking." Read it for a good laugh. Underscore 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 un. Shikeng village, in Zhangqiu country, in modern Jinan district. Yueling, a short poem which contains 7 elements to form a record of what has happened during the current lunar calendar month, e.g., recounting news or politics. Until his boots stop squeaking, an aphorism that means he's not going to make any other trips solely on the hope of friendship being reciprocated. 13. Stealing peaches. Back when I was a teenager, I went to our administrative district to take an examination at the time of the Spring Festival. It's an ancient custom that on the day before the New Year's Eve, every working site and every business shop is decked out in colors and musicians parade to the provincial governor's office. This is always called performing spring. I followed some friends to watch the festivities. That day the streets were virtually jammed with wandering people. At the head of the court of justice were 4 officials, each dressed in red, sitting across from each other, 2 on the east and 2 on the west. Back then I was still very young and hence wasn't aware who the officials were. All I could hear was the buzz of people speaking and the clamor of the musicians in my ears. Suddenly a man appeared, with a long-haired boy following him to convey his possessions on a carrying pole, and stepped up onto the stage, apparently having something to say. There were myriad uproarious sounds in that place, so I couldn't hear what he was saying. Yet I could see people at the head of the court smiling and laughing. Underscore 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 un. Spring Festival, also known as the Spring Festival of Purity, Qingming, celebrated at about the same time as Easter, and interestingly features the coloring and eating of boiled eggs. Also a feast of resurgent life, dedicated to remembering the dead as family graves were cleared of weeds, burial mounds were repaired, and sacrificial vessels laid thereon, Eberhard 103. At once, a dark-robed person with a loud voice ordered them to give a performance. As the man prepared to deal with this mandate, he inquired, "What shall I perform?" Those at the head of the court conferred with each other. A clerk came down and announced that they wished to see his best. He answered, "I can transpose living things." The clerk then related this to the officials. Almost immediately, the clerk came down again and directed him to obtain some peaches. The performer promised to do so, removed his outer garment and laid it over his bamboo basket, audibly muttering in apparent complaint, "These officials aren't exactly long on intelligence. The ice hasn't even started to thaw yet, so how can I get any peaches? If I don't lay hold of some, I fear these officials will be angry." "What now?" His son said, "Father, you've promised them, so how can you back out?" The conjurer seemed pretty melancholy for a long time before finally declaring, "I've calculated and keep coming back to the same conclusion. It's spring, but the first snow's still on the ground, so how's someone supposed to go about searching for something like this? Only in the orchard of the Queen Mother of the West, where the 4 seasons never change and nothing ever withers or drops its leaves, might there be some. One would have to steal them from heaven above. It's the only way. Underscore 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 un. These officials, the performer literally calls them Southern Lords, for facing the south here, Nanmian, is an allusion to the monarch's throne, which faces the south, and hence a term of respect, and obsequiousness, for the officials here. The term also refers generally to the officials heading a court of justice, Zhu 35n10. Queen Mother of the West, the Zhuang Mu, or Western Queen Mother, is supposed to hold sway over a fairy realm, Eberhard 98, in the Kunlun Mountains, near the border with Tibet, see Cahill. His son blurted, "Hey! You going to climb a stairway to heaven?" "I have certain skills," he replied. Then he opened his bamboo basket, took out a coil of rope about 100 feet long, held an end, looked up and flung it skywards. At once the rope stood suspended in mid-air, as if it were hanging from something. Nor was that all, for the more he flung, the higher it went, until it disappeared into the clouds and the rope in his hands also came to an end. Next he shouted to his son, "Get over here! I've old and worn out, my body's too heavy and clumsy. I can't go up there, so you'll have to be the one." Consequently he passed the rope to his son and said, "Hang on to this and up you go." The son took the rope with a disgruntled expression, grumbling, "Old man, you must be totally crazy. With this excuse for a rope, you want me to hang on and climb several thousand feet to high heaven. If it happens to snap somewhere along the way, not even my skeleton will survive." Sobbing violently and patting him, his father said, "I made a slip of the tongue and I regret I can't withdraw it. Don't make it worse, just go. If you steal one and bring it back, surely they'll grant us hundreds in gold, enough for you to marry a beautiful woman." His son then grabbed onto the rope and twisting in a circle, he climbed up, hands sliding and feet following like a spider on its silk, till gradually he passed through some clouds and could no longer be seen. After a while, a peach the size of a large bowl fell from the sky. The joyful conjurer held it on display for the officials there. At the head of the hall they studied it for a very long time, unable to determine whether it was genuine or a fraud. All of a sudden the rope fell to the ground from above and the conjurer, alarmed, cried, "How terrible! Up there, someone's cut our rope, so there's nothing for him to hang onto." A moment later, something else fell from above. One glance told them that it was the son's head. Cradling it in his arms and sobbing, he said, "It must have been for stealing the peach, when some guard became aware of what he'd done. It's the end of my boy." As more time passed, a leg dropped from above, nor was that all, as the limbs of his dismembered body fell down until there were no more left to recover. Overwhelmed by grief, the conjurer picked up the pieces one by one, put them in his bamboo basket and shut it, then said, "I'm an old man and had only this one son, who followed me everywhere I travelled. Now having carried out my strict orders, he's suffered this bizarre and cruel fate. I must carry this away and bury him." Then he walked up to the official's table, knelt, and cried, "For that peach, my son was killed. If you have pity for a working man and will help me bury him, I'll pledge to repay your kindnesses even after death." The shocked officials sat there, stunned, and each one bestowed some gold on him. The conjurer received their gifts, wrapped them up and bound them around his waist, then rapped on his bamboo basket and shouted, "Beloved son, you should come out and give thanks for these gifts. What are you waiting for?" Suddenly a boy with disheveled hair pushed up the lid of the basket with his head and bowed it in the direction of the officials, thus revealing himself to be the conjurer's son. Such was that strange feat of magic, it still comes back to me in my memory. Afterwards I heard that the White Lotus cult had the ability to practice such skills. Is it possible that the conjurer was one of their practicing descendants? Underscore 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 un. White Lotus cult. The secret society dates back to the Song dynasty, 960-1279, when it was organized in opposition to tyrannical rulers. 14 Sewing pears. A certain villager was selling his extremely sweet, fragrant pears in the marketplace at sky-high prices when a Taoist priest wearing a worn-out scarf and cotton clothing came before his cart and begged for one. The villager cried out angrily at him, but couldn't drive him away. Incensed, the villager cursed him even more strongly. The Taoist priest replied, "There are several hundred pears in your cart, I'm only begging for one, a modest request that would cause you no great harm, so why become angry?" The bystanders encouraged the villager to give the Taoist one of his pears that had gone off and then send him away, but the villager refused to go along with the suggestion. In the midst of this a hired laborer, unable to endure the noisy conflict, took some of his money and bought a pear, then handed it over to the Taoist. The priest bowed his thanks and declared to the crowd, "We Taoists don't understand miserliness. I now have a nice quality pear and will bring it out to share with all of you here." Somebody asked, "Since you've got a nice pear, why don't you eat it yourself?" He replied, "I needed this fruit's seeds to grow others." Thereupon he held the pear in both hands and devoured it. When he finished, he took the seeds in his hand, rearranged his clothing so he could use a spade, dug into the soil to a depth of several inches, inserted the seeds and then covered them with earth. Facing the people in the marketplace, he asked for some warm water to irrigate them and to make them fertile. Some mean-spirited volunteer thereupon approached a nearby shop to get some boiling water, which the priest received and poured over the hole he'd made. The eyes of the gathered crowd looked on, witnessing sprouts poke out and gradually get larger. In an instant, they formed a tree with branches supporting lush foliage. Suddenly there were flowers, and just as suddenly, enormous and incredibly fragrant fruit filled the entire tree. The Taoist priest then reached to the top of the tree and plucked them off, bestowing them on the observers so they ran out in no time at all. Next he vigorously chopped away at the tree, contending with it for quite a while, eventually cutting it down. Then he put the leafy load over his shoulder, and slowly walked away with it. Throughout this exercise of the Taoist's arts, the villager had been standing in the midst of the assembled crowd, craning his neck and straining his eyes, meanwhile forgetting all about his business. Once the priest was gone, he turned to look into his cart and found it completely empty of pears. He then realized that the pears that had been so generously distributed in that place had all been his. Upon inspecting his cart carefully, he found one of its handles gone, having been recently sheared through and cut off. His heart filled with anger and hatred. Eager to catch up with the priest, he tore past the corner of a wall and found his handle discarded at its base, at that moment recognizing it as the trunk of the pear tree that had been chopped down. There was no sign of the Taoist priest anywhere. Everyone in the marketplace smiled broadly. underscore 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 completely empty of pairs. The central action of this story was first recounted by Gan Bao, historian of the Eastern Jin dynasty, in his Su Shenji, Anecdotes about Spirits and Immortals, Volume 1, Chapter 24. Though the fruit in question there is a melon, and the duping of the melon seller is mentioned as only one example of the magical talents of a sage named Su Guang. The collector of these strange tales remarks, the villager was so incredibly stupid, his foolishness was almost something you could consider endearing. No surprise, then, that he saw the marketplace people grinning at him. One often sees that when villagers who have no official titles, and are considered rich locally, are asked by a good friend for some rice, they won't do what's right indeed, calculating before replying, that's several days' earnings there. Or if they're encouraged to help those threatened by disaster, or to prepare a meal for a lone, solitary person, again resenting what is right, calculatedly say, that's enough food for 5 or 10 people. At the worst, fathers and sons, elder brothers and younger brothers, all exhaust themselves in the settling of trifling money matters. When their hearts are driven mad with gambling lust or sexual desire, however, in an instant they're no longer stingy, or when the sword is about to come down on their necks, they'll pay to buy their own lives back without hesitation. But individuals in such categories are too numerous to list separately, so the example of such a foolish villager is anything but a surprise. 15. The Daoist of Lishan. A scholar named Wang lived in our county, the 7th son in a large, wealthy family. From the time he was small, he'd admired the magical arts of Daoism, so hearing news that there were many immortals living on Lishan, he set out wandering with a bamboo bookcase on his back. Ascending to the summit, he saw a monastery there, very remote and serene. A Daoist priest was sitting cross-legged on a mat of rushes, his white hair hanging down his neck, wearing a look of radiant openness. Wang kowtowed and spoke with him, the priest's words proving both wise and mysterious. He asked if the priest would become his teacher. The Daoist answered, I'm afraid from your fragile and indolent appearance that you'd be unable to bear the necessary suffering. Wang insisted, I can do it. The Daoist had many disciples who came together at twilight. Wang kowtowed to all of them and succeeded in being allowed to stay at the monastery. As the morning sun rose, the Daoist priest called for Wang to get an axe, sending him out with the many others to select and collect firewood. Wang solemnly listened, doing as he was instructed. After a month of this, he developed thick calluses on both hands and feet, could no longer endure his hardships, and began nurturing a private desire to return home. Underscore 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 Lishan, Mt. Lao, in Shandong Province near the Yellow Sea and the city of Qingdao. A Daoist center since the Western Han Dynasty, it was the site at one time of 9 palaces, 8 temples, and over 70 convents/monasteries. One evening he returned to see 2 visitors drinking together with his master. Though the sun had already given way to dusk, still no lamps or candles had been lit. The master then cut paper with scissors to form a mirror shape and pasted it to the wall. In an instant the room glowed with the bright splendor of the moon, a brightness sufficient to reveal even the finest hairs or corn silks. All the disciples heard about this and rushed to the room. One of the visitors said, "It's a fine night to enjoy the sublimely beautiful together." The Daoist reached for a wine jar on the table and gave it to his disciples, urging them to drink all they could. Wang considered to himself, how can 7 or 8 people all get enough from just one wine jar? Then each of them looked for something suitable to drink from, vying to be the first to drain a goblet for fear that the wine would run out, but as they kept pouring from it time and time again, it didn't seem to be reduced even a little. Wang felt this was very strange. Suddenly one of the guests spoke up, "Thank you for granting us the bright, shining light of the moon. It's just that it's kind of lonesome drinking wine by itself. Why not call the moon goddess to come down here? Taking a chopstick, the deist proceeded to fling it into the center of the paper moon. Underscore 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 un. The moon goddess, sometimes considered a Prometheus analog, Chang'e or Hung'e, stole the elixir, Alan 33, drug, or do, Mercatanti 310, of immortality from her husband, Archer Yi, and fled to the moon. Eberhard describes a variant in which the curious goddess swallows some of Yi's elixir, given to him by Zhuang Mu, the Queen Mother of the West, and simply found herself floating up to heaven, 1952:103, where she became goddess of the moon. They saw a beautiful lady emerge from the midst of the rays. At first not even quite a foot tall, by the time she reached the ground she was equal in size to a regular person. With her tiny waist and elegant neck, she lightly performed the rainbow skirt dance. And then she sang. As I dance airily, I must either return to the mortal world, or remain secluded in the icy moon palace. Her voice was exceedingly clear, as resonant as the notes of a xiao flute. Having finished her song, she spun around and rose up, jumping up onto the table, and with everyone looking at her in surprise, she turned herself into a chopstick again. The three men roared with laughter. Again one of the visitors spoke, "This evening has been perfectly enjoyable, but the wine's potency is getting to me. Would you agree to have a farewell drink with me in the Moon Palace?" Underscore 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 un. Rainbow Skirt Dance, a Tang Dynasty entertainment, supposedly first performed for the Emperor Xianzong, 685–762 CE, by Yang Yehuan, one of the four great beauties of ancient Chinese tradition. Zhu 42. Xiao flute, an end-blown flute, the main accompanying instrument, Blunden and Elvin 202–3, in the aristocratic kunquoperas of the 16th century. See the New Grove Dictionary of Music and Musicians, 27:614–15. Moon Palace, according to folklore, the Tang Emperor Xianzong, mysterious ancestor, who ruled 712–736 CE, posthumously known as Ming Huang, brilliant emperor, asked a deist mage. On the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, 15th day of the 8th month in the Chinese calendar, in 713, some questions about the moon, and the master created a bridge from his girdle, allowing the two to walk upon the moon, where they met the moon goddess, Chang'e. Upon returning home, the emperor took his flute and played the melody he had heard in the Palace of the Moon, Eberhard 99, initiating the tradition of musical theatre in China. The three men relocated their banquet, gradually, to the center of the paper moon. The crowd of disciples gazed upon them sitting there, drinking, their beards and eyebrows totally visible as if images in a mirror. After some time, the moon grew dark. A disciple, however, brought a candle. The deist priest was discovered sitting alone as normal, the guests long gone. The leftovers from earlier were still in dishes on the table, but the moon on the wall was now just a piece of paper shaped like a circular mirror. The deist asked his disciples, "Have you had enough to drink?" "Quite enough," they replied. "If so, then you'd better get to bed. You won't be able to collect firewood if you're not rested." The group promised they would do so and withdrew. Wang was secretly both happy and jealous, so he stopped thinking about going back home. But a month later, the suffering was once again more than he could bear, and the deist priest hadn't passed a single magical technique on to him. Feeling he could wait no longer, he resigned his duties and said, "As a pupil, I journeyed 100 li to study with you, an immortal teacher, so even if I can't obtain the skill of being immortal myself, perhaps there's some small technique you could pass on to me. This would also ease my mind of its desire for instruction." Looking over these last 2 or 3 months, it's no exaggeration that the only thing I've done as a pupil in your school is to collect firewood from dawn till dusk, the kind of hardship I never knew at home." The deist smiled, saying, "I originally said you wouldn't be able to handle the suffering, and now it seems I was right. Tomorrow morning I think I will release you to go." "I've toiled as your pupil for many days," Wang replied. "Master, if you teach me a bit about one little trick, it won't all have been a waste." The deist asked, "What skill do you seek?" "I've seen that when you walk, walls cannot stop you," Wang said. "Merely to obtain the method for this would be enough." The deist smiled his permission. He provided a rhyming chant for Wang to use, commanded him to repeat the incantation, and then shouted, "Enter the wall." Wang faced the wall, but didn't dare attempt to enter it. Again the priest exclaimed, "Try it now." Wang, though determined and unhurried, came up to the wall and then stopped. The deist said, "Put your head down and plow into it, don't shrink from it." Wang resolutely moved back from the wall several steps, then ran right at it. When he reached the wall, it was as if nothing were there. He turned back to inspect it, and consequently found himself on the other side of the wall. Greatly pleased, he went back through the wall to the other side and thanked his teacher. "When you return home," the deist said, "maintain an appropriate purity of action, or the incantation won't prove effective." Thereupon he provided Wang with some money to pay for his return journey and sent him on his way. Arriving home, Wang bragged that he'd met an immortal, and solid walls were no longer able to stop him. His wife didn't believe him. Wang made ready to perform, backing away from the wall several steps, then sprinted, his head striking the wall, bouncing off, however, and causing him to fall. His wife pulled him up and looked him over, found a bump swelling on his forehead, and informed him of the large, egg-sized lump there. She ridiculed him. Wang was ashamed and angry, and cursed the old deist priest for being so mean to him. The collector of these strange tales remarks, "Those who hear of this episode can't help but roar with laughter, but if so, they must not be aware of all the scholar Wangs in this world, who are not exactly few in number. Take, for instance, a crude official, the kind who's happy to choke down poison but afraid of taking medicine. Suddenly some brown-noser boisterously proclaims the power of the official's skill in order to flatter him, repeating the official's advice to stick to what's worked in the past and you can use it to run wild with impunity. When first practiced on some naive individual, this kind of approach might have no small effect. So then the official would claim it could be applied to affairs worldwide. This kind of person will inevitably meet an impassable wall somewhere and fall heavily to the ground. Underscore 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 un. Brown noser, Pu's description is, literally, some pus-licking hemorrhoid sucker. 16. The Chongqing monk. In Chongqing, there was a Buddhist monk who had followed the way in admirable purity. Though more than 70 years old, he was still quite healthy. One day he fell down and couldn't get back up. The monastery's other monks rushed over to help him, but he had already passed away. The old monk, however, didn't realize he was dead, and so his soul began floating away until it finally reached Henan. It happened that the son of certain Henan gentry was riding at the head of more than 10 mounted servants, who were carrying hawks for rabbit hunting. His horse suddenly broke away and threw him, killing the man. The monk's soul passed by just about that time, and merged with the young man, who thereupon began to revive. The servants anxiously asked him how he felt. He opened his eyes wide, wondering, how did this happen? The group then helped him get home. Once he was inside the door, a frenzied crowd of powdered and painted ladies surrounded him, examining and asking about him. Greatly startled, he cried, "I'm a Buddhist monk. How did this happen?" underscore 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 un. Chongqing, a county in western Shandong province, home of a number of Buddhist sites including 5th century CE. Northern Wei Dynasty, Divine Cliff Temple and Divine Cliff Ravine. Henan, an eastern province with northern borders touching Shaanxi, Hebei, and Shandong provinces. His family members thought he'd gone crazy and together tried to bring him to his senses. The monk didn't try to explain himself, simply shutting his eyes without answering them. If they brought him millet he would eat, but if it was wine or meat, he'd refuse. At night he slept alone, not accepting the favors of wives or concubines. Several days later, he suddenly decided to take a little walk. Everyone was cheered by this. As soon as he stepped out, however, a group of servants with financial account books immediately crowded around him, prevailing upon him to look them over. Using the excuse of being sick and tired, he managed to avoid dealing with them. He then asked the servants, "Do you know if there's a Chongqing County in Shandong?" "Certainly," they all replied. "I'm depressed here with nothing to do," he said, "so I'd like to take a trip. Assemble everything I'll need at once." They tried to tell him that since his condition had only recently improved, he shouldn't try to deal with traveling to such a distant place. He wouldn't hear of it, so they set out the next day. Arriving at Chongqing, the monk found things to be as they previously had been. He hadn't even been bothered by having to inquire how to find his way there, en route to the monastery. A number of his former disciples noticed this was an honored guest and bowed to him most respectfully. He then asked them, "What happened to the old monk who used to be here?" "Our master's shell has returned to nature," they told him. He inquired about the grave. The group led him to a grave there that was mounded about 3 feet high, where the wild grass had not yet grown over it. The monks had no idea what his intentions were. Soon he called for his horse so he could return home, instructing his former disciples, "Your master lived piously as a monk. The personal items he left behind should be guarded faithfully. You must not allow anything to harm them." The monks assured him they would do so, and he left. Once he was back home, he sat, pale and lethargic, refusing to take charge of any of the family's business. Living this way for several months, finally he slipped out the gate to escape and went straight back to the old monastery where he called out to his disciples, "It's me, your master." The monks were extremely skeptical, exchanging glances with each other and scoffing. So he related to them how his soul had returned, then described what his life with them in the monastery had been like, till it all fit together. With his disciples convinced at last, he occupied his old dais once again and resumed his daily routines. Afterwards, the young master's family sent horses and sorrowful requests that he return, which he refused even to acknowledge. When more than a year had gone by, the young master's wife sent a responsible servant with many gifts to leave there. He turned away the gold and silk, keeping for himself only a simple cloth robe. Some of his friends once went to Chongqing and paid him a respectful visit, discovering that he had become quiet and sincere. Though he appeared to be only about 30 years old, he often spoke of events that had taken place over 80 years earlier. The collector of these strange tales remarks, "When a person dies, the soul scatters, and though 1,000 li apart from the body, it doesn't just disperse if its owner was an individual of devout character." Concerning the monk, I'm not at all surprised that he returned to life again, though what is surprising to me is that he entered into a life of splendor and luxury and was unable to refuse or to escape from it. A single glance can bring about a seduction, or one can find a seduction impossible to achieve despite one's most vigorous efforts. Think where this leaves the monk. 17. The Snake Man. In East Prefecture, there was a certain fellow who trained snakes to perform for a living. He once raised and trained 2 snakes together, both entirely green. He called the larger one Big Green, the smaller one, Green the Second. Green the Second had a red spotted forehead and was especially clever and cooperative, invariably winding and swaying just as he wished it to do. The snake man took a special fancy to it, favoring it over his other snakes. After a year passed, Big Green died, and though the trainer thought about trying to fill its vacancy, he could never find the time to do so. One night, he stayed at a monastery in the mountains. At daybreak, he opened his bamboo basket and Green the Second was nowhere to be seen. The snake man was so bitterly disappointed, he wanted to die. He searched high and low, calling out for Green the Second, but there was no sign of the snake. Previously, whenever they would pass through a grove with abundant grass, he always let it out so it could enjoy itself, and it would return again when he went to look for it. On this occasion, he hoped, of course, for the same result. He sat and waited until the sun was high in the sky and he was worn out from watching, then, dispirited, he finally left. He'd only gone a few steps out the monastery's door when he distinctly heard something inside a pile of kindling, making the sound of a snake's hissing. He froze in his tracks, startled, and looked back at it. There was Green the Second. He was overjoyed. It was like he'd found a huge piece of jade. He stopped to set his load down at the side of the road and Green the Second also stopped suddenly. The snake man noticed that a little snake was also following behind them. Petting Green the Second, he said, "I was afraid you'd gone for good. Is this your little buddy?" The snake man took out some treats for it and for the little snake as well. The little snake, however, wouldn't move towards them, being so timid and frightened that it wouldn't venture near the food. Green the Second took some in its mouth to feed it, in the same way that a host might offer some to a guest. The snake man also offered it some more, and it ate that, too. Once it had been fed, it followed Green the Second into the basket. He carried it back with him and taught it to gyrate and sway, and always to be well behaved. Soon it was no less trained than Green the Second, and for that reason he named it Little Green. Showing off their talents everywhere he went, he raked in more money than he could count. Generally speaking, snake men work with snakes only until the creatures are about 2 feet long, for any larger than that they become too heavy and require substitutes. Since Green the Second was so well trained, the snake man was reluctant to replace him. In another 2 or 3 years, it grew well over 3 feet long and when coiled would fill the entire bamboo basket, and hence he determined to let it go. One day, standing at Zibo's East Mountain, he fed it some especially nice treats, wished it all the best, and then released it. He turned around an instant later and found it had come back and was coiled around the bamboo basket. The snake man waved at it and cried, "Go on. Everything in the world comes to an end, even if it's lasted 100 years. If you conceal yourself in the valleys here, surely in time you'll become a dragon spirit. A bamboo basket can't hold you forever, can it? Underscore 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 Zibo, a city in north-central Shandong province, close to Pu Songling's home village in Sichuan. Green the Second then left indeed. The snake man watched until it was gone. Then it came back again and wouldn't leave despite his attempts to shoo it away, but kept bumping its head against the bamboo basket. Little Green was inside, and it was also upset and agitated. The snake man became aware of the problem and asked, "Didn't you get to bid Little Green farewell?" Then he let him out, and Little Green went straight to his friend. They put their heads together and flicked their tongues out, apparently speaking to each other. In no time the snakes were crawling off together, side by side. Just when he was beginning to wonder whether Little Green was coming back, it returned, slithering in by itself, until it had entered all the way into the bamboo basket and curled up. From that point he began searching for a snake of comparable quality, but couldn't find one so excellent. And then Little Green began growing steadily until it was unable to perform any longer. Eventually he did find one that was quite docile, though it certainly wasn't as talented as Little Green. And Little Green had become as thick as a child's upper arm. At first, Green the Second settled in the mountains and firewood gatherers often spotted it there. Over the years it grew several feet long and as big around as a bowl. It also began to chase after people, and for that reason travelers started warning each other not to venture into its territory. One day, the snake man was passing through that vicinity when a snake suddenly and violently came after him like a gust of wind. The snake man was quite scared and fled. The snake was swift in its pursuit. When he turned back to look at it, he saw it was about to catch him. But when he glanced at its head, he noticed those familiar red spots and quickly realized it was Green the Second. He put down his belongings and cried out, "Green the Second! Green the Second!" The snake came to a sudden halt. It held its head high for a long time, then wound its body around the snake man, as it had in the past when they were performing. He sensed that it wished him no harm whatsoever, but the human body can only take so much weight, so all its winding wasn't very pleasant. He fell to the ground, gasping and praying, and thereupon he was released. Then it bumped its head against the bamboo basket. The snake man understood what it wanted, opened the bamboo basket, and out came little Green. The two snakes exchanged glances, then wrapped themselves around each other like candy confections and stayed that way for quite some time before parting. The snake man then gave his blessing to little Green. "For a long time I've been thinking about setting you free, and now here's your buddy." To Green the Second, he said, "You first led him here, so you should also lead him away. And there's one more thing I have to say to you. Deep in the mountains you have no shortage of food and drink, so don't go troubling people. It offends heaven and you'll be condemned for it." The two snakes were crestfallen, as though they had both received the rebuke. Then they hastily slithered off, the big one in front and the little one behind, through the forest which parted for them as they passed. The snake man stood there for a long time, watching them until he could no longer see for sure which way they'd gone. Since then, people go there all the time, but no one knows where the two snakes went. The collector of these strange tales remarks, "Snakes, which may seem like stupid creatures, as it turns out feel affection and have human-like reasoning behind their actions. In addition, they can take criticism and listen to advice readily. Thus it seems hard to justify that there are people who take 10 years to become friends with someone else, or several lifetimes to show humble gratitude toward a superior, most of the time thinking badly of those friends and superiors, either adding to the troubles they've already suffered or treating them with crazy hostility. They should feel themselves shamed by these two snakes." 18. Chopping the Python. In Hushan village there were two brothers named Hu who set out to collect firewood in a deep, secluded ravine. They ran into an enormous python while the elder brother was going first, so it began swallowing him. The younger brother was so terrified that he wanted to run away, but seeing his elder brother being devoured, he roused himself in anger, took up their woodcutter's axe and chopped at the snake's head. Although he wounded it there, it wouldn't stop its swallowing. Although the elder brother's head had already been swallowed, it was his good fortune that the snake was unable to get past his shoulders. The younger brother, at wit's end and unable to come up with a better plan, then grabbed the elder brother's 2 feet in his hands and with all his force dragged his elder brother out of the python's mouth. Due to its own suffering, the python went away. Upon inspecting the elder brother, the younger brother discovered that his nose and ears had been entirely digested and he could barely breathe. He carried him away on his shoulders, having to stop along the way 10 times or more before arriving home. Medicines were administered to the elder brother for half a year before he recovered. To this day one can still see every scar on his face and the holes where his nose and ears used to be. Alas! Unexpectedly, it was among farm folk that there was such a good younger brother. One could even say, the python didn't consume the elder brother because it was touched by the younger one's virtue and righteousness. Believe it. 19. The Adulterous Dog. In Qingzhou, there was a merchant named Jia who traveled out away from home, and was frequently gone for a whole year at a time before returning. His household owned a white dog which his wife trained to have sex with her, and the dog made a habit of doing it with her constantly. One day, Jia arrived home and that night he and his wife went to lie down in bed together. The dog suddenly rushed in, jumped up on the bed, and mauled the merchant to death. Afterwards, Word got out to other village residents, who were collectively outraged and reported it to their local official. The official shackled the wife, who refused to acknowledge her guilt, and imprisoned her. He ordered the dog tied up and brought in, then summoned the woman to appear as well. When the dog saw her, it came right up and ripped off her clothes, ready to start humping her. There was no longer anything the woman could say except to confess her guilt. 2 servants were sent to transfer them to the divisional court, one to accompany the woman and the other the dog. There were onlookers who wanted to see the 2 perform sexually, and hence they collected money to bribe the servants, who then would lead the dog over to the woman so they could have sex together. Wherever they stopped, they routinely attracted hundreds of people to watch, netting the servants a hefty profit. Ultimately, the woman and the dog were executed by being dismembered an inch at a time. Alas! With the world as big as it is, even the weirdest things can happen somewhere. But was this woman alone in her desire to have intercourse with an animal? The collector of these strange tales remarks, those who engage in illicit sexuality in a notorious place must expect to be censured for it, but even a rendezvous in such a place is to be scorned. This was a woman who couldn't bear to live without sex and thought about intercourse all the time. At night the one lying on her turned out to be an animal from her own household. She made the dog her lover, and it mounted her under the covers. At the place of their love-making, the dog's tail wags back and forth. With the beast inside her warmth and softness, the woman moves her waist sweetly. The truth eventually comes out when she opens her thighs and uncovers its tool, then gives in as it returns the shaft to its target, which swallows its length to the root. To take to the idea of bestiality suddenly is really warped. The dog, which should guard against adulterers, turned out to be an adulterer itself. Then it became a murderer because of its jealousy. It's difficult to apply the laws of the government to punish its guilt. The woman, who was not an animal, turned out to have a truly bestial mind and engaged in filthy, stinking copulation with it. Even the jackals and the tigers would refuse to eat her flesh. Underscore 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 an inch at a time. This torturous form of execution is designed to reflect the heinous nature of the crime being punished. A notorious place, the Buletin River in Shandong Province passed into the vernacular as a place notorious for profligacy since it became a popular site for romantic trysts, see Zhu 5.1n6. Truth eventually comes out. Pu delicately adapts the proverb that the awl will eventually pierce through the leather bag holding it, which is conventionally construed as meaning that one's true qualities will eventually come to light. The ying, or tool in this translation, is literally the sharp point of the awl, to extend Pu's euphemistic proverbial analogy. The shaft. To the root, more of Pu's euphemistic references to the male and female genitalia and the sex act. The penis is referred to here in the original as an awl, an arrow/javelin, and a feather. Alas! As the human being involved in this adultery, the woman should be cut an inch at a time, but when it comes time for the adulterous dog to be punished, there's no way to sentence it with the laws of the mortal world. Since a human being transgressed, the law should ideally punish that person by turning her into a dog, but when the dog transgressed, even the underworld couldn't find a way to punish it. It would be better to dismember the dog and leave its spirit unable to rest, then its spirit could be arrested and brought before the Hell King for sentencing. Underscore 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 The jackals and the tigers. Here Pu sets up his subsequent argument that the nature of one's crime should dictate the circumstances of one's punishment. Tiger and jackals, carrion eaters who would ordinarily be glad to feed on a human carcass, here prove too genteel to devour anything as depraved and obscene as Jia's wife. 20. The Hail God. Wang Mengzhen, whose style name was Yunkang, arrived to take up an official appointment in the area of Chu. He planned first to hike up Longhu Mountain to visit a Daoist master. When he came upon a lake, no sooner had he stepped into a boat than a smaller boat came near and the man piloting it requested to see the official. Wang met with him, noting his lean and muscled appearance. The boatman took a name card out of his robe and gave it to Wang, explaining, "The Daoist master heard news that someone in an official's position was approaching, so I was dispatched to deliver an invitation to him." Wang was surprised that they knew in advance, like the gods, of his coming, but he took this in good faith and so they departed. The Daoist master treated everyone with equal respect. His servants, who all had broad faces and long beards, weren't dressed like common people. The servant who had been dispatched to meet Wang also served there and stood at the master's side. He paused, faced the Daoist, and spoke to him in a low, confidential tone. Underscore 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 un. Wang Mengzhen. Chu, Wang Mengshen was a Qing dynasty official who shared Pu Songling's hometown of Zibo/Sichuan. During the spring and autumn period, 772 to 481 BCE, Chu, in south-central China, was one of about 170 feudal states, Perkins 486. The name customarily refers to Hunan and Hebei provinces, which were part of the Chu kingdom during the spring and autumn period. Longhu Mountain, situated in the prefecture of Guangxin in the province of Jiangxi, Mayers identifies this as the abode of Daoist patriarch Zhang Daoling and of his reputed descendants, 153. Referring to the servant, the Daoist then said to Wang, "This gentleman is your fellow countryman, don't you recognize him?" The official asked who he was and the Daoist replied, "He's the one your world calls the Hail God, Li Zuoqi." The official was so stunned he couldn't control the change in his facial expression. Just now, the Daoist master commented, "He received an edict from heaven to make it rain and hail, so he'll have to say goodbye to you right away." "Where's it going to fall?" Wang asked. "At Zhangkaiu," was the reply. Concerned about the safety of Zibo, which was near Zhangkaiu, Wang left his place at the table and begged for his hometown to be excused from the Hail God's mission. The Daoist master explained, "This is an edict from the Jade Emperor above. The amount of hail is fixed in quantity, who has the authority to reduce it?" Wang was beside himself with worry. The Daoist master pondered this for a very long time, then turned to his servant and advised him, "You could channel the rain and hail into the gorge without hurting the corn in the fields." He further noted, "The guest of honor is already seated, when you leave, try not to be so disruptive." Underscore 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 un. Li Zuoqi, during the conflict between the Zhao and Han armies that would eventually result in the triumph of Liu Bang, who subsequently became the Emperor Gao. Li Zuoqi, a counselor and nobleman for the Zhao, proposed taking 30,000 troops to block the grain shipments to the Han forces through the Taihang Mountains, a suggestion that the Zhao Prime Minister, Chen Yu, refused to take, leading to the loss of the decisive Battle of Jingxing in the early 3rd century BCE. Li has been honored by heaven for his wisdom by being made an elemental deity. Zhangkaiu, a county in Qinan District, Shandong Province. Jade Emperor, the supreme deity in Chinese folk religion and mythology, ruler of the heavens, perhaps the most venerated of Daoist entities, associated with jade because of the magical qualities attributed to it, including healing and longevity. The god then went out into the courtyard, where mist suddenly materialized around his feet, spreading magically over the ground. Soon he flew up into the sky to the height of the trees in the courtyard, continuing, he soared up past the rooftops of its buildings. Then a thunderclap sounded as the god flew swiftly to the north, shaking the court so violently that bamboo mats and other items waved like fans. "His departure's making it thunder," cried out the startled Wang. The Daoist master replied, "This was a mild departure, since I warned him, otherwise, he'd disappear just as the wind was making an enormous sound. Resigned, the official left to return home, recording the date and sending someone to Zhangqiu to inquire about the hail there. It turned out to be true that there was a huge rain and hailstorm on that date that filled every irrigation canal and ditch, while in the farm fields, barely any accumulated at all. 21. The fox marries off his daughter. Minister Yin of Lycan, a high-level official, was impoverished in his youth, but had a reputation for boldness. In his hometown there was an estate owned by a formerly prosperous family that spread over several mu, with multi-story buildings joined together at the eaves into quite an expanse. But because weird things kept happening there, no one had occupied the premises in a long time. It gradually became so overgrown with wormwood that even in the daytime no one would risk going in there. It happened that Yin was joining some scholar friends for a drink when someone playfully said, "If anyone has the nerve to spend a night there, we'll all pool our money to put on a feast for him." Yin jumped up and said, "It can't be that tough." He snatched up a mat and walked out. They all accompanied him to the entrance and then taunted him, "We'll wait here for a little while, so if you see anything, you can just cry out to us." He smiled. "If there are any ghosts or foxes, I'll catch them as proof for you." Upon entering, he noticed tall weeds obscuring the paths and dense growths of wormwood and mugwort. It was the time of the first quarter of the moon, which fortunately projected a dim yellow light, enabling him to distinguish the locations of doors. Feeling his way with his hands, he proceeded past several doors until he arrived at the furthest building. He stepped up to the moon viewing platform, which was so bright and clean that he decided to stop right there. To the west he saw the moon shining, though it graced the hill with only a single thread of light. Underscore 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 un. Lycan, now Jinan, the capital of Shandong Province. Mu, a Chinese acre, equal to 0.0667 hectares, and 1 hectare is equal to 2.471 acres. He sat there a long time, noticing nothing strange, laughing in secret at the ridiculous rumors that had been circulated. Putting his mat down on the platform and resting his head on a stone, he lay down to gaze at the cowherd and the weaving maid. At nearly 10 o'clock, as he was feeling drowsy and about to fall asleep, he heard the sound of someone walking around noisily in the building below, then coming upstairs. He surreptitiously peeked while pretending to be asleep, seeing a person in dark clothing carrying a lotus lantern, who suddenly noticed Yin with fright and quickly withdrew. This person said to someone standing behind him, "There's a stranger here." From below came the question, "Who is it?" "I don't know," he replied. Presently an old man came up, proceeded to take a good look at him, and said, "This is Master Yin, a governmental secretary, who's fallen fast asleep. We can go about our business, and since he's an easygoing, unpretentious gentleman, he won't make any trouble for us." So they came in together and opened up all of the doors. Underscore 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 un. The cowherd and the weaving maid. The cowherd constellation is recognized in Chinese astronomy as the beginning point of the Tian de Ji Shu, or astronomical record of the universe, Sturks 17. The folktale of the cowherd and the weaving maid, see Eberhard 1986:272-73, explains how the two became constellations and also accounts for the conjunction that occurs once a year, when the two meet on the 7th night of the 7th month. In a little while, increasing crowds of people were bustling about. The buildings were illuminated by so many lamps that it looked like daytime. Yin rolled over on his side briefly, sneezed and coughed. The old man heard him wake up, came over to him and knelt, saying, "I have a daughter who's getting married this very evening. Since I didn't mean to offend you, Your Honor, I hope you won't look too harshly on my disturbing you." Yin stood up, helped the old man up, and replied, I had no idea that such a joyous ceremony would be held tonight, and I'm ashamed I have no gift to offer in congratulations." The old man said, "It's our good fortune that your honor's very presence here will drive away any evil spirits. If I could trouble you to come and participate with us, I'd feel doubly favored by your generosity." Yin happily agreed to do so. Upon entering the building, he saw that it was exquisitely decorated. Then a woman, about 40 years old or so, came out to pay her respects to him. The old man explained, "This is my wife." Yin bowed respectfully to her, clasping his hands together. Instantly, they heard the sound of a sheng's boisterous music, and someone rushed in, crying, "He's here!" The old man hastened out to meet the arrival while Yin also stood up to wait for him. In a few minutes, a cluster of people carrying gauze-covered lanterns led in the bridegroom. He was 17 or 18 years old, graceful and handsome. The old man directed him first to pay respects to their wedding's honorable guest. In deference, the young man looked over at Yin, who responded graciously with the manner of an attendant representing the host. Next the old man and the son-in-law exchanged bows, and once they were finished they took their seats. Soon some beautiful maidservants came to serve them with wine and steam-covered meat dishes, presented in jade bowls and golden cups, till the entire table was glowing. Underscore 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 un. A sheng's boisterous music, made by a Chinese reed instrument. Once the wine had made several rounds, the old man sent one of the maids to usher in the bride. The girl then went into an inner room, but a long time passed while no one came out. The old man himself got up, drew back a curtain, and made a plea. Presently a number of maidservants and older women came out accompanying the bride, whose ornaments and jewelry tinkled, and whose perfumes gave off the fragrances of musk and orchid. The old man directed his daughter to face her elders and pay her respects to them, then he had her go over and sit beside her mother. Even a quick glance at her wearing her brilliant jade phoenix headdress revealed her to be a paragon of beauty. Not long afterwards, wine was poured into golden cups large enough to hold what seemed like several dough. Yin figured that something like this would provide effective proof to his fellows, so he secretly slipped one up inside his sleeve. Pretending to be drunk, he slumped over on the table, relaxed, and seemed to fall asleep. Everyone said, "Look, Master Yin's drunk." Soon the bridegroom wanted to take his leave, so the music suddenly struck up again, and one after another they all went downstairs and left. Once they were gone and the servants began collecting the wine cups, they found they were short one and carefully hunted for it without success. One privately suggested that perhaps the sleeping guest had taken it. The old man, however, anxiously warned them not to say so, for fear that Yin might hear. After some time, all was quiet inside and out, so Yin stood up. It was dark since there weren't any lamps lit, but the smell of cosmetics, perfumes, and wine still filled every portion of the room. He looked to see that in the east it was just getting light, then calmly took off, checking in his sleeve to be sure the gold cup was still there. Underscore 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 un. Phoenix headdress, as a symbol of joy, the phoenix would be an ideally auspicious wedding emblem. Do, a measure of capacity equal to 10 liters. When he reached the entrance, his friends were already present. The students had arrived early to wait, suspicious that he might have left the house at night in order to re-enter it in the morning. Yin took out the golden cup to show them. The group, astonished, interrogated him, so he gave them an account of what had happened. They all agreed that this cup was something no impoverished scholar could afford, so they believed him. After all this, once Yin had passed the examination to earn the title of Jinshi, he was appointed as magistrate for Fikyu. There the head of an aristocratic family named Zhu threw a banquet for the new official, ordering his servants to bring out their largest wine cups, but quite some time passed and the servants didn't return. Finally one of the lowly servants came in and whispered a report to the host, whose looks revealed him to be quite angry. After a while, a golden wine cup was offered to the guest and he was encouraged to drink up. Yin carefully examined the cup and found its patterns of refined engraving to be no different than the one he had taken from the fox. Quite curious, he inquired where the cups were made. The host replied, "There were only 8 in all after one of my ancestors, who was a minister in the capital at the time, hired a skilled artisan to supervise their crafting. Thus they've been heirlooms for generations, stored away like treasure for a long, long time. In honor of your presence, I wished them brought out, and just as they were to be taken from their chest, it was discovered that there were only 7. I would suspect that one of the servants had stolen it, except that 10 years' worth of undisturbed dust on the seals suggests otherwise. Underscore 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 un. Jinchi, this, the highest level of the civil service examination, was achieved by passing an examination held at the imperial capital. Fikyu, an unspecified place name. Yin laughed and said, "The gold cup must have sprouted wings and flown away. Certainly in this age one must guard hereditary treasures so they don't become lost. As it happens, I have a cup quite similar to yours, that I should like to give you as a present." Once the banquet was ended and Yin returned to his official residence, he picked up his own cup and speedily had it delivered. His host scrutinized it and was extremely shocked. Personally paying Yin a visit in gratitude, Zhu asked him how the cup had come into his possession. Yin then told him the details from beginning to end. Thus one learns that though 1,000 li away, a fox has the power to take possession of something but may not dare to keep it permanently. 22 Jiaona. Kong Swili, a descendant of Confucius, was a refined and cultivated man, accomplished in poetry. A close friend of his who was a magistrate in Tiantai sent him an invitation to visit, but while Kong was traveling to stay with him, the magistrate happened to die. This left Kong without the financial means to return, so he went to live at the Puchuo monastery, where he was employed as a scribe for the monks. To the west of the monastery, just over 100 paces away, there was a residence belonging to a Master Shan. Although originally the son of a rich family, Master Shan had found himself in financial straits because of an extensive litigation, so he took the few members of his remaining household and moved to the country, leaving the house near Puchuo untenanted. One day, a heavy snow fell and no one was out traveling. Coincidentally, Kong was passing the house's gate as a young man came out, attractive and quite elegant. Noticing Kong, he hurried over and greeted him politely, and after briefly making courteous acquaintance with him, humbly requested the privilege of receiving him as a visitor. Kong immediately liked his pleasant manner and happily followed him inside. The rooms were lovely though not very large, with brocade curtains hanging everywhere, while many of the ancient masters' calligraphy and paintings were displayed on the walls. On the table lay a volume with the title, Trivial Records from Langxian. As he glanced through its pages, he found the volume filled with things he'd never read before. Underscore 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 un. Tiantai, a county in Zhejiang province. Because the young man was living in the Shan residence, Kong believed him to be its owner and hence didn't inquire into his family background. The young man skillfully examined Kong in depth about his own background, feeling a genuine sympathy for him and advising him to set himself up as a teacher. Kong sighed and said, "A wanderer like me? Who'd even agree to recommend me?" The young man replied, "If you won't reject a worthless person like myself, I hope you'll allow me to be your student." Kong was very pleased by this, but didn't dare presume to act as the young man's instructor, requesting instead that they be friends. Then he asked the young man, "Why has your house been closed up for so long?" "This mansion belongs to Master Shan," he responded, "who used to live here before he moved to the country, and hence it has been empty a long time. My family name is Huangfu and our home used to be in Shaanxi. Because our family home was burned down in a wildfire, we've arranged to take refuge here temporarily." It wasn't until this point that Kong realized the young man was not Master Shan. That same night, they laughed and chatted very merrily till finally Kong was invited to stay and share the young man's bed. At dawn, a servant boy came in to light a charcoal fire in the room. The young man had risen earlier and gone into an inner room while Kong remained there, sitting with the bedspread hugged around him. The boy then entered again and announced, "The master has arrived." Surprised, Kong stood up. Underscore 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 un. Trivial records from Langxian, the Yuan dynasty, 1279 to 1368, collection of fairy tales, Langxian or Langhuan Suoji, by Yi Shichen, the title of which is reminiscent of Pu's own collection of tales from his pseudonym, Liaozhai, literally, studio of leisure. An older man, the hair on his temples showing white, came in, turned towards Kong and eagerly thanked him, saying, "Sir, you've been kind enough not to abandon my dullard son, and have even agreed to offer him instruction. The youngster is just beginning to work on his poor composition skills, so don't treat him as a friend, but instead as your student." With these words he presented Kong with a brocade suit, a sable hat, stockings, and a pair of shoes. He watched while Kong finished washing his face and combing his hair, then called for wine and food to be set out. Kong didn't know what the table, bed, and clothing were made of that gave them their eye-dazzling luster. The wine went around a number of times, then the old man sat up and took his leave, departing with the aid of his walking stick. When the meal had ended, the young master submitted the lessons he'd prepared in the characters and phrasings of antiquity, not one of them written in the contemporary style. When Kong asked him about this, he answered, laughing, "I'm not trying to win any official recognition." With the sun beginning to set, he poured out more wine, saying, "This evening we'll make merry till we're exhausted because tomorrow it'll no longer be permitted." He called out to the servant boy, "See if the master's asleep or not. If he's sleeping, sneak over and call for Xiangnu." The boy went out, and then came back in with an embroidered bag that held a pipa. In no time at all, a maidservant entered, stunning in her gorgeous makeup. The young master had her play the two wives of Emperor Shun. Xiangnu used an ivory pick to strum the strings, arousing resonant feelings of desolation, with a rhythm unlike anything Kong had ever heard before. The young master then told her to take some huge cups and fill them with wine, and they didn't stop until the third watch. Underscore 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 un. The contemporary style, that is, the essay model of Ming and Qing civil service examinations, consisting of a rigidly precise 8-paragraph structure that limited or precluded creativity and introspection. Pipa, a 4-stringed instrument with a short neck and round body, held vertically in the lap and plucked or strummed. The next day, the young master and Kong rose early to study together. The young master was exceptionally bright, being able to recite accurately what he had looked over only once, and in just 2 or 3 months, could construct an excellent composition expressing wise opinions. They agreed to drink together every 5 days, making certain that Xiangnu was always summoned. One evening, when his joyful drinking had begun to make him feel horny, Kong started staring at Xiangnu. The young master was able to guess his intentions and said, "This maid was raised by my aging father. Elder brother, since you've been alone for a long time and have no wife, I've been planning day and night for a long time to find someone for you. I'll be sure she's a beautiful mate." Kong replied, "If you really mean it, that'd be a great favor as long as she's just like Xiangnu." The young master laughed as he observed, You're proof indeed that what the experienced see as commonplace, the inexperienced find extraordinary. If she's your idea of a beauty, your wish will be easy to satisfy. Underscore 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 un. The two wives of Emperor Shun, one of the legendary sage kings, Shun, a farmer advanced to the throne for his filial devotion, was believed to have become emperor circa 2255 BCE and was credited with inventing the writing brush, Perkins 460. Emperor Yao, who abdicated in Shun's favor, gave him his two daughters in marriage. The melancholic description of the song suggests that it depicts the wives mourning for their husband. Giles comments that at the death of Shun, these ladies are said to have wept so much that their tears literally drenched the bamboos which grew beside their husband's grave, and the speckled bamboo is now commonly known as the bamboo of Shun's wives. 22. Third watch, approximately 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. After he'd been there half a year, Kong decided one day to explore the countryside, but when he arrived at the gate, he found it bolted shut from the outside and went to inquire about it. The young master explained to him, "My father worries that if I get involved with too many people I'll be distracted from my studies, so that's why he's discouraging visitors." That made sense to Kong. At that time, the sweltering summer weather was heating up, so they moved their study to a garden pavilion. Kong noticed a swelling on his chest that grew to the size of a peach and overnight became as big as a bowl, the pain of which made him groan aloud. The young master watched over him constantly, going without sleep and food. After several days, the affliction became so severe that Kong could no longer eat or drink. The old master also came to look in, so the father and son lamented together. The young master said, "Last night, thinking about Master Kong's ailment, I realized that younger sister Jiaona might have the skills to heal him. I sent someone to grandmother's to ask her to come. What could be taking her so long?" Suddenly the servant entered and reported, "Miss Na is here, Auntie and Miss Song have also come." Father and son quickly hastened them inside. Shortly after, the young man led his sister out to take a look at Kong. She was about 13 or 14 years old, her lovely eyes sparkling with intellect and her willowy figure making her even more attractive. When Kong stared into her face, he forgot to groan and no longer looked distressed, his spirit improving remarkably. The young master then explained, "This gentleman is my dear friend, as close to me as if we were brothers. Sister, do your best to cure him." The girl then set aside her shyness, and with her long sleeves trailing behind her, approached the bed to examine him. As she reached out to take his pulse, he perceived a fragrant aroma surpassing that of orchids. With a smile, she said, "It's no surprise you have this condition, since your heart rate has accelerated. Although the illness is life-threatening, it can be cured. However, this lump of tissue is already dead, so we simply must trim away the skin and cut off the flesh." Then she took a gold bracelet from her arm and calmly placed it over the troubled area, steadily pressing down on it. The swelling puffed up about an inch, poking up through the bracelet, until the base of the swelling was contained entirely inside it, so it was no longer the size of a bowl in diameter. With one hand, she opened the front of her thin gown and unfastened the knife she was wearing that had an edge as thin as paper, then while holding the bracelet in place, she took the blade, gently set it at the base of the lump, and began cutting it. A flood of purple blood began to flow, soaking into and staining the bed mat, but Kong was so eager for the beauty to be near him that he not only didn't feel the pains, he was even afraid that she might finish the surgery too quickly, preventing him from being close to her for a longer period of time. Not long after, a piece of the rotten flesh that had been cut broke off, rolling away like a gall that had been trimmed from a tree. Jiaona then called for some water to cleanse the site of the cut. From her mouth she spat out a sizable red pellet, then touched it to the wounded flesh, pressed it down and rolled it around and around. After the first revolution, it began to feel hot enough to turn water to steam. After the second revolution, this turned to a gentle itching. after she finished the third revolution, his body began to relax and cool off all over, penetrating to his very bones and marrow. The girl then returned the pellet to her throat, announced, "You're cured," and hastily walked away. Kong jumped up and ran to thank her. It was as if his illness had vanished. But whenever he thought about her shining beauty, he couldn't stop his pangs of longing. From then on, he ignored his books and sat around in a daze, as though he had nothing to live for. The young master, who'd already observed this behavior, encouraged him, "Elder brother, I've scouted out a beautiful mate for you." "Who?" Kong asked. He replied, "She's also a member of my family." Kong thought hard about this for a good long time, and then replied, "No need." With his face to the wall, he recited, "To one who's already passed through the great seas, other waters are nothing difficult, except for those surrounding Wushan, there are no other clouds." The young master recognized his meaning and responded, "My father admires and respects your significant talents, and has often wished for you to marry into the family. But I only have one little sister and she's just too young. There's my cousin, Song, who's 18 and far from coarse or crude. If you won't believe unless you can see for yourself, Song's daily routine takes her to a pavilion in the garden. You can be waiting there in a side room to take a look at her." Kong did as he was instructed and as a result saw Jiaona arrive in the company of a real beauty, her painted black eyebrows curved like moth antennae, her tiny feet adorned in phoenix slippers, in appearance Jiaona's equal. Kong was greatly pleased, and invited the young master to serve as his go-between in the marriage plans. The next day, the young master came outside and congratulated him, "It's a match." Then he cleared another courtyard for Kong's wedding ceremony. At sunset, court music filled the air, shaking the dust loose everywhere, and as he looked at the fairy maid snuggled beside him under a large quilt and canopy, he began to wonder whether the goddess palace wasn't necessarily located in the heavens. They were very happy indeed. Underscore 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 un. To 1. Other clouds, the words of Tang Dynasty, 618–907, poet, Yuan Zhen, 779–831, who was also known as the author of short stories like The Story of Ying Ying, which was one of the most renowned Chuangkai, prose narratives of the Tang and Song dynasties. He was involved in many obscure adventures and had a checkered career as a bureaucrat and was lauded for his virtuoso use of rhyme, idema and haft 129. Wushan, Wizard Mountain, located in the east of Sichuan province. One day the young master informed Kong, "I have learned much from your benevolent instruction, and I'll never forget about it." Recently Master Shan resolved his litigation and is returning, anxious to move back into his home, so we intend to leave this place for Shaanxi. Under the circumstances, it will be difficult for us to meet again, and the sadness of being apart from you is very much on my mind. Kong expressed his desire to leave with them. The young master advised him to return to his hometown, which put Kong in a rather awkward position since he lacked the money to pay for the trip. "Don't worry," the young master comforted him, "I'll ensure that you get there right away." Soon, the old gentleman led Song out, and presented Kong with 100 gold taels. Then the young master grasped Kong by his right hand and his wife by her left, instructing them to shut their eyes and to keep them shut. They began to float as though walking on air, sensing only the sound of the wind in their ears, until after a long time their comrade said, "We're here." They opened their eyes and could see they were in Kong's old neighborhood. At that moment he realized that the young master was something other than human. Joyfully, Kong knocked at his family's door. His mother, thrilled, came out to meet his beautiful wife, and they rejoiced that they were together again. When they turned around to look for him, the young master had vanished. Song proved to be a filial daughter to her mother-in-law, word of her glamour and her virtue spread far and wide. underscore 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 un. The Goddess Palace. Pu names the vast coldness palace, Guanggonggongdian, here, the moon home of the goddess Chang'e/Cheng'e. Afterwards, Kong became a jinchi and was appointed to a judge's position in Yan'an district, so he brought his family along to his post. His mother stayed behind since it was such a long distance for her to travel. Song became mother to a son, who was named Xiaohuan. Kong then opposed a superior and was dismissed from his appointment, finding himself forced to stay there without being able to return home. Coincidentally, while out hunting in the countryside, he came across a handsome young man, riding a black horse, who kept turning around again and again to look at him. Scrutinizing him carefully, he realized it was young Master Huangfu. He grabbed the reins to stop his horse, experiencing mixed feelings of grief and joy. The young master invited Kong to go home with him and they arrived at a village where the trees were planted so densely that they made it dark, their luxuriant growth blocking out the sky and sun. Entering the young master's house, he noticed the door's decorative gold nails, the sure sign of a powerful family with generations of influence. He inquired about Jiaona and learned that she had married, his mother-in-law had died, and the men commiserated together, moved by her loss. He stayed overnight and then departed, returning together later with his wife. Jiaona also arrived, hugged Kong's son, picked him up and carried him around, teasing Song, elder sister, you've mixed up our species. Kong again paid his respects to Jiaona, thanking her for her former cure of him. Smiling, she replied, brother-in-law, you're an important person now. Your wound is long healed, but you haven't forgotten its pain. Jiaona's husband, Master Wu, also arrived to visit them. They stayed 2 nights and then departed. Underscore 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 un. Jinchi, literally an advanced scholar, a successful candidate in the highest level civil service examination held in the imperial capital. Mixed up our species, since Song and Jiaona, as relatives of young Master Huangfu, are also not mortals like Kong Swili and Kong Xiaohuan. One day, the young master, with a worried look, told Kong, heaven is about to drop catastrophe on us, can you help to save us? Kong didn't know what this was all about, but he spiritedly volunteered his assistance. The young master quickly stepped out, beckoning his family to come into the hall, kneel down around him, and show submission to Scholar Kong. Astonished by this, Kong anxiously asked for an explanation. The young master answered, we're not human beings, but foxes. We're about to be destroyed by thunder and lightning. Sir, if you agree to risk your life to face this disaster, there may still be hope for our survival. If not, please take your son in your arms and go, and you won't be involved. Kong swore that he would live or die with them. Thus they directed him to stand at the door with a sword, warning him, when thunder and lightning crack and strike at you, you must not move. Kong took his place as instructed. Sure enough, as he watched, dark clouds blocked out the light of day, the sinister darkness as black as basalt. When he turned around to look at where they'd been living, the gate was no longer there. In its place he saw a towering grave mound and a cavernous, bottomless pit. Just as he was standing there startled, there came the sound of a thunderclap that shook the lofty mountains like a fan, the pelting rain and violent winds uprooted even long-established trees. Kong was dazzled and deafened, but stood like a mountain, unmoved. Suddenly from within an expanding column of thick, black smoke, he saw an evil spirit, with sharp beak and long talons, emerge from the pit with a person it had seized, following the smoke straight upwards. He caught a glimpse of the person's clothes and shoes, recognizing them as Jiaona's. Anxiously he leapt up and attacked the thing with his sword, fortunately bringing Jiaona back down. All of a sudden a violent burst of thunder exploded, and Kong fell to the ground, dead. In a short time, the sky cleared up and Jiaona began to revive. When she found Kong dead at her side, she cried piteously, lamenting, "Master Kong has died for me, so how can I still live?" Song also emerged from the pit, and together the women carried Kong back. Jiaona had Song hold her husband's head up while the young master used a golden hairpin to pry open his teeth. She then pinched his cheeks, used her tongue to push her red pellet into his mouth, then joined her lips to his and blew. The red pellet was forced into his throat by the breath and his throat made a gurgling sound. In a little while, he returned to life. He saw his whole family in front of him, as if he'd just awakened from a dream. The family all gathered around in a circle, their initial fright dissipated and now filled with happiness. Because of the pit's connection to the underworld, Kong decided they couldn't live in their residence any longer, and proposed that they all return to his village. Everyone offered their support except for Jiaona, who seemed unhappy. Kong requested that she and her husband, Master Wu, join the rest of them, but upon thinking it over, she worried that her husband's parents would miss their grandchildren, so they discussed the matter all day long without settling it. Suddenly a Wu family servant arrived, sweating profusely and gasping for air. Alarmed, they immediately began to ask him questions and it came out that Master Wu's household that same day had also met with disaster, and that the entire family had been wiped out. Jiaona was completely heartbroken, unable to stop crying. Together, they consoled and encouraged her. And thus the return to Kong's hometown was planned and approved. Kong went into the city for a number of days to take care of matters, then he joined the others as they hastened to load everything for a journey by night. Upon their arrival, an isolated garden, which remained bolted from the outside, became the young master's residence. Only when Kong and Song appeared was the bolt removed. Kong passed the time with the young master and Jiaona, playing chess, drinking wine, chatting and dining, as if they were all members of one family. Xiao Huan grew up to be quite accomplished, with very handsome features and a trace of the fox in him. When he went out for a walk in the city, everyone could tell he was the son of a fox. The collector of these strange tales remarks, regarding Scholar Kong, "I envy him not because he married a gorgeous wife, but because he found a true friend. Looking into the face of such a friend can make one forget hunger, listening to such a friend speak can make one smile. To gain such a good friend, with time to chat and to eat together, is much more pleasing to the spirit than clothing attractively disarrayed." Underscore 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 un. Clothing attractively disarrayed, an excerpt from a poem by Qi Feng from the Dongfang Weiming, Zhu 67n74, referring to the sexual relationship between a man and a woman. 23. The Buddhist monk's sin. A man named Zhang suddenly died, so he complied with a ghost envoy who came to take him to see the Hell King. The king examined his book of death records and became furious with the ghost envoy for accidentally having brought him the wrong person, reproachfully ordering that he be taken back. As Zhang walked out of the king's presence, he secretly asked a favor of the envoy, begging for a look at hell's prisons. The ghost guided him through the various levels of the underworld, past the mountain of swords and the grove of daggers, pointing out each spot one by one. At last they arrived at a place where there was a Buddhist monk, hanging by a rope that had been inserted into a hole bored through his thigh, howling in pain and begging to be cut down. Approaching to take a closer look, Zhang could see it was his elder brother. The sight left Zhang terrified and distressed as he asked, "What crime has deserved this?" The ghost replied, he was a monk who travelled widely to solicit large monetary donations which he spent on whoring and gambling, and that's the reason for his punishment. If he wishes to be free of this torment, he must repent for what he has done. Underscore 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 un. Various levels of the underworld, Eberhard explains that the Chinese hells are 10 in number. The first is the courtroom where sentence is passed, the last is the place where, after punishment, sinners are reborn as human beings or as animals, according to their merits. 143. Mountain of Swords. The Daoshan is a proverbial signifier of quintessential threat or punishment. It might be compared with Sisyphus' stone or Ixion's wheel in Greek myth. Once Zhang had been restored to life, he figured that his elder brother must have died already. He left for his brother's residence at Xingfu Monastery to find out what had happened. Upon entering the doorway, he could hear the sound of his brother howling in pain. Coming into his room, he could see a sore spot on his thigh which was oozing pus and blood. His leg, elevated, was hanging from the wall, reminiscent of its suspension in that place in the underworld. Astonished, Zhang asked him what was going on. He explained, suspending it helps, otherwise, the pain's overwhelming. Zhang informed his brother about what he'd seen in the underworld. The monk was so profoundly startled, he consequently gave up meat and alcohol and began piously chanting sutras. In half a month he began healing. Thereupon he became a completely sincere monk. The collector of these strange tales remarks, the ghost's prison appears insubstantial and far off, so all sinful persons use this to excuse their guilty acts, but they don't realize that the punishment in the underworld comes as a result of wicked behavior in the mortal world. How can one not be afraid of it? Underscore 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 un. Xingfu, in Suzhou, south of the Changjiang River, in Jiangsu Province. 24 Sorcery. Master Yu was generous and chivalrous as a young man, fond of boxing, and fearless, possessing sufficient strength to hold a colossal kettle and dance with it, spinning like a whirlwind. During Chongjin's reign, while Yu was taking the imperial examination in the capital, his servant fell ill and couldn't even raise himself, which troubled Yu a great deal. A certain skilled fortune-teller, able to forecast a person's life and death, happened to be working in the marketplace, so Yu went to make inquiries on behalf of his servant. When he arrived, he didn't say a word, so the fortune-teller said, "Doesn't the gentleman wish to ask about his servant's illness?" Startled, Master Yu acknowledged that he did. The fortune-teller replied, "The servant's illness will not harm him, it is his master who's in danger." Master Yu then had his own future divined. The fortune-teller consulted the 8 diagrams and said in a shaken voice, "The gentleman will be dead in 3 days." Master Yu stood stunned for quite some time. The fortune-teller then added with unhurried calm, "I possess a bit of magic, and if you'll requite me with 10 taels of silver, I'll avert the evils for you." Underscore 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 un. Chongzhen, the last of the Ming emperors, reigning from 1628 to 1644. 8 diagrams, the 8 patterns of triple lines, broken and unbroken, that are joined with a commentary, traditionally attributed to Confucius, to form the foundation of the Book of Changes, Yi Jing's, system of divination. Master Yu considered to himself that since the times of one's birth and death are fated, magic was unlikely to be able to change that, hence he declined and stood up, intending to leave. The fortune-teller declared, "Spare this little fee, or you'll be sorry. You'll be sorry." All those who cared about Master Yu were worried about him after they heard this news and advised him to empty his money bag so the fortune-teller would save his life. But Master Yu wouldn't hear of it. Very quickly the 3 days elapsed while Master Yu sat at his inn, calmly waiting to see if the time for his death had come. The whole day, he was quite safe. When night fell, he shut his door, turned up his lamp, and leaned upon his sword to await the pending peril. When the first watch had already passed, there was still no sign of his death. He was just thinking about going to bed when he heard a rustling sound at a crack in his window. He anxiously watched as a tiny man entered, Carrying a halberd over his shoulder, upon touching the ground, he instantly grew as tall as a normal person. Master Yu grabbed and raised his sword, striking swiftly, but it fluttered away and so he missed it. Then it hastily shrank again, turned and made for the window, intending to escape through the crack. Master Yu quickly chopped at it, cutting it down. He brought over the lamp, which revealed it to be a paper man that had been cut in two at the waist. Master Yu didn't dare lie down, so instead he just sat and waited. After a bit, something pushed through the window and entered, some horrible kind of monster. Just as soon as it touched the ground, he leapt to attack it, cutting it in two, though each half continued to squirm about. Fearing that it might rise again and reconnect itself, he made every sword thrust count, yet it didn't sound like he was hitting something fleshy. On careful inspection, he found it to be a figure made of earth, now broken into many fragments. Underscore 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 un. First watch, the first of the 5 2-hour periods into which the night was divided. Approximately 7 to 9 p.m. Master Yu moved to sit next to the window, his eyes concentrating on the crack there. Quite a bit of time elapsed, then outside the window he heard something like an ox breathing heavily and something began pushing against the window lattice, making the entire wall of the room shake so powerfully that it threatened to collapse. Master Yu feared he might be crushed, and calculated that he'd have a better chance by fighting outside, so he slammed open the bolt on his door and rushed out. There he saw a giant of a demon, as tall as the eaves of the house. In the dim moonlight he could tell that its face was black as coal, its eyes flashing with a bright yellow light. It wore neither clothing nor shoes, but held a bow, while carrying arrows at its waist. As Master Yu stood there astonished, the demon drew its bow and shot at him. Master Yu deflected the arrow with his sword and it fell to the ground. Just as he was about to strike back, it shot another arrow. Master Yu deftly dove out of its way, the arrow hitting a wall with a reverberating sound. The demon, infuriated, pulled out a knife it wore at its waist, whirled it like the wind, and with its force aimed a blow that was meant to gut Master Yu. Yu jumped out of the way like a monkey and the blade came down on a stone in the yard, splitting it. Master Yu then scrambled between the demon's legs and slashed at its ankle, which made a metallic clanging noise. The demon became even angrier, roaring like thunder and twisting its body around to attack again. Master Yu crouched and again ducked through its legs, the knife came down and sheared off some of his gown. Master Yu came up under its armpit, delivering a violent thrust that also made a clanging sound, and the demon fell to the ground, motionless. Master Yu struck wildly at it, the sound echoing like a watchman's woodblock. By the light of a lamp, he found it to be a wooden idol, the size of a man. The bow and arrows were still tied at its waist and its features had been carved and painted to appear hideous. Blood seeped out from those places where his sword had struck. Consequently, Master Yu kept the light in hand and waited for daybreak, now aware that the monsters had all been sent by the fortune-teller who wanted Yu dead to prove his magic was real. The next day, he told everyone he knew to join him in paying a visit to the fortune-teller's place of business. From a distance the fortune-teller saw Master Yu, who was looking his way but saw nothing there. "That's his magic to fool the eye," somebody said, "but dog's blood ruins it." Master Yu followed this advice, working covertly to prepare it, and then he came back. The fortune-teller disappeared like before. Yu quickly poured the dog's blood on the place where he'd been standing, revealing the fortune-teller's head and face, dripping with blood, his eyes burning there like a ghost's. Then he was handed over to the authorities and executed. The collector of these strange tales remarks, "As I have said before, paying for fortunes is a silly thing to do. In all the world, how many people are there who can accurately identify when someone will be born or die? The purchased fortune turns out either to be inaccurate or not really to be a fortune at all. In addition, even if someone unerringly tells me when I can expect to die, isn't there anything I can do to change my future? What a horrible situation it is for someone to abuse fate and his own supernatural magic just for the sake of proving his fortune-telling ability. Underscore 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 un. Dog's blood. The blood contaminates the magic being practiced, nullifying it. The folk practice appears, for example, in both the Sangguoyanyi romance of the Three Kingdoms and the Shuahuzuan the Water Margins. 25 The Feral Dog. It was during Yuqi uprising, which slaughtered a numbing quantity of people, that Li Hualong, a villager, was trying to return home, fleeing from the mountains. It was just at the time when soldiers were patrolling and Li feared that he might suffer disaster for being mistaken a rebel. Anxiously finding no place to hide, he lay down stiffly among the dead bodies crowded together, pretending to be one of the corpses. Once the soldiers had finished passing through, he was still too frightened to try to get away. Suddenly he saw the corpses, missing heads and limbs, rise and stand up like a forest. From the mouth of one of them, whose nearly severed head was still connected to its shoulder, came the words, "If the feral dogs surround us, what then?" The mob of corpses joined in chorus, crying, "What then?" Shortly afterward, they all collapsed, and their voices were still. Li, justly terrified and trembling, longed to get up, but then a grotesque creature, with a beast's head and a human body, appeared and started chewing open human heads, sucking out the brain of each one. The horrified Li hid his head under a corpse. The thing poked at Li's shoulder, trying to get at his head. Li used all his might to stay hidden so it couldn't get to him, but the creature shoved away the corpse, covering him till it could see Li's head. Underscore 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 un. Yuqi uprising, during the reign of Shunzi, the first Qing emperor, 1644 to 1661, Yu Qi led a peasant revolt in Shandong province. In 1648, he guided a peasant uprising that seized Jichishan. In 1650, his forces attacked Ning'ai and left many dead. Eventually he was mollified by being given control of Qixia County, Shandong, which he held until 1661, when he was unable to suppress yet another uprising. His power was finally completely broken in 1662. Siju, 1:73-74 and 1. His fear increasing, with one hand Li searched underneath his waist, until he found a stone as huge as a bowl and grabbed it. The thing stooped, intending to bite into him. Li suddenly rose up and with a big shout struck it right in the mouth. The creature cried like an owl, covered its mouth in pain, and fled, spitting blood as it went. Moving over to look, he found 2 teeth in the blood, with twisted middles and sharp ends, over 4 kun in length. He decided to take them back with him to show people, but nobody knew what kind of thing it was. Underscore 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 un. Kun, a measure equal to 1/3 decimeter. 26 3 lives. A Juran named Lu had the ability to recall details from previous incarnations. He was always narrating them for my elder brother, Wenbai, who'd become a Juran the same year he had. In a previous life, Lu had been an official who was responsible for many transgressions. When he reached the age of 62, he died. He went immediately to see the Hell King, who received him courteously as a scholar and an official, inviting him to sit and sip some tea. Stealing a glance at the inside of the Hell King's cup, Lu noticed that his tea appeared entirely clear, while in his own small cup it was muddy, like wine with the dregs still in it. Puzzled and deeply suspicious, he wondered, was it really some infernal brew? Taking advantage when the Hell King looked away, he poured his cup down the corner of their table, making a show of having finished it all. Shortly afterward, the Hell King turned to an account of the evils associated with Liu's life. Furious at what he found, he ordered a group of demons to hold him down and punish him by sending him back as a horse. Grim demons bound him and took him away at once. Underscore 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 un. Juran designates a graduate of the provincial level civil service examination. Miyazaki rationalizes Pu Songling's failure to pass the examination at this level as an example of his becoming lost in the shuffle of bureaucratic paperwork. At best 1 in 100 candidates was passed, and the sheer number of papers made it most difficult to select, say, 100 papers out of 10,000, 59. They traveled and arrived at a particular home, the entrance to which was up so high that Liu was unable to go any further. Just as he faltered there, the demons vigorously flogged him, causing him so much pain that he unconsciously raised his leg. When he looked around, he found himself on the ground in a stable. Then he heard someone say, "The black horse has given birth to a pony, a colt." In his heart he understood this all too well, but was unable to speak. He felt starved, but couldn't find anything to stop his hunger, so he followed a mare around, begging for milk. After 4 or 5 years, Liu grew quite powerful. Nevertheless, he was terrified of the pain of the whip, and upon even seeing it would flee in dread. When his master rode him, he always added some padding to ease the load and would gradually slacken the reins as they went, so it wasn't all unpleasant, but when it was the servants or groom, they'd go without outfitting him with any extra saddle cloth, digging their heels into his sides until the pain penetrated to his very bowels. Eventually, in a fit of anger, he went without eating for 3 days and succeeded in dying. Liu arrived again in the underworld, where the Hell King determined that he had not fulfilled the terms of his punishment, reproaching him for plotting to get out of it, so he had Liu's skin peeled off and sentenced him to become a dog. Liu felt depressed and didn't want to go. A group of demons flogged him wildly till his pain was so extreme that he fled out into the wilds. Thinking to himself that it would be better to try to end it all, he flung himself off a cliff, and after the jolt of impact he was unable to stand up. Looking around, he found himself curled up inside a burrow, with a female dog licking and protecting him, and then he realized his body had been reborn into the world. As time passed, he came to recognize that urine and feces were dirty even though they smelled good to him, and hence he refused to lap them up. After he'd been a dog for a year, Liu found himself constantly angry and wishing to die again, though also afraid he'd be found guilty of trying to evade his punishment. In addition, his owner was feeding and supporting him, and would never agree to kill him. For that reason he decided to bite his owner, tearing some flesh from his thigh. The owner, furious, beat him to death with his cane. The Hell King, checking over his case again, furious at his bestial stubbornness, had him whipped several hundred times and then sent him back as a snake. Liu found himself a prisoner in an isolated room where it was so dark he couldn't even see daylight. He became so bored that he found a wall and went up it, spotted a hole in the wall and got out through it. When he looked around himself, seeing his body lying in the lush grass, it became clear he really was living as a snake. Thereupon he made the determined vow not to harm any living thing and to eat only vegetarian foods. As the years went by, he was always brooding over the fact that he couldn't commit suicide, nor could he harm other people so they'd kill him. He longed for an acceptable strategy for dying, but was unable to come up with one. One day, while laying in the grass, he heard a cart approaching and hastily crawled over to the road. The cart sped right over him, slicing him in two. The Hell King was surprised by his speedy return, so Liu prostrated himself and revealed what had happened. The Hell King ruled that he could see no crimes associated with his death, so he pardoned him, declaring that he had fulfilled the terms of his punishment and could return as a man, which is how he became Master Liu. Master Liu was born with the ability to speak, and could recite compositions, letters, and books after having read them only once. In the first year of the reign of Tiankai, he qualified as a Juran. His advice to others was always the same: when riding a horse, be sure to give him a nice thick saddle blanket, and digging one's heels into the sides of a horse inflicts a punishment more painful even than flogging. Underscore 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 un. Tian Kai, son of the Ming Emperor Taikang, Tian Kai, ruled 1621 to 1627, was a sorry figure, Paludan 183, who managed to grow up at court illiterate and whose 5 children all died in infancy. The collector of these strange tales remarks, among the animals there are former noblemen, at the same time, some noblemen were once animals. When a humble person does a good deed, it's like planting a tree in order for it to flower later. When a great person does a good deed, it's like nurturing the roots of the tree that has already been brought to flower. Such a person should grow a bigger tree and nurture longer roots. Otherwise, one is merely pulling a salt cart, enduring the bridle as a horse does, or else one is just lapping up urine and feces like a dog until it's killed and cooked, or if not, one is just throwing on a scaly armor in order to end up buried in the belly of a crane or stork, like a snake. 27. The fox hides in a jug. In Wan village, a man named Shi's wife was haunted by a fox, which caused her considerable suffering, because she hadn't been able to drive it away. They kept a jug behind a door, and whenever the fox heard the husband arrive, it would escape by hiding itself inside it. The wife maintained surveillance of the fox doing this, and secretly hatched a scheme without saying a word about it. One day, it fled once again and entered the jug. The wife then quickly stuffed a stopper in its mouth, popped it into a cauldron, and heated the water in it until it was boiling. The jug's temperature soared and the fox cried out, "It's too hot. Don't be so mean." The wife, meanwhile, said nothing. Its howls became increasingly urgent, but after a long while there was finally no more sound. She pulled out the stopper and looked inside, finding a pile of fur and several spots of blood. 28. The Weeping Ghosts. At the time of the Xieqian rebellion, many officials' houses were taken over by the rebellious mob. Wang Sushi's house in Qixiang was especially plundered by the assembled crowd. The city was pacified once national soldiers occupied the city and proceeded to slaughter the renegades, whose corpses were piled along the city steps, and whose blood filled the streets and flowed through every gate. Master Wang re-entered the city as the corpses were being carried out and the blood washed away, and took up residence once again. His family began seeing spirits all the time, even during the day. At night, ghostly lights flew under their beds and sat in the corners of their rooms, weeping. One day, Wang's underling, Hao Di, stayed overnight with Master Wang's family, and from the end of his bed he heard a small voice crying, "Hao Di! Hao Di!" It ceased and then gradually became louder, moaning, "I died wrongfully." The weeping and wailing filled the entire courtyard. Master Wang heard this, took up his sword and entered, boasting loudly, "Don't you know that I'm Wang Sushi, the public official?" Despite this, he heard 100 voices sneering and jeering, mocking him. Underscore 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 un. Xieqian Rebellion. Xieqian lived in Jieyuan, Shandong Province, and in 1646 led a revolt at the time that Dorgan, uncle/regent of 8-year-old Shunzi, the first Qing emperor, reigned 1644–61, was attempting to strengthen the Qing imperial power by bringing rebel provinces Zhejiang and Fujian under its control. Paludan 191. Master Wang consequently established an altar for performing religious rituals to help the ghosts make their departure peacefully. When he left out some cooked rice for the ghosts that night, he saw many glowing lights flit around here and there, so he followed them. He was led to a gatekeeper, also named Wang, who had become seriously ill, remaining confused and unable to recognize people for a number of days. That night, he suddenly yawned and stretched as if just waking up. His wife then got him to eat. The gatekeeper explained to her, "While I don't know why, the master left some cooked rice out in the courtyard, and I joined a crowd of others who were gobbling it up. Basically, then, when I was finished eating, I returned here, and now I don't feel hungry at all." Henceforth, the ghosts stopped appearing there anymore. Wasn't this likely the positive result of inviting Buddhists to perform their religious rituals there? The collector of these strange tales remarks, "Demons and ghosts exist, but only virtue can stop them." At the time the city was taken over by the mobs, Master Wang's influence was so strong and powerful that people would tremble just at the mention of his name, but the ghosts didn't fear him at all. Maybe that's because the ghosts didn't realize that Master Wang wouldn't let them stay there. This demonstrates the limited power of public officials. When human faces are unable to scare away ghosts, let's hope the ghosts don't use theirs to frighten away people. 29. The Zhending Girl. In the vicinity of Zhending, there was an orphan girl, just 6 or 7 years old, who was being raised by her future husband's side of the family. She had been living with them for a year or two when her husband Tobe seduced her into having sex with him and she became pregnant. Her belly began to swell, so she thought she was ill and told her mother-in-law about it. The mother-in-law asked her, "Do you feel any movement inside?" The girl replied, "I sure do." The mother-in-law was quite puzzled about this. Since the girl was so young, no one dared to imagine that she was pregnant. Not long after, she gave birth to a baby boy. The mother-in-law sighed and said, "Who could have thought it possible for such a small, underaged mother to give birth to a little baby?" Underscore 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 un. Zhending, in Hebei Province. 30 Jiaoming. The household of the official Dongmon was being harassed by a fox spirit, for out of nowhere, rubble, bricks and stones would suddenly fall like hail. The family members had to hurry and run for cover, then wait for the fox to stop before venturing out to go on with their activities. Master Dong was so upset over this that he borrowed the house of Sun Sima, another official, and moved into it to escape the fox. Meanwhile the spirit continued to make trouble. One day, while waiting for an imperial meeting to begin, Dong began chatting with the other officers about the strange events. A great courtier told him that there was a Daoist priest named Jiaoming, from Guangdong, who now lived in the capital. He possessed the magical skill to control evil spirits. Master Dong traveled to the Daoist's cottage and requested his assistance. Jiaoming created a red amulet for him and sent him back home to paste it up on one of his walls. The fox, however, didn't fear the amulet and subsequently began to throw down even more things. Master Dong went back again to inform the Daoist. Jiaoming was furious, so he personally paid a visit to Dong's household, piling up earthenware jars and exercising his magic on them. Instantly they were able to see an enormous fox lying prostrate next to the jar. The family members had endured its ceaseless cruelties for a long time, harboring an extremely deep grudge, so one of the maidservants drew close to strike it. The maidservant suddenly fell to the ground, unable to breathe. Jiaoming declared, "This thing is on a rampage, even I haven't been able to frighten it, and the woman shouldn't have attacked it recklessly." Then he added, "We might use her body to hear what the fox has to confess." Making a hand gesture over his halberd, he directed an incantation to the fox through the maid, and the maidservant suddenly rose till she was kneeling upright. The Daoist then grilled the fox about where he lived. The maidservant, speaking as the fox, declared, "I was born in the western regions, then entered the capital where I have already lived for 18 lifetimes." The Daoist exclaimed, "How dare you live in the imperial capital for so long? We need you to leave now." The fox made no reply. Jiaoming struck a table in anger, demanding, "Are you trying to resist my command? If so, you'd better think twice, my magic won't forgive you." Terrified, the fox then crouched and changed his facial expression, honestly and sincerely expressing his respect for the priest's warnings. Xiaoming again told him to go away quickly. The maidservant fell forward again, breathless, and after a long time began to regain consciousness. Immediately, they saw a group of 4 or 5 round white lumps, rolling like balls, come near the edge of the roof's eaves before moving away, one following after another, and in an instant they were all gone. As a result, the place was peaceful thereafter. 31 Scholar Yet. In Huaiyang, there was a scholar named Yet. I've lost track of his first name. He was gifted in the writing of compositions and poetry, which were always first-rate by the time he'd finished them, but he didn't have good fortune and always failed in the official examinations. Then he became associated with Ding Chenj, who'd arrived from Guangdong to take charge of their political district, and who'd looked at Yi's writing and been quite impressed by it. Ye was invited to speak with him, and the resulting exchange absolutely delighted Ding. He immediately provided Ye with an office in the government building and lights to study by. At times, he even gave him money and food to provide for his family. On the occasion of the preliminary examination that preceded the triennial imperial examinations, Magistrate Ding roundly praised Yi's learning to the imperial examiner, and consequently he was considered the best of a group of examinees. The magistrate expected he would surely produce an excellent examination. After Ye had taken the county examination, Ding asked to see what he'd written and read it aloud, beating out the cadences and praising them. But expectations are often frustrated, and his compositions were fated to be rejected, so when the list of successful candidates was released, as usual he had failed again. Ye was demoralized and returned home, ashamed that his dear friend had trusted him to succeed, so his appearance began to deteriorate until he was reduced almost to bones and looked as senseless as a wooden figure. Magistrate Ding received news of this, summoned him, and upon his arrival attempted to console him. Yi's tears fell like rain that would not cease. Ding, pitying him, suggested that when the time came for him to go to the capital to give a full account of his own work, he could bring Ye along to take part in everything there. Ye was very moved and grateful. Taking his leave and returning home, he closed his doors and refused to venture out. In no time he was confined to bed by illness. Magistrate Ding continually sent inquiries and help, Ye took over 100 doses of Chinese traditional medicines, but they had no effect at all. By chance, for being defiant to an official above him, Magistrate Ding was to be removed from office and was about to vacate his official position. He sent a letter to Ye, which, in brief, said, "The day for my return to the East has come. I've been slow to do so because I've been waiting for you to join me. If you will arrive this morning, you and I can leave this evening together." It was delivered to Ye while he lay in bed. He held the letter, sobbing piteously. Ye entrusted these words to Ding's envoy: "My illness has become too severe for me to recover so hastily, please go on ahead." When the envoy returned and delivered the message, Ding couldn't bear to leave, and patiently waited for Ye to recover. When a number of days had passed, the man at the gate suddenly made way for Scholar Ye, who had just arrived. Elated, Ding welcomed him and inquired about his condition. Ye replied, "Since I was taken ill, I've troubled you into waiting for me a long time, and I've been extremely concerned that I've caused you worry. Now it's my good fortune to be able to accompany you, sir." Ding accordingly packed his clothes to be ready to depart early at daybreak. When they arrived at Ding's hometown, he ordered his son, Zikang, to work as Yi's student, so from morning till night Ye was always accompanied by the boy, who was 16 years old but still unable to compose a literary essay. Yet he was peerlessly bright, and whenever he'd read over a piece of literature just 2 or 3 times, he could always recall it, without forgetting a thing. Once Ye had been living with them for a year, Zikang proved able to begin writing accomplished literary essays. With this improvement and his father's influence, he was able to become a Zioki. Ye intended to teach the boy as much as he could, writing down everything he knew for Zikang to review. In the examination hall, Zikang wrote on 7 topics without missing any of them, and finished second from the top. Ding said to Ye one day, "You only used the leftovers of your wisdom, and they were enough to help my boy succeed in the examination." Yet your outstanding talents continue to be ignored. There must be something we can do. Ye replied, I'm afraid it's fated. But because you've lent me some of your good fortune, my writings will finally receive an audience and make everyone understand that while half of my life has been profitless, it's not because I lacked the talent to succeed that will be enough to wish for. What's more, if a scholar obtains even one person who knows and appreciates him thoroughly, there should be no trace of regret at all. There's no point in bothering to take off the white clothes of the Zaihokai only to chase after degrading fame and profit. Since Ye had been staying with them for such a long time, Ding, fearing he might miss the yearly examination, strongly advised him to return to his home province. Ye, saddened by this, felt miserable. Ding couldn't bear to force Ye to leave, so he asked his son to buy an official title for Ye when Zikang went to the capital for the examination there. Zikang was successful once again in the examination at the Southern Palace and was conferred the administrative head of a department there. He brought Ye along to his imperial office, where they were together from morning till night. Underscore 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 un. Zaihokai, a scholar who's passed the Imperial Civil Service examination at the county level. The following year, Ye took part in the civil service examination in the capital and surprisingly won the title of Juren. Just at that time, Zikang was assigned to take charge of the Southern Yellow River District's affairs, and said to him, "This posting will take me to a place not far from your hometown. Master, you've been promoted to an esteemed position, so your glorious return will be a happy event." Ye was equally joyful and chose an auspicious date for them to journey on their way. When they reached the borders of Huaiyang, Zikang ordered an attendant to take a horse and accompany scholar Ye home. Upon his return, he saw his house and noticed how dreary it looked, which made him very sad. While he walked around to the courtyard, his wife came out carrying a dustpan, saw Ye, threw the utensil down and backed away. Ye said to her, "I'm a respected individual now. Even though it's been 3 or 4 years since we've been together, how can it be that you suddenly don't recognize me?" Keeping her distance from him, his wife replied, "You've been dead already for a long time, so what's this talk about being respected? We'd have buried you in your coffin a long time ago, but the family was too poor, and our son was too young to bury you. Now our son's finally establishing himself and is about to consult a diviner about a suitable grave site. Don't do anything strange at this point to scare those who are still alive." Ye was puzzled and saddened to hear all this. Wavering at first, he entered the house, saw a dignified coffin containing a corpse, then threw himself to the ground and vanished. His wife, alarmed, inspected his remains and found only his cap, gown, and shoes, as though they'd been peeled off and abandoned there. Powerfully grieved, she held his clothes in her arms and wept. Underscore 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 un. Juren, a successful examinee in the Imperial Civil Service examination at the provincial level. Their son, returning from school, saw a team of horses tied up at the gate, found out where they'd come from, and ran, amazed, to inform his mother. She wiped away her tears and told him what had happened. They carefully made inquiries of Ye's attendant, and only then did they get the whole story. The attendant returned to give Zikang the news, and his tears ran till they dripped down his chest. At once he gave the order that they should travel, all of them weeping, to Ye's house. From a purse he took out money to cover the funeral costs, and they buried Ye with a ceremony befitting a Juren. Zikang was similarly generous in giving support to Ye's son, and he hired a tutor to instruct him in his studies. Zikang praised Ye's son, and the next year he successfully passed the lowest level civil service examination to become a Zaihokai. The collector of these strange tales remarks, "Is it possible that a man could follow his closest friend even after he's already died, and not realize the fact of his death?" Although someone hearing Ye's story might doubt this, I am firmly convinced of it. At heart, it's the same as the story of Jian Niang, whose soul left her body behind, resting on a pillow, to following her lover. Though 1,000 li separated the good friends, it seems that they could stay connected through the roads in their dreams. Naturally, for scholars, their compositions and handwritten drafts are their most cherished treasures. Whether these are truly excellent or not, they constitute the heart and life of a scholar. That's just the way it is. It's hard to know when you'll meet someone who'll appreciate you or when you'll experience good fortune on the way to achieving official fame. Often a scholar faces his own shadow with a sigh, alone with the fact of his lack of success. He wants to stand straight and proud despite his skinny figure, for only he knows what emotions he has felt. He sighs about his shabby appearance when snobbish officials and wicked persons come to tease him. If he fails in his examinations time after time, others will regard every white hair on his head to be ugly. If he fails to become the top examinee, his compositions will be criticized unceasingly. Underscore 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 un. Jian Niang, according to R.H. Matthews, the story of Jian Niang tells of a young woman whose soul fled with her lover and left her body behind. 128 li, a distance equal to 1/3 mile. Among the people past and present who have had ample reason to weep, Ye was just like Bian He. When the white is mixed with the black, who then can serve as the bowl? Nowadays no one cherishes intelligent people, so there's no use expecting your mind to amount to anything. Look around yourself, there's no place to settle down. In this life, there's no need for a man to be serious and clear-minded all the time. You just close your eyes and walk your own way. Let heaven dispose of everything. There are a lot of people in the world like Scholar Yet. But how can they find a friend like Ding, who'll follow them regardless of life and death? Alas! Underscore 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 un. Bian He. Bowl. According to Zhu Chengwen's 11th century history of the Qin dynasty, Bian He discovered a fabulous jade stone and offered it to the king of Chu, who ordered his feet cut off for trying to swindle him. Subsequent investigation proved Bian's honesty and he later wrote an account of his loyalty to his sovereign. The Bowl was a Zhou dynasty man who was famed for being extraordinarily adept at evaluating the qualities of horses. 40,000. In Xingqian, there was a steward who served in the wealthy household of the primary army minister there. While he was asleep and dreaming, a man unexpectedly rushed in and said to him, "You're 40,000 short, and now you have to pay up." He asked what this was about, but there was no reply from the man, who went directly into the household's inner rooms. Immediately, the steward woke up and found that his wife had given birth to a son. He recognized that this boy must be the consequence of some misdeed from a previous life, so he proceeded to bundle together 40,000 copper coins and set them aside in one of the rooms of the house, put the boy in the same room, and provided him with clothing, food, and medicine for illnesses. 3 or 4 years passed by, and when he checked on the money remaining from what he'd set aside in the room, there were only 700 coppers left. Just then the boy's old wet nurse arrived and hugged the boy, trying to make him laugh as she stood beside him. Then the steward cried, "The 40,000 is just about used up, so it's time for you to go." Once these words had been spoken, the color suddenly drained from the boy, his neck contorted and his eyes bugged out. As the steward tried to check on him, the boy just stopped breathing. So they took the last of the surplus cash to cover the cost of his funeral preparations and then buried him. This was a good warning for those men who owe others money. Underscore 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 un. Xingqian, a county in Shandong province. 40,000, that is, 40 strings of cash, each holding 1,000 copper coins. Long ago, there lived an old man who had no children, so he asked a learned Buddhist monk what he should do about it. The monk said, "You don't owe anyone, and no one owes you. How come you have no son?" Then an excellent boy was born to him as a consequence of some good deed from a previous life. If I'm born a good man, it's a recompense that I'm fated to receive. If I'm born a wicked man, it's because I've incurred that debt. Just as being born is no cause for rejoicing, dying is no cause for grieving. 33 Cheng the Immortal. In Wendeng, there was a man named Zhou, who in his younger days had been a student, sharing pen and inkstone with a fellow named Cheng, with whom he became a sworn brother in friendship, regardless of wealth or lack of it. But Cheng was destitute, so he always had to depend upon Zhou. Since Zhou, the older of the two, acted as his elder brother, Cheng called Zhou's wife his sister-in-law. During the annual festivals, the Chengs went to visit the Zhous as if they were all part of the same family. Zhou's wife gave birth to a son, but contracted a sudden postnatal illness and died. Subsequently he married a woman named Wang, and Cheng, because she was younger than him, didn't formally request to meet her. One day, her younger brother came to see her and was being banqueted in an inner room. Cheng arrived just then. A servant reported Cheng's presence and Zhou ordered that he be invited in. But Cheng didn't want to intrude, so he left. Zhou moved the banquet outside, sending someone to fetch him, so he returned. They had barely been seated when someone suddenly reported that a servant of the family had been seriously caned at the order of the local magistrate. What had happened was that a servant of the Huang family had been herding cattle when he crossed over into Zhou's fields. The servants of both families had exchanged insults as a result of this. The cattle herder had hurried away to inform his master, who'd had the Zhou family servant arrested and sent to the magistrate, and after being declared guilty, he'd been caned as punishment. Underscore 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 un. Wendeng, in modern Shandong province. Zhou ferreted out the details of the incident, blew up and exclaimed, "That Huang family's pig and cattle herder, how dare he do that? Wang's ancestors served my grandfather before, because of this, his family prospered, now no one else is as important in his eyes." Anger filling his throat and chest, he stood up to go in search of Huang. But Cheng restrained him, delaying him long enough to say, "Bullies run the world, giving no heed to what's wrong or right. Furthermore, aren't half of the officials in power nowadays bloody thieves who can't even handle a spear or bow?" Zhou refused to listen. Cheng advised him another 3 times to stop, but it was only when his tears began falling silently that Zhou finally gave in. His anger, however, didn't end there, so he tossed and turned all night long. The next day he called his family members together and said, "The Huang family has taken advantage of us and made us enemies, but let's not talk about that. The magistrate is supposed to handle administration of this district, free of the influence of powerful families, and wherever there is a dispute, he must also work with both parties, so how could he simply respond like a dog being ordered to do something? I'll file a complaint against Wang's servant, too, and we'll see how the magistrate deals with the other side." His family members were all up in arms, encouraging him at that moment, so he put his plans into action. He wrote out his accusation and went to see the magistrate, who tore it up and threw it away. Zhou, furious, verbally attacked the magistrate. The official, humiliated and angry, ordered him to be seized and tied up. In the morning, Cheng went to visit Zhou, and found that he'd gone into the city to manage the lawsuit. He swiftly ran after him to persuade him to desist, but by the time he'd arrived, Zhou had already been jailed. He stamped his foot in frustration at not being able to offer some help. At the time, 3 pirates had been arrested, so the magistrate and Huang decided to bribe them to claim that Zhou was a member of their gang. Seizing on their words, the magistrate appealed to his superiors to strike Zhou's name from the list of successful civil service examinees and had him cruelly beaten. When Cheng entered the prison to see him, they just looked at each other, miserable and sad. Cheng thought about appealing directly to the royal court. Zhou declared, "My body's bound and imprisoned like a bird in a cage, though I do have a younger brother, it's all he can do just to supply me with rice." Cheng, stepping up to take the responsibility on himself, said, "It's my duty. If a friend won't help when times are hard, what use is he?" With that, he left. Zhou's younger brother gave Cheng a fee sufficient to cover his costs, and he travelled a long time before reaching his destination. Once he'd arrived at the capital, he found no way to submit his appeal. However, it was reported that the emperor would participate in a hunt outside the palace, so Cheng hid himself ahead of time in the woods. When the emperor passed through, he prostrated himself, crying piteously, and succeeded in submitting his appeal. The emperor accepted his request. It was delivered to a courier's station, which sent it on to a judicial department, where it would be reviewed. It was 10 months afterward that it was reviewed, by which time Zhou had already confessed to the false accusations and received a death sentence. The court officials were quite shocked to receive the emperor's comments, and determined to hear the case again personally. Huang was also shocked, and made plans to kill Zhou. With this in mind, he bribed the jailers to cut off Zhou's food and drink. When his younger brother arrived with supplies and asked about him, he was callously turned away. Once again, for Zhou's sake, Cheng went to public officials to make the injustice known, and by the time his suffering was discovered and investigated, he was already so starved he was unable to stand. The investigating officials, furious, had the jailers caned to death. Huang, terribly frightened by this, paid out thousands in gold to be let off, and due to softened descriptions of his guilt, he was exempted from punishment. The magistrate, however, was banished for bending the laws. Zhou was set free to return home, feeling closer than ever to Cheng. After enduring the justice system, Cheng's feelings for mundane concerns were reduced to ashes, and he invited Zhou to join him in withdrawing from the world. Zhou, powerfully attracted to his young wife, consequently laughed at the absurdity of the notion. Leaving everything behind, Cheng went missing for several days. Zhou sent someone to find out from Cheng's family how he was, but his family members were just as much in the dark as Zhou. Since neither family had seen him, it began to look suspicious. Zhou thought to himself about Cheng's odd suggestion and sent people to search for traces or clues of his whereabouts in all the area monasteries and temples. From time to time he also provided money and clothing out of compassion for Cheng's son. It was 8 or 9 years later that Cheng suddenly returned, wearing a yellow scarf and robe, with the dignified appearance of a deist. Zhou, overjoyed, grasped his arm and asked, "Where did you go, sir? For I've sent people everywhere looking for you." Laughing, Cheng answered, "The lone cloud and the wild crane stay in no single place. Since I left all this behind, it has been my good fortune to become healthy and strong." Zhou ordered some wine for them and summarized all that had happened since they'd been separated for so long, hoping to get Cheng to drop his deist appearance. Cheng smiled but didn't speak. Zhou exclaimed, "Don't be so foolish. How can you throw away your wife and child like a pair of worn-out sandals?" Cheng smiled and answered, "That's not correct. It is other men who wish to throw me away, not I who wish to throw away others." Zhou asked him where he'd been living, and he explained that he'd taken up residence on Mt. Lao in the Palace of the Sublime Silence. After drinking together, as the two of them went to sleep with their feet side by side, Zhou dreamed that Cheng was naked and lying on top of his chest, making it so he couldn't catch his breath. Nervously, Zhou asked him what he was doing, yet he didn't respond. Suddenly he woke up in alarm, calling out to Cheng without receiving an answer. He sat up and reached over for him, but he'd disappeared, and Zhou had no idea where he'd gone. Once he'd had time to settle down, he became aware that he was on Cheng's side of the bed, and, surprised, declared, "I wasn't drunk last night, so through what craziness did I get over here?" Then he called for his household servants. The servants brought a light and revealed that he looked just like Cheng. Zhou had worn a beard for a long time, so he went to stroke it with his hand but found only a few thin hairs. He grabbed a mirror and looked at his reflection, exclaiming in wonder, "This is Cheng all right, so where did I go?" He stopped, finally grasping the situation, and realized that Cheng had used magic to try to lure him into leaving the world behind. He wanted to go back inside his room, but his younger brother saw that he didn't have his brother's familiar face and forbade him to enter, refusing to listen to him as before. Zhou was also unable to verify his own identity. At once, he ordered a servant to bring a horse and accompany him in search of Cheng. Several days later, they came upon Mt. Lao. The horse was making such good time that the servant was unable to keep up. Zhou stopped under a tree and watched a great many Daoist priests coming and going. Among them was one Daoist who kept his eye on Zhou, so Zhou decided to ask him about Cheng. The Daoist priest smiled and said, "I've heard his name, he's probably in the Palace of Sublime Silence." When he finished speaking, he proceeded on his way. Zhou kept an eye on him, watching him the distance of an arrow's flight, until he stopped to speak to another person, also exchanging just a few words before heading off again. When the person who'd been spoken to approached him, Zhou realized he was from the same community of students of which Cheng and he had once been part. When he saw Zhou, the man remarked, "I haven't seen you face to face for several years, but people maintained that you'd come to the mountain to study Daoism, so why are you still playing around in the mundane world?" Zhou told him about his strange experience. Alarmed, the man replied, "I just met and spoke with a fellow I took to be you. He left just a little bit ago, so he probably hasn't gone far." Zhou was really shaken by this and exclaimed, "That can't be. How could I meet myself and not recognize my own face?" His servant caught up with him and they anxiously rushed off, but finally there were no traces or signs of Cheng. As they looked out over a vast expanse, they couldn't make their minds up whether to go forward or back. But Zhou thought about the fact that he no longer had a family he could return to, hence he resolved to continue his pursuit. The road, however, was quite dangerous, and he couldn't ride around it, so he handed his horse over to his servant and sent him back, taking the winding path himself. In the distance he saw a boy sitting by himself, so he hastened to approach and explain his purpose, introducing himself and his objective. The boy identified himself as Cheng's pupil, lifted Zhou's clothes and provisions onto his back, and led them on their way. They ate by starlight and slept in the open, traveling high and low while covering great distances, until after 3 days they arrived. But this place they call Sublime Silence isn't like a place called Sublime Silence in the world. Although it was already into the 10th month of the year, mountain flowers lined the road, not at all like the beginning of winter. The boy entered to announce his guest, and Cheng at once hurried out, only then did Zhou recognize his own body. Cheng clasped his hand and together they entered a place where there was wine and food, then began a conversation. Zhou had observed a number of strangely colored birds, so docile that they weren't frightened by people, with voices like panpipes, that would land at times on a seat and begin singing. He found this very unusual. This mortal life, however, cut into his thoughts. And he had no intention of asking to stay and join in. On the ground there was a pair of kneeling mats made of rushes, placed there so they could sit side by side. The two sat there for 4 hours until all of their thoughts were stilled, when suddenly Zhou thought he'd take a short nap and felt his body change places with Cheng's. Curious, he stroked the bottom of his chin and found his beard there as before. By dawn, all he could think about was returning. Cheng, however, insisted that he stay. After 3 days he declared, "Get yourself some sleep, and in the early morning I'll see you off on your way." Just as he'd shut his eyes, Zhou heard Cheng call to him, "Go get dressed, we're all ready." So he got up and followed him. They went along a different road than the one he'd previously taken. Zhou was aware that although little time had passed, he could already see his village and home in the distance. Cheng sat to wait by the side of the road in order that Zhou could go on by himself. Zhou tried earnestly, but couldn't get him to accompany him, so he walked on alone to his family's gate. He knocked but received no answer, so he determined to climb over the wall, suddenly feeling as though his body could float like a leaf, and with a single leap he was over it. Altogether, he passed over several walls this way, only then arriving at the sleeping quarters, where he noticed the lamp still shining and heard the people inside, not yet asleep, murmuring to each other. Making a hole in the paper window to spy through it, he saw his wife drinking together with a male servant in quite improper, even indecent, condition. This made him burn with anger. He calculated to himself and was about to mount a surprise attack to catch them, but then worried that, alone, he might not be able to overcome the two of them. Hence he surreptitiously unbolted a door and slipped out, rushing off to tell Cheng and to ask his assistance. Agreeing to accompany him, Cheng followed as they went inside, straight to the bedroom. Zhou picked up a rock and beat on the door, while inside they were extremely panicked. As the pounding became more and more insistent, they worked all the harder inside to barricade the entrance. Cheng made a motion with his sword, and with a stroke promptly broke the door open. Zhou rushed inside, then the servant burst through the doorway, running. Cheng was waiting outside and struck the servant with his sword, cutting off his arm and shoulder. Zhou held the wife so he could interrogate her, and learned that she had been having an intimate relationship with the servant since he had been imprisoned. Zhou borrowed Cheng's sword and cut off her head, then strung up her intestines between trees in the courtyard. After all this, he followed Cheng outside, where they searched for the road and made their return. All of a sudden, he woke up and found his body still lying in bed, terrified, and declared, "What a strange dream I've just experienced, enough to really startle a person." Cheng, laughing, replied, "Your dream, elder brother, you've treated as truth, when clearly you regard the truth as only a dream." Zhou, still shaken, asked what he meant. Cheng took out his sword and showed him that it was still spattered with blood. Zhou, frightened and distressed, was ready to end it, although he still privately suspected that it was just Cheng trying to persuade him again with his magic. Cheng knew what he was thinking and hastened to send him back home. In no time at all, they arrived at the village gate, where Cheng said, "Outside here I waited for you that night, and relied upon my sword. Wasn't this the place? It disgusts me to look upon the evil and filth of the place, so please go on, sir, while I wait for you here. If you have not returned by afternoon meal time, I will leave by myself." Zhou then walked up to his home and found it deserted, as if no one was living there. Then he went and entered his younger brother's house. When the brother saw him, he immediately broke down in tears, crying, "After you left, elder brother, thieves in the night killed your wife, then ripped out her guts and left such grievous cruelty. To date, the officials haven't caught them." To Zhou, it was as if he was waking from a dream again, so he explained his situation to him, warning him not to pursue the matter any further. The brother was shocked speechless for quite some time. Zhou asked him about his son, then ordered an old woman to bring him to them. Zhou explained to his brother, "This infant is our clan's connection to posterity, so look after him well. Your elder brother longs to take his leave of this mortal world." Then he stood up and went away. The younger Zhou, in tears, raced to catch up with him, but Zhou continued without looking back. When they got to the outskirts of the village, he watched Cheng leave with his brother. In the distance, Zhou turned back to look at him and called out, "If you just bear with things, you'll be the most happy." The younger brother wanted to have a few words with him, but Cheng raised one of his broad sleeves and instantly they were gone from sight. Disappointed, he stood there for some time, bitterly crying, before turning back. Zhou's younger brother was simple and dull, not very good at managing the family's property, and over the next several years the family became increasingly impoverished. Zhou's son by then was growing up, and Zhou's younger brother wasn't able to hire a teacher for him, and for this reason Zhou's son taught himself to study. One morning, his uncle entered his study room, and at the head of a table he saw that there was a letter, sealed very securely, inscribed to be opened by our clan's second-born. He examined it, noting that it was written in his brother's handwriting. Upon opening it to inspect its contents, he found it was empty except for a fingernail, about as long as 2 fingers. He found this quite odd. He put the fingernail down on the inkstone, then went out to ask other household members where it had come from, but no one knew. When he returned to look at it, the inkstone on the table was gleaming magnificently, having been changed into pure gold. He was utterly amazed. He tried another piece of metal on it, and it also turned into gold. As a result of this, they became very wealthy. Therefore he bestowed 1,000 taels of gold on Cheng's son, for which reason, word got around that the 2 families had learned the magic of transmuting gold. Underscore 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 un. Magic of transmuting gold, Chinese alchemy, a Daoist pursuit, sought to recreate the workings of nature in a compressed, highly efficient manner, so the workings of 1,000 years, for example, might be replicated in 1,000 hours. The preparation of gold and a great variety of elixirs is discussed in Chinese alchemical literature, although gold is a matter of relatively minor concern in the central tradition, with its emphasis on individual self-cultivation. Sivan 257. 34. The bridegroom. In Jiangnan, there was a virtuous person named Mei Xiaolian, whose courtesy name was Ao Chang. He said that his countryman, Sun, being the magistrate formerly in Dezhou County, had once investigated an extraordinary case. It all began with a village man who arranged a marriage for his son, and when the bridegroom arrived and entered the gate, his neighbors and relatives all joined in to celebrate his wedding, lavishing their congratulations on him. They drank together until midnight, when the bridegroom briefly stepped outside and saw his bride, dazzlingly dressed, turn and hurriedly dash behind the house. This made him suspicious, so he tailed her. Behind the residence, there was a long creek with a small bridge over it. He saw his bride cross the bridge and slip away quickly, increasing his suspicions. He shouted to her, but she didn't answer. In the distance, she beckoned to her husband with her hand. He ran anxiously to follow her, but there remained a distance between them so he couldn't reach her. He pursued her for several li till he came to a village. The wife stopped and said to her husband, "Your family is dull and too quiet, and I'm not used to it. Please take up temporary residence as the master of my family's household for a few days, then we can return together after a visit." Underscore 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 un. Jiangnan, a large province, divided under the reign of the first Qing emperor into Jiangsu and Anhui provinces. Dezhou County, in modern Shandong province. Li, a distance equal to 1/3 mile. When she finished speaking, she took the pins out of her hair and knocked at a door, pounding until a small girl servant came to answer it. The wife entered first. Without any other choice, the husband followed her. Once inside, he found his father-in-law and mother-in-law waiting for him in the household's central hall. They called out to the son-in-law, "Our daughter's been spoiled, never experiencing a quarter hour away from her parents, so when she left for your home, we all felt sad and missed her. Now that she and her lord have arrived, our missing her has been eased and consoled. Stay with us for several days, then we'll see you two off properly for your return." Certain rooms were appointed for them then, a bed and mattress was prepared, and so they settled in. When the family and guests of the bridegroom noticed that he hadn't returned, they went out to look for him. They checked in the house where the bride had been staying, but no one there knew where the husband had gone. Because of this they made inquiries about him far and near, but were unable to gather any news of him. The groom's aged parents shed tears, believing he must be dead. Meanwhile, after about half a year had passed, the wife's family was grieving that their daughter had lost her spouse, so they went to consult his father, the village man, wishing him to determine whether their daughter could remarry. The father made them even more upset by exclaiming, "No clothes or a skeleton of my son have been identified, so how can you supposedly know that he's already died? But even if he'd died suddenly, waiting a year before getting married again isn't too much, you're acting recklessly to be so impatient." Underscore 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 un. Pins out of her hair, symbolically suspending her married status, by reverting to the loose, flowing hair of the single adolescent from the pinned-up hair of the married woman. The wife and her father became angrier when they heard the village man's words, and they brought the case to the magistrate and sued him. Magistrate's son was quite skeptical and wished not to mishandle his authority, so he made his ruling and ordered them to wait for 3 years, then put it on public record and sent them away. Meanwhile, the villager's son was still dwelling with his wife's family, and the family members treated him very well. Every time he proposed to take his wife and leave, the wife would give her consent for him to do so, but then procrastinated, so they never actually got around to leaving. After more than half a year, he became more agitated in mind about having stayed there too long. He wanted to return home alone, but his wife insisted that he stay. One day, the whole family appeared scared, as if some kind of disaster was impending. The father-in-law hastily told his son-in-law, "The original plan was in 2 or 3 days to send you and your wife together on your way. Despite our expectations, things haven't been prepared properly, because our family has suffered some hardships. We have no choice but to send you back home alone first." Thereupon, he accompanied the husband as he left through the gate, and following his hasty farewells, he returned quickly in no time at all. Afterwards, the villager's son wanted to retrace the route he'd followed, and when he went back to look at the house and yard, they were no longer there. In their place he saw a tall grave mound. Terribly frightened, he located his path and hurriedly came back. Upon his arrival at home, he told about everything that had happened to him, from beginning to end, and for that reason was encouraged to send the magistrate his statement. Master's son detained the bride's father, issuing a decree that he send his daughter back to the man she'd married, so they could finally join their nuptial wine cups in a toast. 35. The Magistrate of the Heavenly and Mortal Worlds. At a Taoist temple named Chaotian, there was a Taoist priest who was fond of practicing the traditional method of breathing. There was also an old man who lived temporarily in the temple till he found that he had the same hobby as the priest, so they became good friends. The old man ended up living there for several years, and on each Memorial Day honoring people's ancestors, he would leave 10 days early, and then come back once the memorial activities were concluded. The Taoist priest became curious and asked him about his reason for doing so. The old man replied, "We two have no secrets from each other, so I can tell you honestly, I'm really a fox. When Memorial Day arrives, all sorts of gods come out to clean away evil things. I have no place to stay then, so I run somewhere and hide myself." After another year, the Memorial Day arrived again and he went out, but after a long time he didn't return. The priest became concerned. Underscore 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 un. Traditional method of breathing. Traditional Chinese breathing involves inhaling fresh air through the nose and exhaling through the mouth because people believed that the air exhaled was unclean and harmful if returned through the nasal chambers. According to the ancient Chinese doctrine of correspondences, the nose is the bodily orifice corresponding to the lungs, Eberhard 208. One day, the old man suddenly returned. The priest asked him what had happened. By way of answer, he explained, "I almost didn't make it back to see you. I'd been wanting to keep my distance from them but was quite careless about it, so when I spotted a covering over a cavity that was very well concealed, and was satisfied that it was out of sight, I hid in a small jug underneath it. I didn't expect the magistrate of the heavenly and mortal worlds to come here to take part in the cleaning. When he looked in my direction and caught sight of me, he became so angry that he wanted to thrash me. I was so scared that I tried to run away. The magistrate came after me then, with great speed. I arrived at the head of the Yellow River and he was just about to catch me. Under enormous pressure, on the spur of the moment, I decided to dive into the shit in a toilet. The magistrate's spirit couldn't stand to get itself dirty, so he immediately returned to his body and left. Once he was gone, I was soaked in the toilet's smelly foulness and couldn't return to the mortal world again, so I just went on. I jumped into the water and washed repeatedly, then went into seclusion and hid in a cave for many, many days, filthy and greasy, only eventually able to get clean. Now that I've arrived to say farewell to you before departing, you'd also better become a hermit somewhere else, a calamity's about to arrive here and this is not a blessed place. His speech finished, he took his leave and moved on. The Daoist priest complied with his words and went elsewhere. Soon afterwards, Jia Shen's unexpected turn of events occurred. Underscore 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 un. Jia Shen, general who died during a rebellion in 1644 led by the dashing general Li Zikan, during the reign of the last Ming Emperor, Chongzhen, Paludan 187. 36 Wang Lan. In Lijian, Wang Lan suddenly took sick and died. When the Hell King checked his record of Wang's death, he determined that one of his demon minions had mistakenly crossed out Wang's name and that's why Wang died suddenly. The demon was reprimanded and charged to return Wang's spirit to his body, but his corpse had already decomposed. Fearing he'd be punished for his mistake, the demon spoke to Wang, "For a person to die and become a spirit is bitterly sad, but for a spirit to become an immortal is cause for celebration. And if one is happy, what's the need to return to the mortal world?" Wang thought there was some truth in this. The demon continued, "There's a certain fox who has succeeded in producing an immortality pill. You can steal the pill and gulp it down, then your spirit won't dissipate and you'll be able to live forever. No matter where you go, you can do as you wish. Won't you agree to accept this advice?" Wang followed his suggestions. The demon led him out and they entered a vast mansion where they could see grand pavilion towers, but it was silent and no people were around. A fox was there sitting under the moon, his head raised, looking up into the sky. He exhaled a breath, till a pill came out of his mouth and rocketed straight up to the moon. When he inhaled, the pill fell back down, and the fox took it into his mouth, practicing this over and over again. Underscore 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 un. Lijian, in modern Shandong province. Immortality pills, medicines of immortality, are a common feature of early Chinese occultist texts, Sivan 257, particularly those addressing Daoist alchemy. The demon hid at the fox's side, waited for him to spit the pill out, then swiftly grabbed it in his hand and turned it over to Wang to swallow. The surprised fox, exploding in rage, turned to face them. Seeing there were two of them, the fox, realizing that the difference between his strength and the others would guarantee that he would lose a fight, expressed his rancor and left. Wang took his leave of the demon and rejoined his family, but when his wife and son saw him, they were thoroughly frightened and ran away. Wang announced what had happened to him, and then gradually they assembled around him. After this, the family was finally able to rest easy, and things got back to normal. When Wang's friend, Zhang, heard the news and came to visit him, they exchanged their normal greetings. Afterwards Wang said to Zhang, "Our families have been poor for as long as I can remember, but now I have some magic and can make us rich. Would you be able to go on a trip with me?" Zhang said he could. Wang explained, "I can cure maladies without using medicine, and ascertain the future without resorting to fortune-telling. I wanted to appear in my own body, but I'm afraid that those who know me would be terrified by the strangeness of it." I could attach my spirit to your body, would you approve of that? Zhang again gave his consent. That same day they hastened to pack and travelled west till they arrived at the border of Shaanxi province. In a wealthy home, they found a daughter who had become sick suddenly, and after feeling dizzy had then slipped into a coma. Her family had already tried everything from medicine to sacrifices aimed at averting evil, so Zhang went up to the house, bragging about his magic. The rich old man only had this one daughter, whom he considered very precious, so he announced his desire to give anyone able to cure her 1,000 taels. Zhang asked to examine her. He followed the old man into the house and saw the daughter, her eyes shut, lying in bed. When he lifted the large quilt from her and rubbed her body, the comatose daughter showed no sign of feeling it. Wang privately told Zhang, "This shows that her spirit has been lost, so I should go hunt for it." Zhang then informed the old man, "Though her illness is life-threatening, I can save her." "What medicine do you need?" the old man asked. Zhang's words made it clear that this wasn't necessary. "Your daughter's spirit, sir, has gone to another place, so I've already dispatched a deity to locate it." About an hour later, Wang suddenly returned, reporting that he'd already found her. Zhang then requested that the old man allow him back into the daughter's room, and he massaged her body again. In a little while, the daughter yawned and opened her eyes abruptly. The old man was overjoyed, hugging her and asking how she was. The daughter explained, "I'd been playing in the garden when I saw a young gentleman holding a slingshot and shooting at sparrows. Several others leading fine horses followed behind him. I nervously wanted to run away from them, but they stopped me from doing so. The young gentleman then handed me his slingshot and taught me how to shoot it. Just as I was feeling shy and was about to complain to him, he pulled me up onto his horse and we rode off. Laughing, he said, 'I'm happy to have you to play with, so don't feel shy.' Several li later, we entered the mountains, but from horseback I howled all kinds of abuse at him. This made the young gentleman angry, so he pushed me off and I fell down beside the road, wanting to go home but not knowing the way. Just then a man arrived, grabbed me by the arm, and we sped away, till in the blink of an eye I was home so quickly that it's as though I just awoke from a dream." After hearing his daughter's words, the old man treated Zhang like a supernatural being, and handed over the 1,000 taels. Underscore 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 un. Li, a distance equal to 1/3 mile. Wang discussed things with Zhang that night, suggesting that they keep 200 taels for their use while traveling. Then he took the remainder home, knocked on the door, and handed them over to his son. He also directed his son to give 300 taels as a gift to Zhang's family, then he returned. The next day, when they took their leave of the old man, he couldn't see where they could have stored all the money, which only added to the strangeness of it all, so he generously gave them other gifts as well, and then saw them off. Several days later, Zhang was in the suburbs when he ran into a fellow villager named He Cai. Cai was a drinker and gambler who wouldn't work, and hence was as poor as a beggar. He'd heard that Zhang had obtained some rare magic and had used it to make money without working for it, so he'd rushed off to look for him. Wang suggested that Zhang give him some small amount of money, and then send him back. Cai didn't modify his usual pattern, so in just 10 days of debauchery, he'd spent it all and came looking again for Zhang. Wang had anticipated this and said, "Cai is undisciplined and contrary, so you shouldn't try to support him very much, just give him a suitable bribe and send him away, and though this makes you party to his activities, your guilt is pretty minimal." The following day, Cai arrived as predicted, intrusively following Zhang everywhere. Zhang declared to him, "I knew from the start that you'd be back. Your daily routine is drinking and gambling, so why should even 1,000 taels fill your bottomless pit? If you're sincere about changing your ways, I'll offer you 100 taels as a present." Cai promised he would change. Zhang emptied his money bag and conferred the contents on him. Cai left with the 100 taels in his own bag, and gambled even more unrestrainedly. In addition, he visited the brothels, squandering money like it was as common as dirt. In town, the constables became suspicious and arrested him, taking him before the local magistrate, where he was subjected to flogging and other brutal cruelties. Cai told them the truth about the source of his money. Subordinates were then dispatched to take Cai with them and arrest Zhang. In a few days, due to his wounds, Cai died while en route. His spirit still wouldn't leave Zhang alone, returning to follow him around as he had previously, which is how he came to meet Wang. One day, while they were all drinking together on a mound in the mist, Cai got crazy drunk and started shouting, and though Wang tried to stop him, he wouldn't listen. By chance, an imperial representative, making an inspection, was passing through when he heard the shouting, and went to investigate, discovering Zhang alone. Zhang, frightened of the man's power, told the truth about everything. The imperial representative was furious at this tale, had Zhang flogged, and sent a memorial to the gods. That night, the imperial representative dreamed that a person dressed in gold armor appeared to him and said, "We have examined the case of Wang Lan, who was innocent but died anyway and now has become an immortal spirit. The practice of medicine is a benevolent use of magic, and should not be punished as an evil or demonism. So now I'm presenting the Heaven King's command, he is to be granted the posthumous title of Minister of Street Sweeping. Cai is evil and debauched, so for his punishment his spirit will be exiled to Tiwei Mountain. Zhang is certainly not guilty, and hence should be pardoned." The imperial representative woke up and marveled at the dream, then released Zhang. Returning to follow him around, with the implication that Cai's spirit attaches to Zhang as Wang had done earlier. Minister of Street Sweeping, guards routinely cleared the way for the sedan chairs of high officials and magistrates, alerting people to their pending passage or arrival. Tiwei Mountain, in ancient Buddhism, Tiwei or ironclad, mountain surrounds the 4 continents that exist to mark the 4 directions, so its location outside the world of the 4 directions makes it an appropriate place to exile Cai's wicked spirit. Zhang packed his belongings and returned to his village. In his bag he still had a few 100 taels, and he respectfully offered half of them to Wang's family. From this point forward, the Wang clan's children and grandchildren grew to be wealthy. 37 The Eagle and Tiger Gods. Dongyu Temple stood just south of the city wall in a particular prefecture. On the left and right sides of its large gate stood 2 deities, each over 10 feet tall, hideously awe-inspiring. They were commonly known as the Eagle and Tiger Gods. In the temple there was a deist by the name of Ren, whose daily routine started with the rooster crowing, at which time he would wake up, burn incense, and begin chanting. There was a robber who had hidden himself ahead of time in an adjoining hallway, waiting until the deist got up, then stealthily entered his bedroom to steal his belongings. Once in the room, he found no property except for 30 coins under a straw mat, which he tucked into his waist. Then he removed the bar from the door and took off. He aimed to ascend Qianfo Mountain. Southward he fled, and shortly arrived at the base of the mountain. There he saw a gigantic man descending the mountain with an eagle sitting on his left arm, and in a moment they met up with each other. Looking closely at him, the thief noticed that the man's face was the color of weathered bronze, like one of the gods he was accustomed to seeing beside the temple's gate. Terrified, he cowered on the ground, trembling. Underscore 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 un. Qianfo Mountain, Qianfo, 1000 Buddha, Mountain, about 1.5 miles south of Jinan in Shandong Province, has been the site of thousands of stone-carved effigies of the Buddha since the time of the Sui dynasty, 581 to 618 CE. Roaring, the god demanded, after stealing the money, where can you go?" The thief was even more frightened, and began kowtowing non-stop. The god grabbed him up, took him back, and once they entered the temple, he made the thief pour out the money he'd stolen and then kneel on the ground to wait. The Taoist priest, having finished his devotions, turned to see him and was amazed. The thief confessed in great detail about what he had done. The Taoist accepted the money, and then sent him on his way. 38 Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng, son of a venerable family in Pingyuan, was by nature extraordinarily lazy. His limited resources declined until he had nothing left but a ramshackle house with a couple rooms, and he had only a coarse blanket to lie beneath with his wife, who complained that she couldn't bear it. At the time, it was summer and very hot, and outside the village was the Zhou family's old park, where the walls had all collapsed, and only a pavilion remained. Many other villagers were going there to spend the night, so Wang joined them. When daybreak came, the other sleepers all left. The sun had been up about 3 hours when Wang finally got up and sluggishly went along his way. In the grass, he spotted a gold hairpin, and when he picked it up to examine it, he noticed some delicate characters on it that read, "Made by the family of the imperial son-in-law." Wang's grandfather had married into the imperial family, hence his family had owned such things, many with the same inscriptions, so his thoughts were preoccupied as he held the hairpin. Suddenly an old woman showed up, looking for the hairpin. Even though Wang was poor, he was honorable by nature, so he promptly took it out and gave it to her. The old woman was pleased and magnanimously praised him for his great virtue, saying, "The hairpin's value is modest, except that it was something left behind by my late husband." He asked her, "Who was your husband?" "He was the former imperial son-in-law, Wang Jianzi," she replied. Wang, startled, sputtered, "My own grandfather. How did you two meet?" The old woman, equally surprised, wondered aloud, "So you're really Wang Jianzi's grandson?" "I'm a fox fairy. A century ago, I was the beloved of your noble grandfather. When he died, I went into seclusion. Passing through this place, I lost the hairpin, which fortunately fell into his grandson's hands, so it must have been fated." Wang had already heard about his grandfather having had a fox for a wife, so he trusted her words and invited her to come for a visit. The old woman followed him. Wang called to his wife to come out and see her, and she came out wearing ratty clothing, looking emaciated. The old woman sighed, "Oh, that a grandson of Wang Jianzi should have arrived at such a state of poverty." She also noticed no smoke coming from their decrepit stove, and asked, "With your household in such a condition, how do you manage just to stay alive?" Wang's wife then quietly narrated the facts of their poverty, accompanied by choking sobs of deep sorrow. The old woman took out the hairpin and gave it to her, bidding her to exchange it for money at the market to buy rice, and revealed that in 3 days she would return to see them. Wang begged her to stay. The old woman replied, "You're unable to keep your own wife alive. If I were to remain, dependent on your house and home, how would that make things any better for you?" Having had her say, she went off on her way. When Wang told his wife who she was, she became alarmed. But Wang was insistent in reciting her generous qualities, and asked her to treat the old woman as her own grandmother, so she agreed to do so. In 3 days, consequently, the old woman returned. She took out some money so they could buy a large weight each of millet and wheat. That night, she shared a small bed with Wang's wife. At first the wife was afraid of her, but upon considering how extremely supportive she had been of them, she abandoned her doubts. The next day, the old woman told Wang, "Don't be lazy, grandson, you should conduct a little business to make a living, earn your keep and grow up." Wang reported that he had no money to do this. She responded, "In your grandfather's time, there was gold and silk for the taking, but since I wasn't human, I had no need for such things, so I didn't take much. I accumulated 40 taels in gold from my gleanings, but up till now it's just been stored away. For a long time I've been hoarding it, since there was no use for it, but I'm going to give it to you so you can go to the market and buy lightweight cloth, then take it to the capital where you can make a modest profit on it." Wang obeyed her, purchased over 50 units of the cloth, then returned. The old woman directed him to make haste and load up, calculating that in 6 or 7 days he could easily reach the capital. By way of advice, she also admonished him, "You must be diligent, not lazy, expedient, not tardy. If you're a day late, you'll regret that you stopped for the night." Wang respectfully took her advice, packed his merchandise into bags, and then hit the road. Along the way, he ran into a rainstorm that soaked his clothing and shoes. In all his life, Wang had never undergone such hardship and was so worn out that he couldn't bear it, so he took a short break from his travels at an inn. Unexpectedly, the rain kept pouring through the night, cascading off the eaves like ropes. By the next day, conditions outside had become extremely messy. He watched people going and coming, dragging themselves through mud up to their shins, and knew he couldn't face such suffering. He decided to wait to go out until it stopped, and about midday it began to dry up, but dark clouds returned to shut out the daylight, the rain again coming down heavily. He stayed one more night and then left. Underscore 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 un. Lightweight cloth. The character ge signifies kudzu, pure Arya Thunberg Iana, a vine with fibers that can be made into linen-like cloth. Far East Dictionary 1312. As he was getting close to the capital, he overheard that the price for lightweight cloth had skyrocketed, so he felt privately thrilled. Upon entering the capital, he stopped to register at an inn, where the host explained it was a great pity that he'd arrived late. Earlier on, before the southern route had opened up, very little lightweight cloth had been getting through. An affluent, influential prince had been extremely anxious to buy some, so its price suddenly soared to 3 times its norm. On the previous day, the prince's family had purchased all they needed, and everyone coming since then had been disappointed. Thus the host broke the news to him. Wang's beautiful merchandise would not bring in the money he'd hoped for it. Each day, more and more lightweight cloth arrived, so its price continued to plummet. Wang could make no profit, but he refused to sell it at a loss. He waited for 10 days, until the expenses for his boarding were calculated, greatly increasing his depression. His host encouraged him to sell, even at a loss, to make a change and formulate another plan. Wang followed his advice. He lost another 10 taels this way as he unloaded his stock. At sunrise, just as he was planning to leave, he looked into the bag holding his money and found his taels were gone. Alarmed, he told the host, but there was nothing he could do about their loss. Others there encouraged him to file an official complaint, making it the responsibility of the host to compensate him. Wang sighed and said, "This is just my fate, so why should it involve the host?" The host, hearing this and admiring his ethics, offered him 5 taels as a present, enough to allow him to be sent home. But Wang couldn't stand the thought of facing his grandmother, so he paced back and forth, inside and outside, advancing and retreating, stuck in his predicament. Just then, he noticed that a fellow who managed fighting quails was raking in money from all the betting on them. Each bet brought in 1,000 coins, but the cost of buying a quail was just over 100 coins. The notion suddenly struck him to use the money now in his bag, which was just enough to begin dealing in quails, and so he discussed his idea with the host. The host earnestly supported his plan, and in addition arranged to loan him room and board without taking anything directly from him. It was a happy Wang who went out then. He bought a load of surplus quails, then re-entered the capital. The host was pleased for him, congratulating him and suggesting he sell them quickly. It rained heavily all that night until dawn. By first light, the thoroughfares were like rivers, and it was still raining without sign of letting up. Wang stayed inside, waiting and watching. It continued like this for several days, without ceasing. When he went out to look inside his bamboo baskets, he discovered that some of the quails had been gradually dying. Wang was very upset, but didn't know what to do about it and finally left them. By the following day, several more had died, only a couple of them remained alive, so he combined them in a single basket and fed them. When the night had passed, he went out to look in on them and found only a single quail still alive. He told the host what had happened, unable to stop his tears from falling. The host shared his disappointment. Wang, realizing that since he'd spent all the money he couldn't afford to go home, just wanted to die, so the host did his best to console him. Together they went to check on the quail, and upon carefully examining it, the host said, "This seems to be a superior specimen. The other quails all died not through misfortune, but because this one killed them. Sir, since you're currently free and have no other pressing affairs, I'd encourage you to train it. Once he's ready, you can make a living by gambling with him." Wang acted as advised. As soon as the quail had been trained, the host directed him to take it out to the streets, first to gamble just for drinks and snacks. The quail's body was strong and it always won. The host, pleased, gave Wang some money, sending him back out to gamble with some local young men. In 3 bouts, he scored 3 wins. After about half a year, he'd accumulated 20 taels. His mind was greatly relieved, and he began to think of the quail as his livelihood. It just so happened that one of the princes loved quail fights, and each year during the Lantern Festival he would bring local quail trainers together at the palace to hold a competition. The host told Wang, "Now, with his great wealth, he should be able to set you up, but what's unclear is what is going to happen thanks to your unlucky fate." He then explained to him all about it, directing Wang to go with him. He advised Wang, "If you lose, let everyone hear how despondent you feel. If instead you're the fortunate one, and your quail achieves victory, the prince will surely wish to buy it, but sir, do not agree to do so. If he's firm in his insistence, check to see if I'm nodding my head, and wait for my nod before you answer him." Wang said, "I promise." When they arrived at the palace, the quail handlers were already bumping into each other's shoulders at the foot of the palace steps. In an instant, the prince stepped forth from the palace. To his right and left, heralds proclaimed, "Let those who wish to fight come up." At once, a man holding a quail hastened to advance. The prince ordered his own quail released and the challenger also released his. At the first contact, the challenger's quail was stopped cold. The prince laughed heartily. In no time, he went on to defeat many other handlers. The host told Wang, "You can do it." Then they went up together. The prince remarked to them, "Its eyes pulse with anger, its feathers are robust, we mustn't treat this enemy lightly." He ordered his quail, Iron Beak, to be brought in for the match. Once, and then a second time, they leapt at each other, till the prince's quail had its feathers knocked out. He had it replaced with a better bird, and after that exchange, it, too, was defeated. Underscore 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 un. Lantern Festival. New Year celebrations officially end with this festival on the 15th day of the first lunar month, known as Superior Principles or Three Principles Day, for it commemorates the 3 August ones who taught humans the first principles of civilization. Palmer 200, see also 15. The prince impatiently gave the order for his jade quail to be brought from inside the palace. A short while later it was brought out, displaying white feathers like a snowy heron's, an extraordinary creature of outstanding appearance. Wang Cheng was terribly disheartened, so he kneeled and begged for the contests to end, pleading, "Great prince, your quail is a wonder, I fear it will wound my bird, depriving me of my livelihood." The prince smiled and said, "Get up. If it's beaten in this contest and dies, I'll compensate you appropriately." Wang then released his bird. The jade quail rushed straight for it. But when the jade quail came in close, Wang's bird, like an angry chicken, was waiting for it. The jade quail had a strong beak, while Wang's quail rose up like a soaring crane to strike, advancing and retreating, stiff-necked, they grabbed each other and struggled for some time. The jade quail began to tire, which made Wang's quail angrier and fiercer, so he fought with even greater intensity. It wasn't long before snowy feathers began to fly, and with its wings hanging limply, the jade quail ran away. The myriad spectators couldn't help but praise the display. The prince himself then demanded to hold the bird, looking it over from beak to talons, scrutinizing it carefully, and then asked Wang, "Is this quail for sale?" He answered him like this, "Since I'm a petty person without much permanent property, I've come to depend upon it as my livelihood, so I wouldn't want to sell it." The prince replied, "I could give you a significant price, a middleman's expected wages. Wouldn't that be quite sufficient?" Wang bowed and thought about this for a long time, then said, "I'm not happy about selling it, but if the great prince has already become fond of it and will give me in exchange the amount of money to obtain clothing and food, what more could I ask?" The prince invited him to name his price, and he proposed 1,000 taels. Laughing, the prince exclaimed, "Silly man! You think the quail's a precious gem, but how can it be worth 1,000 taels?" "The great prince doesn't think it a gem," Wang answered, "but I think it worthy of a Liancheng gem." The prince asked, "What makes it so valuable to you?" Wang explained, "When I take it to the market district, every day it earns me a certain amount of money which I exchange for millet, enough to feed a family of more than 10, and to keep them from worrying about freezing, so is that not a precious thing?" The prince answered, "You won't sacrifice any of that with what I'll give you, so I'll make it 200 taels." Wang shook his head no. The prince increased his offer by another 100. Wang looked at the host, whose expression hadn't changed. Then he said, "Keeping in mind the great prince's prestige, please feel free to reduce my asking price by 100. The prince cried, "Stop fooling around! Who'd be willing to pay 900 taels for a single quail?" Wang put his quail into his bag and began to leave. The prince blurted, "Come back, and I'll actually give you 600. You can agree to sell it or not, but that's it." Wang again glanced at the host, who remained unchanged as before. Wang was absolutely elated, but he feared that they might let the opportunity slip past, so he replied, "For this price I'll sell, though in my heart I'm truly sad. I'm distressed to give up my quail, but not to do so might increase my hardships even further. Rather than end up with nothing, I'll take the prince's offer." The prince was delighted and had payment turned over to Wang at once. Wang put the taels in his bag, paid his respects for the prince's generosity, and left. Underscore 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 un. Liancheng gem, alien can buy is proverbial, from ancient Chinese history, for any gem of inestimable value. The host chided him, "I told you what to do, so why were you so anxious to sell? If you'd resisted a bit longer, you'd be holding 800 taels in your hands." Wang returned with him to the inn, tossed the taels on a table, and invited the host to collect his share, but he wouldn't take anything. Wang made the offer more insistently, so the host checked his tab, figured up the cost of Wang's meals, and accepted that amount. Wang packed his bags to return, and when he arrived home, he described everything he'd done, then took out the money to show them and they all celebrated together. The old woman directed him to purchase 300 mu of good farmland, to build a house, and to make some implements, and upon doing so, his family soon rose to prominence. The old woman got up early each morning and sent Wang out to supervise the cultivating while his wife oversaw the weaving. If they ever behaved rather lazily, she roundly scolded them. Husband and wife lived peacefully together, no longer attempting to blame things on each other. 3 years passed by with the family becoming increasingly more wealthy. The old woman finally expressed the desire to take her leave of them. Wang and his wife together tried to dissuade her, until it brought them to tears. The old woman agreed to stay. But by sunrise the next morning, she had already vanished. The collector of these strange tales remarks, riches are the consequence of living a zealous life, only in this case were they the consequence of laziness, which makes it an unprecedented situation. Wang didn't know what to do about his extreme poverty, but he still retained his honest nature, which is why heaven at first abandoned him, and then, feeling pity, rescued him later. Thus wealth actually can come from being lazy. Underscore 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 un. 300 mu, this would amount to about 50 acres, since 1 mu equals 0.0667 hectares, or about 1/6 acre. 39 Qing Feng. The Geng family of Taiyuan, because they were a powerful family, lived in a resplendent mansion. But once their affluence declined, half the house's network of linked corridors were abandoned and neglected. From this sprung up weird accounts of hallway doors often opening and closing by themselves, and of family members constantly startled by noises in the night. This so troubled Geng, that he moved his household to a country villa and retained an old man to serve as watchman at the mansion's gate. Afterwards, the estate fell into further neglect. At times, the sounds of laughter, talking, singing, and playing the flute came from inside. Geng had a nephew, named Qubing, wild and incorrigible, who instructed the old watchman to run and tell him if he heard or saw anything. One certain night, the old man saw lantern lights up in the house, appearing and then vanishing, so he ran to tell Qubing. He wanted to slip inside to spy on this strange activity. The watchman tried to stop him, but he wouldn't listen. The estate's gates and doors were familiar in Qubing's memory, but he had to follow a roundabout path, poking through thickets of wormwood and fleabane before he could enter. He climbed to one of the upper floors without noticing anything particularly odd, then began to hear people speaking softly when he passed from one building into another. He stealthily peered around a corner and saw a tremendous pair of candles burning, shining as brightly as daylight. An old man with a scholar's cap sat at the south end of the room, together with an old woman opposite him, both well past their 40s. On the east side, there was a young man, maybe about 20, on his right was a young woman, whom Qubing judged to be about 15. Their table was loaded with meats and wine, and the group sat laughing and chatting. Qubing abruptly walked in, laughing, and cried, "Your uninvited guest has arrived." The terrified group ran away to hide. By himself, the old man came back, and in a scolding voice demanded, "Who do you think you are, entering people's private rooms?" Qubing answered, "These are my family's rooms that you're occupying. You're drinking this excellent wine by yourselves without inviting the home's owners, so why are you being so stingy?" The old man, glancing cautiously at him, replied, "You're not the owner." Qubing countered, "I'm the irrepressible scholar, Geng Qubing, nephew of the house's owner." The old man respectfully exclaimed, "For a long time I've admired your impressive efforts." Then bowing with hands clasped, he led Qubing to the table, calling to his servants to bring out different food. Qubing stopped him. The old man then poured wine for his guest. Qubing remarked, "Our families have much in common, and those guests who were seated here have no reason to fear being seen, so I implore you to invite them to return and drink." The old man called out, "Xiao'er." Instantly a young man re-entered. "This is my son," the old man explained. Xiao'er bowed respectfully to Qubing, and they sat down together, briefly surveying their families' histories. The old man commented, "My surname was Hu. Underscore 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 un. Hu, although this second tone character is a family name, and also means foolish, it sounds exactly like the character that means fox, more accurately suggesting the old man's supernatural identity. Qubing was his conventionally extroverted self, conversing of opinions and unusual customs, with Xiao also displaying a casual elegance and charm, pouring out their hearts to each other, they quickly became close friends. Qubing was 21, making him 2 years older than Xiao, so he called him his younger brother. "I've heard," the old man observed, "that your grandfather compiled the stories of Titian. Do you know about that?" Qubing replied, "I do know indeed." The old man reported, "I'm a descendant of the Titian family. I can trace our family's genealogy all the way back to the Tang dynasty, but from the 5 dynasties and earlier, we have no records. It would be my good fortune, sir, if you could share some of your knowledge about it." Qubing briefly described how the Lady of Titian had skillfully aided Emperor Yu, making up many poetical phrases as he went, his excellent narrative bubbling forth like a spring. The old man was overjoyed, telling his son, "Now we have the good fortune to hear what we've never heard before. This young gentleman is not just anyone, so please ask your mother to bring Qing Feng along and we can listen to him together, so they will also learn of our ancestors' virtue." Xiao slipped past the curtain that divided the room. Soon, the old woman reappeared with the young lady. Qubing looked her over carefully. Her delicate form was exquisite, her bewitching eyes infused with intelligence, and nowhere was there a more beautiful creature. The old man pointed to his spouse and said, "This is my venerable wife." Then pointing to the young woman, he added, "This is Qing Feng, who's been like a niece to me. She's quite kind, and whatever she hears or sees, she remembers and never forgets, so for that reason I've summoned her to listen." Underscore 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 un. Titian, a legendary 9-tailed fox, supposedly from Tishan, in Anhui province. Tang dynasty, 618 to 906 CE. 5 dynasties, 420 to 618 CE. Emperor Yu, legendary founder of the Xia dynasty, 2200 to 1750 BCE. Qubing finished his oration and began drinking, turning first just to watch Qing Feng, then openly staring at her, transfixed. She felt his glance, and simply kept her head bowed. When Qubing covertly rested his foot upon her tiny slipper, she quickly pulled away her foot, but also didn't appear upset. Qubing lost all discretion, and, unable to control himself, he rapped on the table, announcing, "If I could get a wife like this, I'd never exchange her, even to become a king." The old woman saw that as Qubing became more and more intoxicated, he also became more uninhibited, so she stood up with Qing Feng, hastily pulled aside the curtain, and left. Qubing, disappointed, took his leave of the old man and went out. His heart was so tightly bound, he couldn't stop thinking about his passion for Qing Feng. When the next evening came, he returned, finding the place still fragrant with orchid and musk, so he waited there all night without moving, but amidst his loneliness, he didn't so much as hear a cough. He went back home and proposed a plan to his wife, expressing his desire to move their household to the Geng mansion, in hopes of achieving another meeting. His wife wouldn't go along with it, so he went there by himself and did some reading on one of the mansion's lower floors. When evening came, just as he was leaning over a desk, a ghost with streaming hair entered, its face black as lacquer, and stared at Qubing, wide-eyed. Qubing just laughed, dipping his fingers in some fresh ink and smearing it on himself, staring back in response with his eyes shining. The ghost, humiliated, vanished. The next night, quite late, after extinguishing his candle to go to sleep, from the back of the house Qubing heard a bolt being withdrawn and a door opening. He quickly rose to take a look and found a door leaf open. Instantly, he heard the sound of a delicate tread, then candle light began shining from inside the house. On further inspection, he discovered it was Qing Feng. When she suddenly noticed Qubing, she was shocked and drew back, hastily closing the double-leaved door. Qubing knelt there for quite some time before speaking these words, "It was for you that I faced what was perilous honestly, darling, that was the reason. We're lucky no one else is around, and if you'd give me the pleasure of holding your hand, I could die without regret." Qing Feng said, "Don't you think I know about your sincere, deeply felt passion? But my uncle taught me a strict standard of family behavior that I dare not disobey." Qubing maintained his abject begging, "I don't dare hope for the intimate feel of your flesh, but just to gaze into your eyes would be enough." She agreed to permit this, opened the door and came out, whereupon he clutched her arms and drew her to him. Qubing was giddy with delight and they went downstairs together, where he took her in his arms and then set her on his lap. She said to him, "It was fate that brought us together, but once this night is over, there's no use thinking we can stay together." "Why not?" he asked. Qing Feng explained, "My uncle is afraid of your unpredictability, so he changed into that vicious ghost to try to scare you away, but he didn't even faze you. Now he's already found another place for us to live, the family's just moved all of our various possessions there, and I've been left to guard this place, but tomorrow I have to leave." When she finished these words, she stood up to go, adding, "I'm afraid my uncle might return." Qubing stopped her, wanting to make love to her. They continued their debate until the old man unexpectedly walked in. Qing Feng, ashamed to face her uncle, lowered her head and leaned against the bed, tugging nervously at her sash without speaking. The old man angrily declared, "Your cheap behavior is a disgrace to my household. If you don't leave here quickly, a flogging will help you along." Hanging her head, Qing Feng ran out, then the old man also departed. Tailing them and eavesdropping, Qubing caught a wide range of scolding and abuse. The sounds of Qing Feng's plaintive sobbing cut him to the heart and in a loud voice he yelled, "Why are you treating Qing Feng this way when the fault is mine? If you'll forgive her, punish the crime with sword or any other kind of blade and my body will willingly bear it." Everything went silent for a very long while until Qubing returned and went to sleep. Subsequently, there were no more sounds, not so much as a breath from inside the mansion. Qubing's uncle, hearing all about it and finding it bizarre, agreed to sell the place without dickering. Qubing, delighted, brought his household to the mansion and moved them in. They lived there quite comfortably for over a year, but Qubing never forgot about Qing Feng for even a moment. He went to the family tomb on pure brightness day, and while returning home, he spotted two little foxes being relentlessly pursued by hounds. One of them fled by dashing into the underbrush, but the other was so agitated that it continued running along the road. When it saw Qubing, it cried pitifully, cowering and ducking its head submissively, as though begging him for help. The scholar took pity on it, opened his coat, took it in his arms and carried it home. When he'd shut his door, he put it down on his bed and it became Qing Feng. Beside himself with joy, he told her how sorry he was, and asked her how she'd been. She replied, "I was just out playing with a maidservant when we were confronted with that great misfortune. Without you, I'd surely have ended up in a dog's stomach. I hope that even though I'm not like you, you won't look on me with disgust." Underscore 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 un. Pure Brightness Day, known as Qingming, this celebration on the 5th or 6th of April is a day of respect spent at family graves or tombs. Qubing told her, "Every day I'm filled with thoughts of you, both in my conscious mind and in my dreams. Seeing you is like finding a rare gem, so how can you speak of disgust?" "Heaven has been acting in all of this," she replied, "for if you hadn't been revealed to me, how could we have been brought together? Fortunately, the maidservant must surely think me dead, so we can easily stay together forever as appointed." The happy scholar lodged her in a part of the mansion separate from his family's portion. More than 2 years went by until Qubing was reading one night, and Xiao'er suddenly entered. The scholar stopped reading, surprised, and asked him why he'd come. Xiao'er prostrated himself on the ground, and with great gravity said, "My father has experienced a horrible disaster, and no one but you can save him. He was about to visit you himself to make his plea, but he was afraid you wouldn't agree to it, which is why I've come." He asked, "So what's the matter?" "Do you know the third son of Master Mo?" inquired Xiao'er. Qubing answered, "That's the son of one of my classmates." Xiao'er elaborated, "Tomorrow he's going to come through here, and if he's carrying a fox that he's caught, I hope you'll ask him to let you keep it." Qubing declared, "He made me feel ashamed in my own home, so I've given it a lot of thought and I don't want to hear any more about his affairs. And as for your imploring if you wish me to exercise my feeble efforts, I cannot unless Qing Feng comes to me." Through a shower of tears, Xiao'er cried, "Younger sister Feng died out in the wilds 3 years ago." Qubing shook his sleeve disdainfully and exclaimed, "Since that's the case, my resentment is that much more." He held up his book and loudly began to recite, careful not to look up from it. Xiao'er rose, sobbing until he lost his voice, then covered his face and left. Underscore 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 un. Younger sister Feng, that is, Qing Feng. Qubing then went to King Feng's quarters, to inform her of the incident. She went pale and inquired, "So are you going to rescue him or not?" He said, "I'll save him for sure." Not consenting to it was just a way of paying him back for being harsh and unreasonable earlier. Qing Feng then happily remarked, "I was orphaned when quite young, and I depended on my uncle, who took care of me. Though he offended you in the past, it was to defend the family standards of behavior." "Even so," Qubing responded, "it's hard for a person not to take that kind of thing to heart. If you were really dead, I certainly wouldn't come to his aid." Laughing, Qing Feng said, "Why are you so obstinate?" The next day, third son Mo did arrive, bearing a bouquet engraved with tigers and followed by an impressive array of servants. Qubing met him at his gate. He noticed that Mo had shot quite a number of birds, and that in amongst them was a black fox, its pelt dark with blood. He ran his hand over it, the flesh underneath the fur still feeling warm. As he supported it with his hand, he commented that he had a worn fur coat and asked if he might have the pelt to sew on as a repair. With great deference, Mo untied it and offered it as a present. Qubing immediately handed it over to Qing Feng, then offered his guest a drink. Once Mo had departed, Qing Feng hugged the fox to her chest, and in 3 days it revived, then expanded and metamorphosed into her uncle. When he raised his eyes, he saw Qing Feng, which made him think that he was no longer among the living. She narrated the details of what had happened to him. The old man then bowed to pay his respects to Qubing, expressing remorse for his former actions. Happy, he then turned to Qing Feng and said, "I always insisted you weren't dead, and now here's proof." She then told Qubing, "If you care for me, I ask that you will still allot us a portion of your mansion, to allow me to care in private for one who has cared for me." Qubing promised he would do so. The old man, blushing, thanked him and took his leave. When evening came, he returned with his entire family. Thereafter, they were like blood relatives, father and son, no longer suspicious of each other. Qubing lived modestly in the house and passed the time with Xiao'er, sharing conversation over wine. The scholar's wife bore him a son, who gradually grew up and accordingly was sent to Xiao'er to be tutored patiently on the right path, in order to imitate his teacher's behavior. 40 Painted Skin. In Taiyuan, a scholar named Wang was out walking one morning, when he met a young woman carrying a bundle of belongings by herself as though running away, and having a very difficult time with it as she went. Moving more briskly to catch up with her, he noticed she was about 16 and quite beautiful. Enjoying the sight of her as his heart filled with love, he asked, "Why are you walking alone so early in the morning?" The young woman replied, "A passerby can't solve my unhappiness, so there's no point bothering yourself to inquire." "What's making you so upset?" Wang asked. "If I can do anything in my power to help, I won't say no." Despondent, the young woman explained, "My parents, in their greediness, sold me as a concubine to a rich, influential family. The first wife was so jealous, all day long she insulted me and humiliated me with beatings, to the point that I couldn't take it any longer, so I'm heading for some place far away. Where to? He asked. An escapee, she said, alas, has no certain destination. Wang then declared, my home isn't far, and if it wouldn't trouble you too much, you might join me there. The young woman, delighted, agreed. Wang picked up her bundle of belongings and led her home. Seeing there was no one else in the room, the young woman inquired, Sir, why isn't your family here? This is just my study, he explained. She observed, this place is really nice. If you pity me and want to save me, you must keep my presence here a close secret, and not let it out. Wang promised not to tell. Then they slept together. He set her up to hide in a secret room, and several days passed without anyone knowing she was there. Then Wang mentioned it privately to his wife, Chen. She suspected that the girl had been given as a concubine to some family, so she advised Wang to send her away. Wang wouldn't hear of it. In the market one day, Wang met a Taoist priest who turned to stare at him in amazement, and asked, What have you gotten yourself into? Nothing, Wang replied. The Taoist declared, There's an evil presence wound around you, how can you say it's nothing? Wang reasserted his innocence. The Taoist then left, muttering, Idiot. Some people just refuse to recognize when death is coming after them. Wang thought his words strange, and entertained brief doubts about the young woman, then he considered that since she was obviously such a beauty, she couldn't possibly be an evil spirit, meaning that the priest must have been hoping to offer his prayers for averting evil in exchange for the price of a meal. Not much later, arriving at the door of his study, he found it barred from the inside, so he couldn't get in. This made him think that something was going on inside, so he clambered over a ruined wall. The door to the inner room was also barred, so he crept quietly to a window and peered inside, spotting a hideous demon, its face bluish-green, its teeth as jagged as a saw's. It spread a human skin out on the bed, holding a brush, and began to paint on it. When it was done, it tossed the brush aside, held up the skin, and shook it out like it was a cloak, then wrapped it around its body, immediately transforming it into the young woman. When he saw it take her shape, Wang, terrified, scurried away like a wild animal. He anxiously sought out the Taoist, but didn't know where to find him. Looking all over for traces, he finally found him outside the city, and went down on his knees to beg for rescue. The priest said, Let me drive it away for you. This thing must be suffering pretty significantly, and just found a way to rest itself, so for that reason, I couldn't be hard-hearted enough to take its life. Then he gave Wang a fly swatter, ordering him to hang it above the door of his bedroom. As Wang was about to leave, the Taoist arranged for them to meet at the Qingdi temple. Wang left, but didn't dare enter his study, so he slept in the inner room and hung the swatter above the door there. About the time of the first watch, he heard something rubbing at his door, but he wouldn't venture to sneak a look for himself, so he sent his wife to take a peek. She simply saw the young woman draw near, stare at the swatter, and then come no closer. She stood there grinding her teeth for a very long time, then left. A short time later she returned, growling, The Taoist hopes to scare me off. But I can't spit out what I haven't yet put in my mouth. She grabbed the swatter and broke it into pieces, wrecked the bedroom door, and in she rushed. Leaping directly onto Wang's bed, she ripped open his chest, took his heart in both hands, and fled. His wife screamed. A maidservant rushed in with a candle, but Wang was already dead, his chest cavity a bloody ruins. Chen, horrified, wept, but dared not make a sound. The next day, she sent her husband's younger brother to inform the Taoist. The priest, furious, fumed, I originally took pity on this demon, then it dares to do this. He left immediately, following Wang's brother home. The young woman was already gone, but the priest raised his head to look in all four directions, and said, We're lucky she hasn't gotten very far. Then he asked, "Whose home is that in the southern courtyard?" The young brother replied, "That's my place." Underscore 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 un. Kingdi, literally, Green Emperor. First watch, approximately 7 to 9 p.m. "That's where she is right now," said the deist. Wang's brother was dumbfounded, and didn't think it even possible. The deist then asked, "Haven't you recently had a stranger show up there?" The brother answered, "Early this morning I left for Kingdi Temple, so I don't know. Let me go and find out." He went out and shortly returned, reporting, "Someone's there, all right. This morning an old woman showed up, hoping to be hired as a household servant, and my wife hired her, so she's still there." The deist said, "That's the monster." Consequently, he went there with the younger brother. Brandishing a wooden sword, he stood in the middle of the courtyard, shouting, "Accursed demon! You owe me for my swatter!" The old woman froze in the house, pale with fright, then ran out the gate, hoping to escape. The priest thereupon struck her. The old woman fell, her human skin peeling up and flaking off, changing her back into a horrible demon that lay on the ground, squealing like a pig. With his wooden sword, the deist beheaded the abomination, its body turned into a dense smoke, spread over the ground, and then collected into a single pile. When the priest took out a bottle gourd, pulled out the stopper, and placed it in the smoke, there was a sucking sound, like someone drawing in a breath, until in the blink of an eye, the smoke was sucked into the gourd. The deist replaced the stopper and put the gourd back in his bag. Together they looked at the human skin with eyebrows, eyes, hands, and feet painted on, all ready to be worn. The deist rolled it up, with the sound someone would make rolling up a scroll painting, also put it in his bag, then took his leave of the others and went on his way. Chen knelt respectfully to him at the gate, weeping and begging him for a way to bring Wang back to life. The priest explained that he lacked the ability to do so. Chen increased her pitiful pleading, throwing herself on the ground and refusing to get up. The deist then pondered carefully and said, "My magic is superficial, so I really can't raise the dead. But I can point out a man who probably can do it, so if you go and make your request of him, he'll surely try to help you out." She asked, "What man?" The priest replied, "In the marketplace, there's a mad beggar, who's always resting on dung heaps. Try kowtowing, and then make your plea to him. If the madman insults you or your husband, don't give way to anger." Wang's younger brother had heard of the man. He and his sister-in-law bid farewell to the deist and headed off together. They found the beggar singing agitatedly beside the road, long strands of snot hanging from his nose, stinking so foully that it was almost impossible to force oneself near him. Chen crawled before him on her knees. The beggar, laughing, cried, "Is this beauty here because she loves me?" Chen then informed him why she'd come. Again he laughed, and said, "There are plenty of men who can be your husband out there, so why do you want this one alive?" Chen remained steadfast in her pleading. Then he exclaimed, "How strange! A man dies and she comes to beg his life from me. What am I, Yama, the Hell King?" Furious, he struck Chen with his stick. Chen endured the pain patiently. Bystanders began gathering like a wall around them. The beggar coughed up phlegm, spit a large glob of it into his hand, then raised it in the direction of Chen's lips, demanding, "Eat it." Chen turned red in the face, refusing to do it, but once she recalled the deist's advice, she successfully choked it down. She felt it enter her throat like a wad of cotton being forced there, extremely resistant to going down, until it finally stopped to form a knot in her chest. The beggar roared in laughter, exclaiming, "The beauty really loves me." He then stood up and walked off, without even glancing at her. She pursued him until he entered a temple. Chasing after him to beg his assistance, she couldn't tell where he'd gone, She hunted everywhere yet there was no sign of him, so she left, ashamed and angry. Already mourning her husband's death, now she also regretted having eaten the phlegm, and felt humiliated, hanging her head as others watched her crying pitifully, just wanting to die. Then she decided to lay out her husband's corpse and drain the blood from it, while household members stood by, looking on, without daring to approach. Chen held the corpse in her arms, and placed the intestines back in it, sobbing all the while. Just when she had gone hoarse from the wretched extremes of her crying, she suddenly felt the urge to vomit. She became aware of that knotted thing in her chest suddenly forcing its way out, and before she could turn her head, it dropped into Wang's chest cavity. She was stunned, for it was a human heart. There it sat in the cavity, rhythmically beating, warm vapors rising off it like mist. It was astonishing. Anxiously, with both hands, she closed the cavity, using all her strength to squeeze it shut as she held him in her arms. If she relaxed even a little, a dense cloud of vapors would seep through the edges of the wound. Thus she tore up some silk and wrapped it tightly around Wang. With her hands, she warmed his body, which gradually began responding. She covered him then with a large quilt. In the night, when she looked under it, she found faint breath coming from his nostrils. By daybreak, Wang was whole and alive. He told her, "It was oddly like a dream, but I could feel some mysterious pain in my chest." When she examined the place where he'd been torn open, she found a scab had formed there the size of a coin and soon he recovered. The collector of these strange tales remarks, "How foolish some people are! What are obviously demons they take for beauties? How deluded such fools are! What is obviously devotion, they treat with disregard. When men are lured by the appearances of love, their wives are obliged to eat what others have spit out. The way of heaven is to repay love, yet the foolish and deluded are oblivious to this. What a pity that there are such men." 41. The merchant's son. In Chu, there was a certain old man who was off engaged in foreign trade. His wife, who'd been left alone in the house, dreamed that someone was there with her. When she woke up and reached out her hand, she found a little man there. Scrutinizing him, she thought him an odd creature, before she realized that it was a fox. A moment later it ran under the bed and vanished, though the door to the room hadn't been opened. When the next night came, she asked the old woman who was her cook to sleep there and keep her company. The wife had a 10-year-old son who ordinarily slept in his own bed, and he was also invited to join them. Late that night, as the old woman and the son slept, the fox returned. The wife began murmuring, like she was speaking in her dreams. This woke the cook, who cried out to her, and the fox ran away. From then on, the wife felt agitated, as though she needed to escape from something. When the evening arrived, she didn't dare blow out the candle, and warned her son not to sleep too deeply. As the night progressed, the son and the old woman leaned against the wall to catch a few winks of sleep. Then when they woke up, the wife was gone, so they figured she must have stepped out to relieve herself. They waited a long time, but she didn't return, so they began to worry. The old woman was frightened, and didn't dare go out to look for her. The son grabbed a burning candle and looked everywhere in the house, till in one room he found his mother lying naked. He drew near to offer her assistance, and she didn't seem to feel at all bashful or self-conscious. She became progressively more aberrant, singing, sobbing, shouting and cursing each day, in many different ways. At night, she'd become disgusted at the idea of other people being in the room, so the son slept in a separate bed and the old woman was also kept out. The son always listened till he heard his mother's caustic voice, then he'd get up with a light to investigate. The mother would angrily scold her son, but he didn't let it get to him, and everyone admired his courage. However, he also indulged himself in playing, pretending each day he was a block layer, piling up tiles and blocks against a window, ignoring calls for him to stop. When someone removed one of the blocks, he rolled around on the ground in a crying tantrum, so no one ventured to provoke him further by touching them. After several days, 2 windows had been completely covered up, so no light could shine through. When this was done, he smeared on mud to close up any gaps in the wall, applying it all day long without complaining about the labor. Once he was finished spreading it on, he had nothing to do, so he grabbed a kitchen knife and quickly began sharpening it. Observing this, everyone became disgusted with his foolishness and refused to pay any further attention to him. That night, the son concealed the knife in his clothing, and with a large dipper covered his lamp. He waited until his mother began to rave in her sleep, then swiftly uncovered the lamp, shut the door, and began shouting. Time passed without anything odd happening, so he feigned moving away from the door, pretending that he wanted to leave the room and relieve himself outside. Suddenly, something like a fox appeared, abruptly seizing the opportunity to run for the door. The son struck quickly, neatly cutting off 2 inches of its tail, though it got away. Blood dripped from the segment like water. Subsequently, when he carried his lamp over and lifted it up, his mother as usual began cursing him, but the son just acted as though he hadn't heard her. He hadn't hit the thing where it mattered, and, profoundly disappointed about it, he went to rest. Thinking it over to himself, he realized that even if he hadn't killed it, at least he'd been able to stop it from getting back in. At daybreak, he noticed that there were traces of blood beyond his wall, so he followed them. The blood led him into a garden belonging to the He family. When night arrived and it became clear that the thing hadn't come back, the son was privately overjoyed. Nevertheless, his mother inexplicably remained still, lying there like she was dead. Not long afterwards, the merchant returned home, rushed to his wife's bed, and asked what had happened. The wife began insulting him, treating him like an enemy. The son then gave his account. The old man, horrified, sent for medicine for her. The wife, however, poured out the medicine, while berating and swearing at them. Secretly, they put the medicine into her soup and assorted beverages, so over the course of several days, she gradually settled down. The father and son were extremely pleased. One night they were sleeping when the old man woke up to find his wife missing. Father and son went looking for her, and discovered her in another room. Henceforward, she was continually agitated, and the old man found her unwilling to be in the same room with him. As the evenings arrived, she inevitably fled from her room. When he tried to hold her back, she heaped even more abuse on him. The old man had no plan to offer, and hence he locked her in the room. But whenever his wife rushed to make her escape, the door opened all by itself. In his suffering, the old man tried to expel the evil with prayers aimed at driving it out, but nothing seemed to have any effect. At dusk, the son stealthily entered the He family garden and laid down in the bushes, to see if he could determine the fox's whereabouts. As the moon began to rise, he suddenly heard someone speaking. Quietly pushing aside a gnarled branch, he saw 2 persons having a drink while a servant with a very long beard poured a jug for them, wearing an old, brown-colored garment. Their words were muttered softly and confidentially, so he wasn't able to make out what they were saying. After a while, he heard one of the people say, "Tomorrow you can bring some wine here." An instant later, they were gone, and only the long-bearded servant remained behind, taking off his garment and lying down upon the stones of the courtyard. Carefully examining him, the son noticed that while his 4 limbs were human, he had a tail hanging down behind him. The son wanted to rush home, but was afraid the fox might become aware of his presence, so he stayed there until the night passed. Just before daybreak, he heard the 2 men return again, one after the other, murmuring before they all 3 entered a bamboo grove. The son then ran home. The old man asked him where he'd gone and he answered, "I slept at uncle's house." Then he followed his father into the marketplace, where he spotted a hat with a fox tail hanging garishly from it, and begged the old man to buy it for him. The old man wouldn't turn around. The son tugged at his father's clothing, noisily acting spoiled. The old man couldn't put up with this and hence to stop his shenanigans, he bought it for him. While the father carried on an amicable trade in one of the shops, the son played beside him, and then took advantage while he was turned away to grab some of his money and buy some wine, which he left on deposit with the owner of the wine shop. He had an uncle from his mother's side of the family who owned a house in the city, and whose business was hunting. The son ran off to his house. His uncle, however, had stepped out. His aunt inquired about his mother's infirmity, to which he replied, "Each successive day she's a little better. However, some rat has been chewing at her wardrobe, and she's so angry that it's brought her to tears that she can't get rid of it, so that's why she sent me to ask for some poison." The aunt picked up a box, took out a lump of the compound the size of a coin, wrapped it up, and gave it to the boy. The son felt there was too little. The aunt wanted him to have a seat while she went to prepare some soup and pancakes. The son scanned the room to make sure no one was around, before he took out the box of poison, stealthily scooped up 2 handfuls of it, and stowed it away. Then he hurried to tell his aunt not to trouble herself cooking for him, since father's waiting for me in the marketplace, so I don't have the leisure to stay and eat. He then retraced his steps and secretly slipped the poison into the wine. He wandered about the marketplace until dark, and then returned home. His father asked him where he'd been, and he reported that he'd been at his uncle's house. For days, the son repeated this habit of wandering between shops. One day, he spotted the long-bearded man mingling in the crowd. The son scrupulously verified it was the same man, then covertly stayed close to him. Eventually, he actually spoke to him, asking him where he lived. The man answered, "North of the village." He inquired the same of the boy, who lied, "In a burrow." The long-bearded fellow allowed as how it was strange that he lived in a hole for his home. The son, laughing, exclaimed, "That burrow's been our home for generations and yours as well, right?" The man was alarmed by this, and flatly demanded to know his name. The boy replied, "I'm a son of the Hu family. Some time ago, I stopped at the He family's garden, and there I saw you serving 2 gentlemen, so how could I forget you?" The man then carefully examined him, half believing and half doubting him. The boy proceeded to open his robe ever so minutely, little by little, until he revealed his purchased tail, and said, "We folk can pass ourselves off as humans except for our tails, which bring us unlimited resentment. Underscore 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 un. Hu family, playing on the fact that Hu is also the sound of the character meaning fox. The man asked him, "So why'd you want to come to the marketplace?" "Father sent me to buy wine," the son explained. The man told him that he, too, had come to buy wine. "So have you bought any or not?" asked the boy. "We folk are quite poor," the man answered, "hence I usually steal it when I get the opportunity." The son noted, "That kind of venture's very hazardous, a risky exercise." "I received my master's orders," the man declared, "so I can't disobey them." "Just who are your masters?" the son asked him. The man explained, "What you saw were 2 brothers. The one's been having intimate relations north of the village with a lady named Wang, the other's been lodging east of the village with a certain old man's family. The old man's son is very cruel, and actually cut off enough of his tail that it took 10 days to heal, but now he's back at it like before." When he finished speaking, he wanted to leave, explaining, "I don't want to expose my intentions." The son declared, "Stealing it's hard, but buying it's easy. I bought some earlier that I stored in the wine shop, and I'd respectfully like to offer it to you as a present. My bag still has some money in it, so it's no problem for me to buy more." The long-bearded man was so embarrassed, he didn't know how he could repay the boy. The son reassured him, "We're the same kind of folk, so why be stingy about such a little thing? When I get some time, I'll come accept a hearty drink from you." So they went to the shop together. The son picked up the wine and gave it to the man, then he went home. When night came, his mother eventually fell into a peaceful sleep and didn't try to run off. The son knew in his heart that something was up, so he told his father. They went to take a closer look, and found 2 dead foxes outside the garden house, one of them dead on the grass, blood still streaming from its mouth. The wine jar remained there, so they picked it up and shook it, determining it wasn't yet all gone. The father, shocked, demanded, "Why wasn't I informed about this earlier?" His son replied, "This thing was extremely clever. Once I'd told you, it would have known everything." Delighted, the old man said, "My son, to defeat a fox makes you another Chen Ping." Thereupon, father and son slung the foxes over their shoulders and went home. They saw that one fox had a blunted tail, just as if it'd been scarred by a knife. From that time on, all was tranquil again. But the wife remained very, very thin, and though her mind gradually became coherent, she nevertheless developed a persistent cough, constantly having to get up to vomit or to spit while still trying to get well. North of the village, the woman named Wang had also been afflicted by a fox. It was said of her that when the foxes were killed, she also began to recover from her illness. Because of all this, the old man thought his son most rare, so he taught him to ride and to shoot. Later on, he became a distinguished general in the army. Underscore 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 un. Chen Ping, Sima Qian's Records of the Grand Historian devotes an entire section, number 56, to Chen Ping, the Han Dynasty statesman who assisted Liu Bang by offering him 6 tactics that preserved his life and mission, including making thousands of women dress up as Han soldiers to be slaughtered by the Chu army so that Liu Bang could escape, sowing distrust between Xiang Yu and his most important generals, deceiving Han Xin to capture him, Wang 32, and bribing the wife of a leader to allow Liu Bang to escape a siege. 42. A craving for snake. In my hometown, Wang Puling had a servant named Liu Fengning, who, by nature, loved to eat snake. Every time he found a small snake, he'd swallow the whole thing, like he was gobbling down a green onion. With the big ones, he'd take his knife and cut them into small chunks, then grabbing the bits with both hands, he'd eat them. When he chewed, it sounded like crunching metal and his cheeks were smeared with blood. He was also skilled at sniffing them out, so one time he smelled a snake behind a wall and ran over to it hastily. It turned out to be over a qilong. At the time, he wasn't wearing his knife in his sash, so after he bit its head off, the tail was still wriggling from the corner of his mouth. Underscore 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 un. Qi, a measure of length equal to 1/3 of a meter, so Liu Fengning's snack was a little over a foot long. 43. Jin Shishan. Jin Shishan lived on Mt. Chang. He was a completely unconventional character. He'd abandoned his family to pursue Buddhist contemplation. He became like a madman, eating unclean things and thinking them quite tasty. If he came upon some dog or goat shit, he'd bend down and gobble it up. He even nicknamed himself Buddha. Ignorant men and women observed his aberrant antics, and then thousands of them followed him as disciples. Jin ordered them to eat shit and no one dared disobey him. He established a temple on Changshan, sparing no expenses, and people were happy to donate to the project. Master Nan detested his bizarre behavior, grabbed and flogged him, telling him to go build a Confucian temple. The disciples then surprised everyone by announcing, "The Buddha has fallen on hard times." They quickly made donations to save Jin's life. The money was collected so speedily that the temple was constructed in little more than a month, even faster than if cruel officials had been chasing and shouting at the people. Underscore 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 un. Master Nan, Nan's Hija, styled Yaiwan, was appointed to serve at a Buddhist school on Chongshan when it was known for 10 years as Tan, or the Clouds, during the reign of Qing Emperor Kangxi, Zhu 1:134. Sparing no expenses, perhaps in part a pun on the fact that the character representing Jin's family name also means gold. The collector of these strange tales remarks, "I've heard of Jin the Buddhist, or as people call him, Jin Shishan, the Buddha. His moral character was abased to its lowest extreme. Flogging him wasn't disgrace enough, and in looking for a proper way to punish him, Master Nan did so much good. However, having to ask this abnormal monk to be the one to construct a Confucian temple there is also a shame to all the nation's scholars." 44 Scholar Dong. Scholar Dong, whose style name was Xiasi, lived in the westernmost portion of Qingzhou. Around sunset on a particular winter's day, he spread a quilt over his bed and stirred the coals in his room. He was just about to put a cover over his lamp when a friend invited him over for drinks, so he locked his door and went out. Over at his friend's house sat a doctor who was very knowledgeable about the fundamentals of reading the pulse, and was busily examining all of the guests. At last he turned to Wang Juzi and Dong to say, "I've read a great many pulses, but none so strange as yours, gentlemen, one with the pulse of the wealthy, but containing signs of pending bankruptcy, and one with the pulse of the long-lived, but with the possibility of sudden death. This anomaly exceeds my humble knowledge." "Certainly, Master Dong, yours is particularly unusual." Alarmed, everyone asked him to elaborate. He replied, "That's the limit of my medical skills, I couldn't venture any other opinions with certainty. I hope you two gentlemen will be very careful." Upon hearing this, the two men were quite startled, but since the doctor's diagnoses were so contradictory, they didn't put much faith in them. Underscore 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 un. Qingzhou, in Shandong Province. Fundamentals of Reading the Pulse, the Yellow Emperor's Inner Classic of Medical Basics, Huangdi Niajing Suwen, describes, for example, 6 aspects of examining the pulse with regard to the 4 seasons, 66. 4 types of normal/abnormal pulses, see pages 30-32, 70-82. At midnight, Dong went home, where he noticed his door was half open, and became extremely suspicious. Trying to recall in his drunken state, he decided that he must have been in such a hurry to leave home that he'd forgotten to lock it. He went inside and before hurrying to light a fire, first stuck his hand under the quilt to find out if it was still warm or not. Upon doing so, he felt the smooth flesh of someone lying there. Greatly stunned, he drew back his hand. He quickly lit a fire and to his surprise found a beautiful girl there, with a child's flawless complexion, looking like one of the celestials. He was deliriously happy. He figured he'd have some naughty fun, and explored the lower part of her body further, only to find a long, fuzzy tail there. Terribly frightened, he started to run away. The girl woke up just then, put out her hand, and grabbed Dong's arm, saying, "Where are you going?" Dong, who became even more frightened, pitifully begged, "I hope you'll pardon me, beautiful fairy." The girl, laughing, asked, "What have you seen here, to be afraid of me?" Dong answered, "I don't fear your hand, it's your tail that scares me." The girl laughed again and said, "You're mistaken. What tail would that be?" Guiding Dong's hand, she forced him to explore with it, and he felt the smooth flesh of her leg and rump. Laughing, she asked, "What do you think now? You're so ridiculously drunk, you can't even see straight, yet you're accusing me falsely of whatever it is." Dong remained excited that she was so beautiful, and was even more attracted to her, so he began to berate himself for having been wrong before. Yet he still had doubts about the reasons for her showing up. The girl explained, "Don't you remember your neighbor to the east, the small girl with the light-colored hair? As I count on my fingers, it's been 10 years since we moved away. Back then, I wasn't yet 15, and you were also just a youngster. Dong suddenly realized who she was, and said, so you're the Zhou daughter, Asuo.